Par les provinces et l'industrie. Mais un syndicat québécois estime que les producteurs d'aluminium
j'achetais le dernier à 2 magasins maintenant. Juste maintenant, j'avais acheté le deuxième. Oh, I gotta fix it.
La corruption des autorités dans leur pays d'origine. Sur place, leur émotion était palpable.
Leur négligence criminelle a fait que nous avons plein d'anecdotes. Soit morts, soit coupables. Oh, then we're having a communications breakthrough there.
Ici pour déclarer que le régime criminel au Liban ne représente pas les Libanais. Cessez de soutenir ce gouvernement libanais illégitime.
Les manifestants ont fait circuler une liste d'organismes qu'ils jugent dignes de confiance sur le terrain à Beyrouth, afin d'éviter que l'argent de l'aide envoyé au Liban ne finisse entre les mains des autorités.
Oh là, Liban! La Liban!
À Québec, les partis d'opposition sont insatisfaits de la manière dont le congédiement de l'ex-délégué général du Québec à Dakar, au Sénégal, a été annoncé. Le mandat de a pris fin hier, mais le ministère des Relations internationales refuse de dévoiler les raisons de son départ.
Not because they don't know. If I started screaming in English, the joke is over.
Quelques mois à peine après sa nomination, des employés de la délégation générale à Dakar dénonçaient à Radio-Canada son style de gestion, évoquant un climat de travail délétère. À bord de commentaires, le ministère des Relations internationales évoque un différend quant à la manière de concevoir le rôle du délégué général pour justifier le congédiement de Fatima Ouda-Pepin. Il ne rendra toutefois pas publiques les conclusions des vérifications effectuées au sein de la délégation. Le député Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois réclame de plus amples explications.
La CAQ doit nous dire ce qui s'est passé, ce qui s'est mal passé, de nous donner les raisons du renvoi de Mme Ouda-Pépin.
Surtout, rappelle le député péquiste Joël Arsenault, que le gouvernement de la CAQ ne peut blâmer les libéraux. Il avait lui-même nommé Fatima Ouda-Pépin à Dakar.
À qui appartient la responsabilité d'avoir nommé quelqu'un qui n'a pas compris son mandat, si ce n'est au gouvernement? On doit tirer des leçons de cette expérience malheureuse.
Mme Ouda-Pépin ne sera pas réaffectée au sein de la fonction publique puisqu'elle n'y occupait pas de poste permanent avant sa nomination à Dakar. Elle recevra toutefois 3 mois de salaire en guise d'indemnité de départ. Ici Hugo Lavallée, Radio-Canada, Québec.
Le Québec a dépassé cette semaine le cap des 60 000 cas de COVID-19 enregistrés depuis le début de la pandémie. Au cours de la dernière journée, un peu plus d'une centaine de nouveaux cas de coronavirus ont été recensés dans la province. Malgré une certaine accalmie, les autorités mettent la population en garde contre une potentielle deuxième vague. Le directeur de la santé publique, Horacio Arruda, appelle d'ailleurs les Québécois à travailler ensemble.
On va travailler ensemble, la population, la santé publique, les établissements, à, je vous dirais, appliquer les consignes. Plus collectivement, on ne surchargera pas notre système de soins, qu'on n'aura pas besoin d'aller perdre des choses qu'on a acquis. Je l'ai dit, quand on est déconfiné, on est comme en liberté conditionnelle, mais il faut respecter les conditions.
Horacio Arruda assure que la province poursuit son travail d'enquête et de traçage afin de limiter au maximum la transmission du virus. Et visé par une allégation d'inconduite sexuelle, le président fondateur de la clinique juridique Juripop démissionne. Dans un communiqué de presse, l'avocat Marc-Antoine Cloutier nie tout geste inapproprié. Il a tout de même choisi de se retirer de l'organisation pour protéger la réputation de la clinique. Juripop, qui travaille à améliorer l'accès à la justice au Québec, poursuit tout de même ses activités. Voilà, c'était les informations de Radio-Canada.
Veuillez noter que l'émission qui suit vous est présentée en rappel.
Thanks, gonna say it again. Hey, how come we can say throw the parts of the money you're not supposed to see? So somebody with a $200,000 Mercedes format. The bridge is from, oh yeah. Oh yeah, rebar. All the weak little pieces of concrete that could have fallen off and been chipped away relatively recently. Oh, both airbags went off. I didn't see no blood, but that don't mean it wasn't there. That just means the bleeding on the inside, where no one else could see it, but I feel it for you.
Au plateau culturel, Flash
Beat up, you scrunch these up and shove them in your shoe when you're running from the sideboard to the crack house.
D'interpréter Ricardo Troggi au grand écran. Grosse affaire aussi, Hélène
Grosse affaire.
Une fausse fine à Hollywood, des valeurs en carton-pâte. Ça se peut même pas. Et à notre sondage de la semaine, retour de Jean-Marc Léger qui nous parle de la nouvelle vague de dénonciation d'agression qui divise profondément les Québécois et les Canadiens. Jean-Marc Léger, bonjour.
Oui, bonjour.
Bon retour de vacances.
Oui, ça va bien. Un retour assez actif.
Ben, c'est ce qu'on souhaite à tout le monde, de revenir dans l'action, parce qu'on a été un peu immobilisés au cours des derniers mois, ou alors on a travaillé dans des circonstances plus difficiles à la maison. Je souhaite donc de l'action à tout le monde. Vous revenez de vacances avec effectivement un sondage qui nous donne une bonne idée de l'opinion divisée, parce qu'on parle dans ce cas-ci de la troisième vague de dénonciation d'agression sexuelle au Québec à tout le moins. On est au cœur de ça depuis quelques semaines. Et ce qu'on peut effectivement constater très vite, c'est que ça se passe pas mal kiff-kiff. Hein? C'est à peu près à 50% des deux côtés.
Oui, les gens sont très partagés. Vous parlez de la troisième vague. Pour les gens qui nous écoutent, il y a eu une vague en 2014 qui venait de la dénonciation dans l'affaire Gomeshi au Canada anglais. Ensuite, 2017, c'est la grosse vague, celle de l'affaire Weinstein. Ici au Québec, on a eu l'affaire Roson et Salvaille en même temps en 2017. Et là, 3 ans plus tard encore, on arrive à la troisième vague, mais uniquement au Québec. Parce qu'on n'a pas encore la troisième vague au Canada ou aux États-Unis, mais le sondage qu'on a réalisé, c'est un peu partout. Parce que ça nous permet de comparer le Québec avec le reste du Canada et avec les États-Unis. Et sur cette question-là, ce que vous venez de mentionner, est-elle justifiable ou non de porter des accusations comme ça sur les médias sociaux? Les Canadiens, 52% disent que ce n'est pas justifiable, 48% disent que c'est justifiable. Et les plus anti, les gens qui sont contre, c'est au Québec. 59% des Québécois estiment que c'est pas justifiable. Donc, quand même, on est très divisé sur ce débat-là partout au pays, sauf, Stéphane, s'il y a un écart générationnel important.
Je peux l'imaginer facilement, mais ce qui est intéressant, dans le cas qui nous intéresse, vous le dites, une véritable troisième vague, si on doit ainsi nommer les choses, il y en a une pour l'instant et assez sérieuse qu'au Québec. Et c'est au Québec, même si c'est pas beaucoup plus qu'au Canada, qu'on est aussi le plus opposé au concept ou à l'idée des dénonciations à 59%.
Oui, exactement. Mais il faut dire que c'est du cas par cas, parce que j'ai regardé tous les sondages sur cette question-là pour avoir une information plus générale sur les inconduites sexuelles. Et vous voyez, la définition d'inconduite sexuelle est tellement différente d'une personne à l'autre. Quand on sonde les gens sur un certain nombre de choses, j'ai un sondage américain qui est fort intéressant. Par exemple, si vous lancez une blague sexuelle, est-ce de l'harcèlement sexuel? Pour 76% des Américains, oui, c'est un harcèlement sexuel. Pour certains qui lancent une blague, je pense peut-être drôle, pour d'autres, c'est exactement pour d'autres, elle est mal reçue. Donc, il faut dire que ça dépend toujours aussi de l'intention derrière la blague. Si, par exemple, vous regardez la poitrine d'une femme, 53% des gens disent que c'est de l'harcèlement sexuel, particulièrement chez les femmes. Les 2/3 des femmes disent que c'est de l'harcèlement. Vous voyez, la définition n'est jamais très claire, qu'est-ce que c'est qu'une inconduite sexuelle, mais l'intention, souvent, elle est claire. Et c'est pour ça que dans le sondage, on voulait mesurer un certain nombre de choses. Et l'élément le plus difficile à mesurer, c'est quand ça touche des artistes qu'on aime. Là, on a davantage un préjugé défavorable que favorable. Parce qu'on parle de dénonciation publique, souvent de personnalités connues. Il y a un mélange d'émotions derrière cette réalité-là. Puis la clé de tout ça, c'est est-ce que la dénonciation est anonyme ou non anonyme? Exact. Ça, c'est vraiment la clé de compréhension des Canadiens. Si c'est anonyme, les gens estiment que seulement 32% disent que c'est crédible. Mais si la personne est identifiée par son nom, là, on grimpe à 60% de gens qui disent que, bon, là, c'est crédible. Ça, il y a une mesure importante auquel j'ajouterais, Stéphane, vous permettez, le nombre de négociations, de dénonciations. Quand c'est une seule, isolée, de façon anonyme, les gens sont plutôt très critiques. Si c'est une série, et surtout avec des noms identifiés, comme dans l'affaire Weinstein aux États-Unis, là, des gens trouvent ça critique.
Et quand ça commence à ressembler à une preuve, comme on pourrait en présenter une en cours, finalement.
Oui, exactement, une preuve constituée, tout ça, parce que pour une personnalité publique, moi, je viens d'une famille publique, mon père était au gouvernement, ma soeur était au gouvernement, et il y a des gens qui ne nous aiment pas. Conséquemment, il y a des prises de position publiques qui se demandent jusqu'à quel point prenez le docteur Arruda, qui se fait menacer actuellement, cet homme-là qui essaie d'aider le Québec de sortir de la pandémie, qui reçoit des menaces de mort. C'est pour ça qu'il faut faire la distinction entre les accusations publiques, des fois qu'il y a une intention, mais d'autres fois, c'est que les médias sociaux aussi permettent de libérer la parole d'un certain nombre de gens et de femmes en particulier.
Ben, c'est ce qu'on entend, effectivement, que c'est un outil pour libérer la parole. Il faut voir justement le prix qui est payé par ceux qui sont montrés du doigt. C'est évidemment l'autre côté de la pièce. Vous avez dit deux choses. D'abord, qu'il y avait une distinction à retenir quant à la division entre les générations. Avant d'y aller, est-ce que c'est aussi culturel? C'est-à-dire que ce qui est considéré, parce que vous avez dit aux États-Unis, une blague salace pour 75% des gens, c'est considéré comme de l'inconduite ou même du harcèlement. Est-ce que c'est très culturel? Est-ce qu'au Canada anglais, au Québec, on a des réactions différentes et marquées sur la question des blagues, par exemple?
Aux amis du Canada anglais, nous n'aimerons pas. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de distinction entre les Américains et les Canadiens anglais sur plusieurs enjeux, dont celui-là. Mais il y a une distinction avec le Québec. Le Québec est nettement
This is the Canadian $100 bill. On the back, it's a woman discovering insulin. She has short hair because she is a lesbian. And you need about 6 or 7 of these to buy 1 dose of insulin. That's the humor. In Canada, we don't fuck around, eh? No, insulin. Yeah, better save these for the insulin. Go to space, yep. Oh, this guy was a slave trader. This guy was a slave trader.
Largement avant ces affaires-là. C'est-à-dire que le rapport à la sexualité au
I'm going to the drug dealer museum. This is going to the drug dealer museum. Look at it. Look how beautiful it is. Look how beautiful it is. It's not fake or damaged. It is not. It is not damaged. Don't talk shit about our money. Do you know how many millions of dollars of crack and how many dicks got up because of this $5? I know it's lies. Yeah. In Canada, yeah. That's He's got a hole in his nose and nobody put it there. The crack cocaine industry just did it all by itself.
C'est-à-dire que quelqu'un qui est sur la place publique et montré du doigt a peu de chances de s'en sortir. C'est-à-dire que la majorité de ceux qui jugent estime qu'une accusation signifie qu'on est à peu près
Somebody at the bank went,
Qu'on est à peu près coupable. Et c'est là que c'est plus difficile. Et dans une proportion de
you
4
can't
pour 1,
fake
c'est quand même une
that. You
proportion
cannot fake
assez
that.
élevée,
You
là.
cannot fake that. That's why it goes to the drug dealer
Au départ,
museum.
il n'y a pas la présomption
Oh, if I give it back to the treasury,
On parle de
no, they got their own supply. They don't need to.
d'une actrice ou d'un acteur connu. Là, il y a encore une autre émotion qui rentre.
You said that's a good time to bite me?
On la croit pas. Dans le cas d'Éric Salvaille, ça a pris beaucoup de temps avant que les gens y croient, parce qu'Éric Salvaille était quelqu'un d'adoré au Québec. Quand il y a eu plusieurs cas consécutifs, les gens se sont mis à...
le vent tourner.
Le vent tourner.
On va se laisser sur la division générationnelle ou le fossé générationnel, parce que la perception, selon qu'on ait 50, 55 ans et plus, ou entre 20 et 30 ans, n'est pas du tout la même.
30
Non, pas du tout la même. Puis chez les jeunes, 67% des jeunes...
J'ai besoin de quarantaine, pas trentaine. Tout n'écoute pas.
Trouve que c'est justifiable. C'est des
Jamais
plus à l'aise
écoute,
avec les médias sociaux. J'estime que c'est bon que les gens parlent. C'est la nouvelle génération. Et plus on vieillit, moins on trouve ça justifiable. Avec les jeunes, eux autres, ils disent dans le
No, I'm going to carry it around in my pocket. If I ever get charged again for weed, for the same $5 fine, no, I'm not doing that again. I'm joking.
Je demandais les gens, allez
I'm going to tape it right to my shelves here. It's the
Donc
same way.
là, on n'est pas dans la statistique, on demande l'émotion des gens. Il y a 28%
Looks like two
des
pieces of
Québécois,
packing
dont
tape. Nope,
40%
nope,
des
nope,
femmes
nope,
qui
no, it's
estiment avoir
one.
été
No, it's
victimes
on the inside. No, it's on the outside. No, it's 3
C'est
dimensions.
4 personnes sur 10 qui nous écoutent actuellement. C'est énorme, ça. Ces gens-là ne parlent pas parce que la question suivante,
Ne parle pas. Toi, stupide.
disent avoir dénoncé. Et c'est pas nécessairement de façon judiciaire, ça peut être à quelqu'un d'autre, à leurs amis ou autre. Là.
Dans l'intimité même.
Il y a seulement, donc, ça veut dire une femme sur 8 le dénonce.
Parmi celles qui ont été victimes d'inconduite ou d'agression. Effectivement, c'est des chiffres qui donnent un peu le vertige. Jean-Marc Léger, merci beaucoup d'avoir repris le collier avec nous cette semaine. Bon retour aux affaires et on se retrouve vendredi prochain.
Avec plaisir, c'est un sondage léger, mais je dirais lourd de conséquences, les femmes.
Non, il ne l'est pas, effectivement.
How the fuck did I do that? No, seriously, I didn't even try to do that. I can't drink it now because it won't come out because this thing's in there, man. No!
Trailed by 6-8-2. Walker just got wiped out in a screen by Gasol. Kemba Walker is down on the...
Ont participé à la confection de Bien entendu cette semaine, à la réalisation Sylvain Houd. Il était appuyé par Andréane Tremblay et Damien Grafton. Notre chef recherchiste André Royer, avec à ses côtés Jean-François Blais, Caroline Duplessis, Justine Lalande-Church, Marie-Claude Lamotte et Marie-Ève Thibodeau, qui étaient de retour parmi nous après quelques semaines de vacances. Et on était content de la revoir. Notre édimeste était Coralie Mensa et notre technicien l'imparable comme
Oh no, we're not. Never mind.
côté.
Also, it's Saturday. Yeah, it's not Friday. It's Saturday.
Dans notre boîte de courrier, plein de choses, suite à l'entrevue avec Jean-François Lisée qui nous parlait de son livre sur la tentation souverainiste du président Kennedy, Micheline Sylvestre nous dit, pouvez-vous demander si M. Lisée savait que John F. Kennedy avait un petit nid caché dans l'Alaudière où il venait se cacher avec Marilyn. Je l'ai visité, c'est vraiment une histoire qui me fascine depuis longtemps et que personne n'a vraiment développé pour appuyer son intérêt pour le Québec. Ça serait intéressant de fouiller, sinon même de fouiner dans cette histoire. J'ai jamais entendu parler de ça, mais effectivement, il y a quelque chose là d'intéressant. Notre entrevue avec l'essayiste Caroline Fourest a généré un abondant courrier. Mathieu Vallet dit, quand Fabrice Ville, parce qu'il suivait la conversation que j'ai eue avec Mme Fourest, évoque la condition socio-économique comme source de discrimination et de privilèges, il est en phase avec Fourest. Puis l'analyse de M. Ville prend aussi en compte d'autres facteurs d'identité. On peut parler des deux à la fois. C'est pourtant pas compliqué. Je bouillonnais devant la prétention des propos de Mme Fourest, mais quand j'ai entendu qu'il était invité par la suite, M. Ville, je me suis rappelé pourquoi j'aimais écouter votre émission. Vous êtes au nombre des 4 qui, tous les jours, sont avec nous. Après l'entrevue avec Catherine Dorion, Il y a quelqu'un qui nous écrit, en fait ça c'est un peu rigolo, je veux rassurer Shakir. Stéphane Bureau est le dernier des journalistes de Radio-Canada qui avait de l'allure. Là-dessus, je vous laisserai avoir une opinion, j'en ai pas. Mais il n'y a pas eu de chance. On l'a même envoyé en dépression à un moment donné. Je vous rassure, Shakir, je n'ai jamais été envoyé en dépression nulle part et je ne souffre pas non plus de dépression, mais merci d'avoir pensé à moi. Toujours dans la foulée de l'affaire Dorion. Enfin, l'affaire Dorion, c'est pas l'affaire Dorion parce qu'elle a eu beaucoup de succès pour quelqu'un qui ne veut pas plaire. Autant dire que ça marche pas parce qu'elle plaît. Mais il y a peut-être deux voix discordantes. D'accord avec Mme Dorion sur plusieurs de ses points de vue, la peur du changement, les mentalités difficiles à changer, le désir féminin, l'injonction de plaire, voilà. C'est une personne qui défend ses opinions avec verve et détermination. Mon hic est quand elle parle de la langue, même s'il est vrai que les Québécois se sont fait dire et se font encore aujourd'hui, tous les jours dire qu'ils parlent mal, je crois que beaucoup s'en complaisent et se satisfont d'une certaine réussite matérielle, comme si cette réussite cautionnait le fait de mal parler. Attention, je ne parle pas moi d'accent, ni d'expression, ni de l'immense influence de l'anglais. Je parle de la volonté de l'améliorer, cette langue, et c'est signé.
So one squirt of
Victor Hugo, Morales. Et dans le même esprit, c'était pas une blague. Nadine Magloire, je ne suis pas du tout d'accord avec Catherine Dorion au sujet de la langue. Quand on peut améliorer sa façon de parler, pourquoi on ne le ferait pas? Parce qu'on est Québécois. Tous les Québécois ne parlent pas de la même façon. Pourquoi aurait-on le droit de maltraiter une langue? Les Canadiens français ont eu des circonstances contre eux. Ceux qui parlent mal n'ont pas choisi de parler mal. Les enfants de parents illettrés.
He's trying to get change from the store for free. Please buy something. And the other idiots bringing in a $20 bill, get 3 fives and a tune, and 3 quarters. You know it's money, but you're costing a woman that much food. If she's here from 7 in the morning to 7 at night, when can she go to the bank?
She can't. Right. C'est fou comme parfois on a des airs enfouis au fond de notre cerveau et on le sait même pas que c'est encore là.
I said, tomorrow I'm going to have them. And then after she asked me how many I had, I said, well, tomorrow. She doesn't need it. Yeah, but you go later. Yeah, later.
Le film Greyhound, la bataille de l'Atlantique, qui met en vedette Tom Hanks, raconte un épisode de la Seconde Guerre mondiale alors qu'un convoi de navires alliés est menacé par le redoutable U-boat des sous-marins allemands. Un prétexte pour demander à un ancien commandant de sous-marin d'attaque de nous parler de l'arme de la
no, this is different. This is not the 2013 emission.
L'été dernier est devenu un ami de l'émission, Hugues Eudelet. Est-ce que le sous-marin est toujours aujourd'hui, dans la manière de concevoir la guerre, une arme aussi redoutable qu'elle pouvait l'être pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale?
Ça ne réglait plus encore que pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, mais pour différentes raisons qui sont liées en particulier au type de crise que l'on connaît actuellement, où il n'y a plus vraiment de guerre, et ce sont des crises des zones grises. Et surtout, les progrès technologiques
comme tout but to bear. Mille pelle, mille ville. Ah, my leg. All these times I just wash my hands. Now I scratch my leg.
Assez peu de gens qui ont vécu oui, l'expérience d'un sous-marin.
My nails are sliding right over the skin. Is what do they call it? Underrated or something?
De mois.
Alors, on peut parler de semaines, de mois aussi, surtout depuis qu'il y a l'énergie nucléaire a permis d'augmenter l'endurance des sous-marins nucléaires d'attaque actuellement. Peut passer sans problème 12 semaines à la mer. Moi, c'est ce que je faisais. Un sous-marin classique, moins parce que la vie est plus difficile. Et donc, si on passe moins de temps avec un sous-marin classique,
est-ce que vous devez remonter régulièrement à la
police tow truck? That's when you know it's bad when they used the police tow truck to tow it out.
Il y a des bateaux qui restent
when they yanked it off the rebar, the metal hit the rebar. Because last year they chipped off all the old concrete. This year everybody died of the common cold, so we never put the new concrete back on.
Contre un ennemi prédestiné. Donc là, c'est vraiment la dissuasion nucléaire à ce stade-là. Et donc, eux attendent les mecs en plongée profonde de façon à être le plus discret possible. Ils sont capables de naviguer, de connaître leur position de façon extrêmement précise. Les sous-marins nucléaires d'attaque, eux, leur travail est très différent, puisqu'ils vont intervenir dans toutes sortes de crises, depuis le débarquement de commando, depuis dépistage d'autres sous-marins, la surveillance de port, surveillance de côte, l'interception des communications, voilà. Ils peuvent à peu près tout faire. Et donc, eux, très souvent, vont sortir à la tête de l'eau, si je puis dire, c'est-à-dire la tête du périscope.
Mais les marins ne vont pas pour autant prendre l'air sur le pont.
Ah non, les marins ne voient pas le pont. Les marins le voient, à part celui qui regarde le périscope, qui est très souvent le commandant ou un officier de quart. La plupart des gens ne voient pas le jour pendant ces 12 semaines, 10-12 semaines. Hein. Si vous voulez, simplement, ça pourrait durer plus longtemps, mais la résistance humaine fait qu'il est bon de s'arrêter, de pas trop tirer sur les autres.
On perd la conscience de la nuit et du jour, du temps, quand on est sous l'eau pendant 12 semaines?
Alors non, on pourrait la perdre, mais il y a le rythme d'écart, vous savez, ces périodes pendant lesquelles on travaille ou on se repose. Le rythme d'écart fait déjà que l'on suit un peu, on sait qu'il fait jour ou nuit dehors, mais surtout...
I think your voice is so old school, it's bringing me back like 4 years back.
C'est-à-dire regarder dehors à tout moment et en particulier la nuit, dès que le soleil se couche...
Listen, I adjusted your antenna for your ass. I ain't adjusted that antenna in years.
Si vous voulez,
No, it's set just right. It's simpler than adjusting it for every station. Yeah, it's just
Donc, il y a comme une lumière qui simule un peu ce que serait la nuit si vous étiez à la surface.
Voilà, absolument. C'est la seule chose qui le marque réellement, puisque c'est du travail jour et nuit, en permanence, samedi, dimanche, enfin, il n'y a pas de moment de repos particulier.
Il n'y a pas de récréation à bord? Comment on passe le temps quand on ne travaille pas pendant 12 semaines?
Eh bien, écoutez, il y a juste le nombre de gens nécessaires, ils sont tous des spécialistes pour faire fonctionner le bateau pendant ce temps-là. Donc, les gens marchent par tiers, c'est-à-dire qu'ils sont, en général, ils sont au travail, je dirais, une période sur 3, ce qui le reste du temps, ça leur laisse relativement peu de temps pour dormir, pour se nourrir, préparer le matériel qui en aurait besoin et éventuellement faire des comptes rendus, préparer des missions.
C'est-à-dire que pour tous les postes à bord du sous-marin, il y a 3 personnes pour le combler et vous êtes, j'imagine, en rotation de 8 heures, c'est ça?
Voilà.
Things I'm not touching in my pocket are soaking wet. The 3 points I watch.
Chacun fait des quarts de nuit tous les jours. Mais il n'y a pas 3 personnes pour chacun parce que le commandant, par exemple, est tout seul. Donc c'est lui qui prend vraiment, c'est lui qui personnalise réellement le bateau.
Whatever God, it's
Il a cependant un second, c'est-à-dire quelqu'un qui est déjà présélectionné pour être commandant par la suite, et son rôle est entre autres de bien le préparer, et le second peut le remplacer dans un certain nombre de cas.
Hugues, Nyneteen, est-ce que vous avez déjà senti que la patience ou les capacités psychologiques de votre équipe à bord avaient été testées jusqu'à ses limites après 10, 11, 12, 13 semaines sans voir la lumière du jour? Est-ce qu'on arrive à une frontière où les choses sont plus difficiles?
Alors, c'est arrivé, oui, j'ai vu quelqu'un qui voulait... on est venu me prévenir à Quito, à l'époque j'étais second d'ailleurs, j'étais pas commandant. On est venu me prévenir un sous-officier dans les forces armées responsable de l'équipage. C'est qu'il était allé chercher une barre de puis très rapidement il a été possible de le convaincre d'arrêter et celui qui l'a cassé un peu est venu lui présenter de plates excuses, malgré son grade supérieur.
Comme dans la vie de tous les jours, il y a des moments où on perd patience. J'imagine que c'est un peu accentué quand on est sous l'eau. Vous disiez tout à l'heure, une des fonctions importantes des sous-marins d'attaque, c'est de suivre les sous-marins ennemis, de tenter de les sonore. C'est une partie importante du jeu.
And over the course of the last 20 years, for every one of those points, you've gone through $21 bills. God, you guys are fucking retarded talking to run the world this and that. The army ain't nothing because you got more people in jail than in your army.
Ce n'est pas du tout le monde du silence tel que le présentait le commandant Cousteau dans les années 60. L'eau est très
My
bruyante.
country has enough people eligible service to equal more than enough people having service. So the question is, how many of your civilians been training? None. You see Canadians get caught off guard yet? No, this COVID thing caught the whole world off guard. And we are second in line after China for cleaning it up. We were the second one to get hit.
Vous savez que le transport maritime représente 90% du transport sur notre planète. Donc, il y a énormément de bateaux et il ne faut pas confondre l'un avec l'autre. Et il faut être capable de discriminer le bruit fait par un sous-marin qui est extrêmement faible à travers d'autres bruits beaucoup plus puissants.
Vous avez donc à bord littéralement des oreilles expertes dont le job est d'être capable d'identifier avec un certain degré de certitude si c'est un navire ami, ennemi, sous-marin ennemi.
Voilà, et c'est tout à fait exact. Et ces gens-là s'entraînent en permanence, s'améliorent en permanence et font partie d'un petit groupe qui se passe des connaissances aussi bien à l'audio que de façon que sur des appareils.
Donc, pour vous, quand vous êtes commandant à bord d'un sous-marin, ces oreilles,
I got stock boys who somehow think they're security guards and public health officers all of a sudden. No, you're not even on the property of the store.
Autour de vous quand vous êtes en plongée.
Oui,
with the masks here, two of them. I'm just throwing over it down here.
Donc, il faut faire très attention à eux.
I walk up to come and get the chocolate. The guy grabs it and pushes it forward, like exceptionally offensive to somebody who is the bloodline of royalty mixed with slave. For some piece of shit. Watch. I know the race, so explain it. Watch.
Est-ce que vous avez encore pour rôle éventuel?
I don't have a problem with it for its race. I have a problem with it trying to reinforce caste structure. I wonder what race that is. It's not a race. I'm going to touch it for you because I'm the servant. I will touch it for you. Did you have your nuts cut off so I could have sex with you too? Because I don't want to hear this shit. Why did I take the product anyway? One, the fuck with his head because he was told because I wouldn't buy it. Yeah, too, because I watch everything. It's weird to do this in a video, but I just watch all my girls. So it's sealed too. If it's not sealed and the water gets in, you get a problem. But not a huge one, because what do you do with coffee? Which is why.
Couler un bâtiment de commerce, c'est quelque chose de très facile en comparaison.
Mais dans les circonstances, s'il devait y avoir un conflit ouvert aujourd'hui, est-ce que ces énormes bateaux, par exemple, que sont les porte-avions, que ce soit les vôtres, les porte-avions américains, sont terriblement vulnérables? Est-ce qu'on est en fait plus efficace qu'on ne l'était pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale pour faire la guerre aux sous-marins?
Écoutez, c'est difficile de dire qu'on est plus efficace pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Les forces anti-sous-marines alliées
I've walked under bridges, had people behind me.
Ont réussi à voler 88% des sous-marins allemands. Donc c'était la guerre a été
200 feet to the next end of the bridge.
Elle a été perdue par les
No, I'm not talking about like a normal person. Yeah, I checked and looked around all the
Les Américains qui ont mené de très
you're hallucinating. Okay, maybe, but people just feel all the time.
What's one of us qui est entièrement maritime, puisqu'il n'y a que les îles, le Japon, eh bien, ils ont gagné cette guerre, mais ils le mettent très rarement en avant. Parce que tout ce qui est sous-marin, ça reste secret. En anglais, on parle du silent service. Donc, vous voyez, mais ça veut dire service silencieux, ça veut dire on n'en parle pas.
Question avec vous, commandant Hugues
personal beg the Queen for forgiveness to heaven, and there is no heaven. Still be wasting all this time sucking dick for American employment. You could have had coins that you could bring to Canada and use, and instead you took their money.
Qui est l'ennemi? Ce sont les Chinois.
There's about 50 cop cars
Moi, je travaille beaucoup sur la Chine maritime. J'écris un livre actuellement sur la géostratégie de la Chine maritime. La Chine est en train de se constituer une énorme marine de guerre, puisque dans les années 80, il n'y avait rien, et aujourd'hui, ils ont la deuxième marine de guerre au monde, en nombre et en tonnage. En ce qui concerne les opérations, c'est beaucoup plus difficile de le savoir parce que tout dépend de l'entraînement et des compétences. Or, comme je vous l'ai dit, tout ce qui touche les sous-marins est très secret, donc ils ne savent que ce qu'ils ont dû.
Did you hear that? But it wasn't lines. It's just I'm just doing this so people that can't hear can see.
Espérons qu'on n'aura aucune occasion de.
You realize it's unacceptable in the radio world. Unacceptable. If your voice is a little sore, you can call in sick. You cannot be on the radio. Unacceptable. How many times have I pointed out they've been doing that? I love you, boo. No 680 news. Why do I have the water running? Because eventually I'm going to fill up my bottles with water. It's Friday night. From here on out, it's going to be shitty water for the next 2 days. So you don't believe me? I'm from here. How the water tastes different times of the week. Because the nigga gets off early on Friday. They test it every 6 hours. When the guy comes in around this time on Friday, you think it's the same guy? I'm not saying the water's dangerous. I'm saying it tastes funny. Shut up, Errol. Whatever the music. Yeah, the fucking music's not on the internet. Nice try pretending that the overhead and internet is something. Oh, boom, starts working again. All right. Doesn't everybody's computer respond to logic?
It's hard not institutions. They break your spirit and seek pleasure watching you play.
Here, what are you talking about? Fucking white boy.
Feeling that makes sense.
The problem with all you white boys going to jail, come out making movies and shit. You're all repressed homosexuals, and you're all terrified that the black man's going to have sex with you. Black men are women. No one is stupid as that on your street. You can't pass mitochondrial DNA on that stupid, and you're missing a good chunk of one of your chromosomes. You know what else? White boys in jail. How do cops still do it? How do cops know what it's like to be in jail? Oh, it's a white line. Different dividing line. You made a mess. I wouldn't know. He's repeating himself. I said I wouldn't know. Like I'm retarded and don't know my own race. Stupid. Your parents and grandparents been calling me nigger my whole life. You think all of a sudden I'm going to think I'm white and stupid shit away? I don't even make sense. White is European. We're not very good. Okay. Oh, we're not Americans. We're this. We're that. Okay, what the fuck they
Wake up when the sun goes down until tomorrow shine. Feeling hate from the pain of tomorrow's lies. Cause we still ain't coping with yesterday. We demoralized. Bitches sitting pipes every night. Homies snorting lines. Roots of open eyes. Try to read between the storylines. Ain't no sunshine. But it's the morning time. When it's love flying. Blood drying on the drunken line. Street pain with a weak vein. In the stores of YG. Smoking weed. Poking shots. Veins pouring wine. In this curse the solar seeking salute. When the soldiers ride. We all standing in the brain. When the angels cry. Feel our pain. Somehow I'm always here. Stuck out in the rain.
my cigarettes are home. Oh, and everywhere I went, there's a fucking explosion, there's a car crash. Some idiot touched some girl on the bus.
But I know what hate does to a man. Tears them apart.
And all of the social distancing. Oh shit, there's 50 people.
Something he calls us to himself, he'd never become.
And it stops and goes over. I don't realize what's happening. I think someone's getting on her up the bus. And I'm crossing the street in front of the bus. I'm a fucking U.S. military police commando, and I'll tell you what the fuck to do. You don't ask me. Anyway, as I'm walking to the bus, I hear, ah! I'm like, what the fuck is that? Some girls, I get on the front door, both doors are open. I can't see what's happening. So a girl, sounded like a cat fight. Some big girl standing over somebody. I go, big girl smacking on some old man. No, don't touch it. No, don't touch it. No, don't touch it. Oh, shit. She don't even go out. All these idiots very safely parking right behind the bus. We'll wait till the authorities arrive. Yeah, stupid. They can't get in because you're parked there. It takes about 60 seconds to realize, oh, we should go around the bus with me in the road, pointing and waving. Why aren't the 3 cars behind the one at once? They're stupid too. I'm just going to wait till the cops come. Okay, well, they can't. Because you're parked there. I said, parked. Stop.
Lost in the road looking for my place, but everywhere it goes like I'm running in a race at a tour's pace. So I watch them all around me. These nights was so hard, it's never easy. Had to fuck on the good just to get me higher. Running in the street to age quick and so tired. Eyes wide, made it this far. Struggle every day. Who could be this long? It'll never end. So I'm like an outlaw. I'm free, trying to free seat, let 'em out, y'all. My house stuff is like I'm living in a trap. I be going through the top and I never turn back.
And I can hold in this hood, up to no good. Smoking on something, sipping on something, sipping on something, sipping on something. And I can hold in the hood, up to no good. Smoking on something, sipping on something, sipping on something, sipping on something.
Something like an outlaw. Black flag up, I'm hearing signs in my head, man, I think I'm fucked up. Matter of fact, I wonder where the fuck I am. Just at least an already up to no good to get. Drugs in my pocket, gun in my head. Lord, when will it end? I'm just waiting for support to kill me. But you probably have to be something like an outlaw, something like a gangster to feel me. Till then, I'ma pour my liquor in a glass and be fucking filthy. I'm sipping till I don't give a fuck. And now I'm in the middle of the street fucking random people up. God, that's why I'm getting high. Tell my mama that I love her, cause tonight might be my last night. I tell her don't pray for me, that's how I chose to be. This gang likes the only lights on me.
And I can hold in this hood, up to no good. Smoking on something, sipping on something, sipping on something, sipping on something. And I can hold
Cigarette, get to my
sipping on something, sipping on something, sipping on something, sipping on something.
Wrong news. But we're not gonna lose one. I'm gonna put this in there. Shove it like that. So do your crack custies.
There's something from my heart, there's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, there's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, there's something you can feel. Something more,
goes in the jar. The jar has a lid.
something from my heart, there's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. In my whole life, struggle with pain, my stepdad in the bathroom, trying to find a good vein. Meanwhile, I'm trying to stay clean. Everywhere I go, it rains. I'm the ceiling, I watch things. Yeah, I wish and I pray that the devil go away. Open my eyes to everything the same. It's been a long road, yeah, hell of a ride. The streets keep calling, yeah, the way you inside. They're telling me my homework is done, time to cry. Revenge only thing on my mind, I gotta ride. Yeah, Lord, but you just the best one. Got me invested in big guns, yeah, Lord, we got them on the run. Pour liquor, load around, just the life of a thug. Shit, I hope they do the same when my grave get dug. Yeah, I'm living for my kids. You push me and I'm coming right to your crib. Real shit, real shit. Something from my heart.
Cousins running in the range, we ain't saying what the fuck what you saying. Stopping right in front of the cops. Give a fuck, make it stop. I'ma make your fucking heart drop on the floor when you stomp it out some more.
feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, and something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real.
En exploitation des marionnettes, je trouvais qu'il y avait quelque chose de lumineux,
Something more, something more.
Alors, j'ai peut-être parce que je sais dire que en choisir un reprise des Beatles, il faut quand même choisir une chanson dont on reconnaît l'original. Alors, j'ai choisi Can't Buy Me Love par la reine de jeunesse d'aujourd'hui, Michelle Richard.
Even though it's in French, I still can't shit.
Laid out on the street, songs about my lips, so you best stay home in your sheets. Can't come to everything till you reach your final sleep. It's something from my heart, it's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, it's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, it's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real. Something from my heart, it's something you can feel. Something more, something more, something more real.
Fucking gallon of straight water. Oh my god.
Guns, funny fucks, crack me up. You black and dark, I bet you never blast the slugs. You run so what? Ain't shit to do with gangs and drugs. Pick your bags, cause you run with baggy pants and love. This ain't no joke, bitch, swear we never laugh so much. Till the lyrics to the tracks, to the raps you bust. Ain't gas, ain't gangsta, act star. The closest thing you come to blast it is passing by. And that's what's up, you shanked up, jacked him up. Up on the track, by your mask, trap, mask with gloves. You get your cat blood, body gonna back you up. You bitch back up my side and you subtract your clubs. You dash, you duck, you ranks, the glass was left. You hit it, click, click, but to see your fast you up. I turn your ass to dust, the muscle flash you up. You motherfuckers see your quick, take you one by one, bitch. First thing when I get there, I'ma make a shift. Toothbrush open up to kill with. Fuck you, click. Pull the trigger, then click, click, click. Love the body for the stick, stick, stick. Tell the cops to get the down. The warrants on this charges probably won't stick. My mind's sick, don't flow what I spit. Watch me open up the sky with the tail blood. The suckers get hit. A little time on face. You a G, it ain't shit. They say he a mix. And how the fuck you do that? I told the judge I could do the same standing on my head. Yeah, the devil with the door to reap on my mind. Another moment lost in space and time. Break the whole brick down what I'm used to. You don't make money, dog, so I ain't got no use for you. Don't close the gates. The gates.
Living that sentences for my best friends.
Don't close the gates. The gates don't close. Even if you know you're not needed, enemies that plot, scheme a cop, a piece of pie, squeeze, probably sleeping in the boxes that they try to sweep. Soul in here is called the reaper when I walk the street. Caught up living life, believe we lost inside this odyssey. Bodily harm, shocking his arm and carotid arteries. Haters getting off of me, and fuck them, they get off of me. And so I'm in it now, just like a robbery. I drink with alcoholics, swallow my bottle bottling. I always dream, don't know if my cards when I fall asleep. Slang about the future, keep the city under lock and key. A couple bucks to keep you locked in with the back monopoly. Coppers watching constantly with protocols and policy. Like God and lots of diamonds, speaking prophets like it's prophecy. You wanna be some man, mockery, but no one's out of chicken on the street. Bitches talk about it on the beat.
God, don't close the gates. God, don't close the gates. The gates don't close the gates.
Against the Canadian
God, don't close the gates.
Next September, somewhere, you remember?
Don't close the gates. The gates don't close the gates.
I'm trying to read the Bible, too busy watching the Bible. Got the lid off the ring, and now she ready to go. Can't help but feel like I gave her my soul, so I gave her the dope. The devil got his hands on my throat. It's always been a struggle to breathe, believe it, ain't easy. The full kiss and need, next go out there to play for the G. Got just as many friends as I do enemies. I'm standing on these beams, plucking leaves off the money train. I'm hoping you don't close the gates, Lord, forgive me. But how I see it, there ain't too many options that you give me. It's knowing when I spend my time in this world sentence. It ain't found on the table when the dinner bell's ringing. In the victim out of mind, I'm crying. Oh, let me rock, there's no doubt, we're still for life.
God, don't close the gates.
If you don't know.
God, don't close the gates. The gates don't close the gates. God, don't close the gates. God, don't close the gates. The gates don't close the
Driving me with some idiot in a van. Oh, he's going to do the car. He's rich. He's cool. Hey, he just hit a phone call. Took out the bridge, which means takes out the gold trains. Oh yeah, this dummy hit a support calling for a gold train trestle with to put 2 tracks. You know what that means? It means if this happened next year, it wouldn't be 1 rail line he's taking. It would be 2 rail lines. That's bad because it's north and south. That fucks a lot of shit up. Because right now it's up until a year ago, it was south in the morning, it's north at night. And in the middle of the night, you have no idea what you'll be doing. Trains are shorter. It doesn't directly affect your speed or anything, but there's different sightings and things. They can line more than us and shit like that. Like you got twice as many 5-car trains as 12-car trains easy.
Walk closing in on me, this ain't future ain't hard to see. Walk closing in on me, whatever gon' be. Woke up feeling like I don't want nothing anymore. My oldest 9 years old got me wondering where the time goes. So many mistakes, so many wrongs. Not enough words in a song for me to express all my regrets. Just know I did my best. Never knew what I was doing. Being a dad wasn't really meant for me. Never had a dad. I was raised like a penitentiary. All the times I went to jail. Didn't let your mama bring you to visit me. It's not the way I wanted you to picture me. And yeah, I cried, thinking of the damage I caused with my pride. Knowing damn well you leave me outside. I swear I'm trying to be a better man. I try not to see the pain. I know you never forgive me if I left again. This is for all my sins, as I let you breathe. Daddy here to give you what you need. Closing in on me, they say the future ain't hard to see. The walls closing in on me, whatever gon' be. The walls closing in on me, they say the future ain't hard to see. The What's closing in, Nyneteen, never gonna be.
And Mr. Garvey, do you
For the
understand
women
why
that give up to my children, now you have to deal with more than normal women. You feel the stress that I'm living, it ain't easy loving me. And for the one that stuck by me through it all, it's you I want to apologize to most of all. All the times I left your room without a call. I'm ashamed of myself as ways, wish I did it different. The tears on your beautiful face, I wish I did it different. Yeah, I thought I was blind, you showed me I was walking with closed eyes. You turned darkness to light, and strength when I didn't have it. Let me put my friends on the couch when they didn't have it. All the shit you put up with, being in love with a thug.
was computer printing? 145 out of 20. What's that mean?
What's closing in, Nyneteen, the future ain't hard to see. What's closing in, Nyneteen, never gonna be. What's closing in, Nyneteen, the
55 minutes of
future ain't hard to
stomach.
see. What's closing in, Nyneteen, never gonna be.
Yeah, as I left the video, that's when they shit went down. Fuck up.
Get your ass up out
They're just halfway between intersections. There's no internet-enabled nothing to take up any of the bandwidth. Oh, the song's about to end. Oh, 5 minute different because he said, I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. Which, by the way, I was wondering, there might have something in there saying anyone else on the
Can't speak too many jobs. I know they surveillance me. Fuck them, let them watch. They calling me on the clock. I have this dream every night. It's the same. Tell me what does it mean? You can call it greed. I call it get mine by any means. Yeah, the KID, aka the Sandman, putting to sleep like rockin' bye-bye, baby. Will the sun come up tomorrow? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, boy.
2012. War with the Exodus before.
Nothing good here out of bounds, yeah, boy.
2012, War of 1812, 25 state Canadian Mr. Compton.
I was raised up west side, money motivated minds. Standing on the holidays, we all grind. This all the time, every day, you know what God ride. Money be a girl, say goodbye, cause now the bitch is mine. It's just another day, another crime. We live in the devil's way, like renegade. Watch you they raise these on the end of it. Get on your knees and pray like you're about to meet the Lord today. Slowly starting to fade, lost, slipping into an unconscious state. The one that faith, living life in the hood, and smoke the soul. Show you cold. The paper is for my good time to grow up. So I act for them shows up what? So let get fucking get more bucks. But then forward niggas like me, I might rob your whole family tree. Yeah,
Long story short,
I might rob your whole family tree.
you run in the street, screaming that there's no shirt because you're black.
Nothing good here out of bounds, yeah, boy. Done lost his way. Walking with your mind, so what's where to say, yeah, boy. Done lost his way. Nothing good here out of bounds, yeah, boy.
You want the CMA 2020 coins? I had one, I spent it. Fuck. God damn. 2021. God damn. Watch, go in the books. It's going to be one of the lowest productions ever. I guarantee. I guarantee. Because I had one. I can see everything special. And in 1945, genuine 1945 nickel. They didn't stop making them. They made them out of some weird synthetic plastic metal. It grows out of the ground. You got to water it with human blood. Can't let the sunlight touch it. That's the moon right on it.
Going hard till my number calls. Trust me, dog. You ain't prepared to do
Thompson's
without
is actually wearing a piece of it on his penny, believe it or not.
Anyway. I got cut you have to change on. Red to tat, tat, tat. Man down. Stop. Listen. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Murder in the first degree. Homicide in my crib. She just jammed the needle in her arm that she can't speak. It's a cold world that we live in. Take it from me. Yeah. In the end, everything I see and have seen is but a dream within a dream. Long days, cold nights, serving feast.
Alright. Look, I'm better driving than you are.
It's the life that we live. 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 It's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live.
You're rocking that dumb hard.
It's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live.
What do they call police?
It's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's that new shit, that king life revolution. You don't wanna fuck with this? I got homie on standby. Really let it rip. I suggest you close your lips, stop bumping your gums before you hurt someone you love. No more for my
like that. That's the bedbug check flip. Not flip it out, shake it at somebody. Hear that? Hear it? Please. Yeah, the cops over there talking to these. Well, here's the thing. One of my boys standing right next to her. She don't realize one of my boys. She's gonna fuck around and get fucked up. No, but it's one of those dumb things. Like, seriously, you making this go down? Oh, my shoulder don't feel good. But I'm not sure what. Yeah, it's not like bright red, is it? Then the patches of white don't quite line up with where the sun is exactly, does it? It's like leather, man. Believe it or not, all this skin like leather. It looks like some pale, poor person. They didn't do the test. They look, oh yeah, he's white. They didn't like come up and cut me and hit me and see, oh, he doesn't bruise, he doesn't scar, he doesn't. But you're black, motherfucker. You know. You're dumb as you didn't know. When I started hearing the short dick jokes, it's like amongst white people. Okay.
We ain't shit like gonna fuck who started it. Try me, see how far you get. 4 coons in the stolen whip. Rope, fuck your whole day, you fucking clown. Shit paid up, not a great nigga putting in work. Covering your coffin in dirt. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, he got what he deserved. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker.
My studio shot, the bathroom in my studio, and it's fixed. Oh, you got a recording studio? Yeah. I scratched and now there's holes all over.
There ain't no peace, always seems violence in the streets. Junkies in the alleyway, homie brokers by any means. Random robberies just to feed. Close your eyes, imagine what it's like to be me. It's just the nature of the beast. No warning, we just seek our team. We rip the competition apart. What the gun before, pick it start. He played until he passed on. I grow mad, cry like a
How did this start?
What a
Oh,
sad
it's the restaurant here. We're watching the money now.
Really? We gon' back to this song. I keep the scrap.
Didn't think about watching this money because it basically wipes clean. Sort of. It's like coins. They basically rough clean. You ever go up into it, disgusting fun, no? What is that? You're gonna make it more aerodynamic when you put it on the mail slot? Or is that so that when you try to, when I try to pull it in, you're gonna pull it down?
Nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast. Jumping on deck with my hand on my chest. Disrespect, but Marvin gets you facing your life. Claiming you hardcore, I'm doing bass in the track. I'm loading my gun.
Yeah, somebody trying to surprise you, somebody else surprise you.
Don't talk shit, get your bread homie. Chrome on me, and I'm down for the first degree. First 48,
Oh, there's enough here to make like 100 freaking practice.
30 rays with play. These days are crazy, but we stay getting paid. fuck with the bar, so when your homework is free. I'm hanging with real killers and slanging with drug dealers. My city's a melting pot, controlled by the devil's plot. Don't care if you ready or not, leave you down on the block. One step ahead of the cop. Cheese up, holes down, no joking around. Catch you smoking a pound in your hood, holding it down. Kill a king, holding the crown. You can't play me, it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast. You can't play me, it's the nature of the beast.
This newsletter thing's bothering me. I keep thinking it's radioactive.
You can't play me,
it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. You can't play me,
the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast. You ain't gangster, all you do is talk. You
I could put a 7. I could put a 6. But we're
penetrate the score with my face. Base cut, start to break the walls when you stay blind. Keep your fucking flags and your chains up, danger. Creeping in the area, you ain't far. Touch strength, take you away from the gates. Race up, ain't my bitch a brain, then we spice lost. Raced up, in the gut, the legs will be laced up. Slant drums, ain't no other way, homie, can't go. Finger, parts of the door, for a next text one. They sing that, then I can't come straight. Insane quicks with our brains, let's place. Pop up and fucking with the Mary J. Slay. Make bucks, all about the block, we'll be back up. March, cause we gangsters, ball, and you back row. You can't play me.
how many people do we try to save a mint condition banknote for Canada? 100 years from now, it won't be worth shit. That one, already worth money. It's been around so long in Canada. It's been around. You can't fake that clear shit. I don't know how that works. I don't know how
Nature
that
of the beast, the nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast.
Why don't I throw my cigarette butts in the recycling? Because I don't have the guys at the recycling plant.
Gang members around?
They're all just being crushed and ground up and melted. I won't give a fuck because it'll burn off. That's right. But it's not. So,
Black flag is all I need in my life like this every day of the week.
I think we did right for it. I don't know. But all these companies always change how they do things. Try to stay safe. What's me?
No possessing a weapon. Fucking whack crack with your subtle suggestions and spreads.
4, 4, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1.
Fucking with an ex metal patient. I'm calling up the saint. This creation of God built and fall from heaven.
4, 4, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1. What's the 3? It's so close. It's 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. It's so close. Somebody out there.
Sloppy the devil with dance. The crack got the custies in the chains. Get a gun jam, better run, probably on the chain. Dance on my soul from a gold chain. If you ask me, there's nothing late for this game.
We're double canaries, sir. Sunflower and sassafras. Saffron. That's saffron. Sunflowers and saffron, sir. Weirdos always use flowers in their clothes. We don't, sir, but apparently you can't catch drug lingo. 34 cents in tax.
With a black flag held high, running in pirate, the cycle of Cyrus. Just look against me violent. Open with the nine.
Don't worry about it. They'll get it back.
I'm at his crib, fucking his bitch, and father in his kids. I'm probably born for the way I live. Everywhere I go, I got a pocket full of sins. Yeah, this is how it is. We're gonna vote it up and die how I live. Yeah, the coach and the pirates, time to get the soda off the fridge.
This payphone is like the perfect test. This fucking company's talking about it. One of this year's going to say, oh, we don't use this. No money in the payphone business, government. Give us some money. You don't realize how many decades you've been trying to push yourself, basically push yourself in this industry. You're going to pay us an exorbitant amount of money for the service, or you won't have the service. Fuck off. Even the phone company knows what the fuck is wrong with this people. They're going to run what goes in and out of the niggerhood, or it is good at. Fuck you, I'm gonna damage all them phones. You know why I know? Because we make more money off them like you do. I've never heard of the 416 area code. The programming codes for years. Oh, we need to know the exact phone number of this. What are you talking? What the fuck are you talking about? Why is the fucking code to log in something we don't know what it is? The batteries no good, the keypad's no good, the won't dial out. You start sending me double bills for shit. $65 shipping prep to pay. I'm getting a bill in the mail now for $135. Get the fuck out of here. I have to make a living. Get the fuck out of here. I never got a signature from nobody. They left the package on the front sidewalk. That's how badly they tried to fuck it. Because what Texas SWN says. This place is based in Houston. The Houston Bucket wants 7,000 in there. He's calling to us. They're more closely related to us than them, but the thing is, they're trying to switch it around. Having pipe dreams, it's been 4 days now. She still can't sleep. I just made all that up. She kisses around the world. Spring, never get this room. Tears in her eyes when she stares at it in the spoon. She's got a baby in the womb. It's not the father, so she left the needle prick to solve her problems. Yeah, she really think me all grown up. Yeah, she all grown up. She hate the world until the life ain't fair. God don't care. This is how it is. Why is it warm? It's a ain't no exceptions. The church talk up a wound, but God ain't listening. If you want me to gas to the soup kitchen, I ain't cupping you nothing. God don't care. This is how it is. Say you can pray. God ain't listening. God don't care. This is how it is. Say you can pray. God ain't listening. It's seal tests. They're all co-ops. Makes no difference. Or if it's they're all I'm not explaining this. They're big centralized dairies, and then the farmers are all sort of on these equality plans. Like you can't be a slightly bigger farmer and squeeze out the little. It doesn't work that way. But anyway. Oh, shut up. Seal test. Great chocolate taste. Not great chocolate. Not the taste of great chocolate. That great familiar taste of chocolate. No, great chocolate taste. Yeah, it's not chocolate. It is, but that says it's not. That's so they don't have to redo the ad when they try switching the ingredients. I'll get to that. Seal test chocolate, partly skimmed milk. Every single one of those was initialed. Combines all the goodness of milk with a creamy. I don't want creamy. Smooth. Well, it's milk. I can't blame them. Smooth chocolate taste. For the enjoyment of children, teens, and adults. That's Governmentsky Milk Program. Nutritious and tasty. Our chocolate partly skimmed milk is part of a healthy diet, as mentioned in Canada's Food Guide to Healthy Eating. Again, Food Guide to Healthy Eating, capitalized, initials, except for 2. Here in Canada, 2 of the, they don't get capitalized. So when they capitalize my name, capital V, capital D, lowercase, everything else, that's bullshit. The province and the feds will capitalize the entire name. And anybody that's serious to do business with you will capitalize the K or the whole name. They keep sending me mail, capital V, lowercase, everything else. So that's not my name. It's not my name. It legally is not my name, no matter, it's the same letter. No, it's not. Ask the computer what an uppercase V and a lowercase V is. 2 totally different characters. Seal test chocolate, partly skimmed milk, the product name's initials, is another delicious way to enjoy milk any time of the day. Who the fuck wrote this? Some old white guy's son-in-law. They fucking do? Holy shit, what did you do? Oh, okay, I was about to lose my fucking cool. I was going to say the ingredients are missing. Look at this. This is supposed to be the air. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I've bought this a million times. Yes, it is. Okay, ingredients. Partly skimmed milk, sugar, cocoa, salt, don't know why, but I don't mind because I need salt. Color, could use some of that. Cares I get to make that joke, you don't. carotene, artificial flavor, vitamin A palmitate, vitamin D3. Okay, vitamin D2 will kill you. This is vitamin D3. It doesn't matter what some weird article in print or on the internet says. Vitamin D3 is for lizards. If you need vitamin D3, your body makes it. Okay. Artificial flavor. Me got me on flavor. Artificial flavor of what? I guarantee you're going to tell me some stupid thing that you say makes it taste better. I've been complaining about that for years. I'm going to point something out. You tried reformulating this 3 times, and it wouldn't sell. Remember? Chocolate dairy beverage. Chocolate dairy beverage. Oh, that didn't sell. You had to recomp in every fucking grocery store that bought the shit. I bought it once. I'm reading the package. Oh, damn it. Never again. What the fuck is a dairy beverage? Okay, let's be real. Milk is a dairy beverage. Why didn't you call it milk? Nah, I don't care. Well, to be fair, most people don't drink it right from the jumbo carton, so the spout is just mathematically that much bigger. This mouthful for them. That's right, it's fucking honky. God damn it. I wonder what the fuck happened to her talk. She's so nice and she's a hardcore banger gonna do this, that. You're nobody. You're nobody. Every time the cops come, everybody sees it. Apparently, at one point, she got upset at me. I think her perception is that somehow me yelling at the cops when they're trying to kill me has something to do with her trying to hustle her little nickel pieces of crack or whatever. And after the cops purposely tried backing over me with their car, and I slam on the fucking trunk list. Say, watch the fuck where you're going, pussy. After they're gone, what are you doing to cops? We're trying to do something. I don't know who the fuck she is. You? I've never seen anybody that's like a gang member with her blood, family, anything. So who the fuck is we? Where I live, this person shows up last year, all of a sudden they think they run everything. She's calling them on personal cell phones in front of everybody on the street corner. She's not even at the silent, trying to. And if you fucking go anywhere near a police officer or a car, she's like, "What?" Like you're snitching. Then she just wait for the opportunity to scream and yell that somebody else is talking to the cops. You see what I'm saying? I keep wanting to press the radio, but it's bullshit. And every time I go to touch the fucking music, yeah, she fucking. I need to split. Try it, you say fuck it and rock 'em halfway wet. 932, 932. What the fuck is that? I've tried to find the Band of Brothers mixtape, and I've seen the graphics that say Band of Brothers. I don't know if these tracks were already on it or this was supposed to come out. Never found anything, but these tracks have this like. There's a place called Aladdin Grill. I got 2 beats with it. First one is only 1 L in Aladdin. I'll let that slide. Second one, they sell pizza. Yeah, that's. If you're selling pizza and kebabs or something, well, what is it? Are you goddamn parents? Gives her pizza? God damn it. My life is a game of Tetris. And you ask who something, brethren, is the phrase PK mean something to you? Change the shackles, careful in the blink of an eye. You might pass you by.
with this change, then someone has to die. Yeah, I came with nothing, the definition of suffering. Try walking in my shoes, looking through my eyes, to make me understand why I had to
Red, which you won't see. On the 50, the red one in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 100, so 1 in, 1 in. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure what that means. That's how they do numbers in Braille, eh? No, it's not. That's why I can't read it. I don't know what it means. And we need to, somebody please come up with a point-of-sale terminal that talks. I'm not even joking. There's blind people that will use their bank card to pay for things, so there is a record. And if you rob them for the bank card, they'll catch you. If you rob them for the cash, then you're never going to catch them because they can't see. Why does he need to talk to them? So because they know, so they know it's being. No, he has to trust. Thank God, these people. He has to hand his card to the woman at the counter and say, "Can you please?" She sells him the amount. And I didn't stay around long enough to figure out the PIN number. Thinking, no, I don't know. And that's what I'm talking about. But for her to read the amount out loud is just fine. Because if she lies and it's a different amount, that's fraud. It's an inherent defects. But it's an outright lie. That's how it's happening. What's with all the other idiots in the store standing around? Yeah, can we just make a terminal that talks and makes this simple, standardized number pad and everything? It is standardized. It's not standardized. The number pads, the POS terminals, and everything is not standardized. The payphone is more standardized. Because when they started with the rotary dial, there was only one way to do it. And after that, there's only one company running phones. Because when they don't want to see the phone, I can be making money from me and my people. I've this thing already. I already paid for it. If they would fucking fix it. Thousands for better, if they consider better. We can't sell the $600 $400, $350 US to work. I got enough in my hand to buy another one. I'm going to look at this. It's a great piece of artwork sitting in my house. That's all it is. I can't even sell it because it's not programmed. I reset the board. That's what it's supposed to do. Don't reset the board if it's programmed correctly. And that's why I wanted this type of hardware. It's easy for it. Once it's programmed. I want to get it. Smart got rated. Why never get got from a pig made it? Laughing at these suckers. It's all smooth sailing. Patron in my cup and it from a pig made it. Puffing up the blunt to be toasted. I don't hate Abo cops. And 155, 54 Division Sub. That they called the Abo cop. And then it's on. Yeah, this race is very difficult. So much money, so much bitches. There's no second chance. Straight flipping, back to her to play. And then it's on. Lord of mine, they like disappeared in the woods, never to be seen again because their skin color looked a little darker than mine, and they slipped once. Then I slipped. Yeah, that's right. Living in the hell, but my seed not a bastard. Only keep it gangster, lane up the faster. Product of the devil, bass be the crack and the coke be the treble. Personifying everything, and now you don't understand on another level. You can't tell me nothing. You realize that nobody watches and gives a fuck about your sport? All the people that watch are watching because they got told everybody else watching. It's so easily programmed. So these are the guys who always swear by the black, they're always the black, they're always so much money, so much riches. All my life I've been living, got the first to pick, and then it's on. Tell my baby mama I ain't never coming home. So much money, so much bitches. All my life I've been living, got the first to pick, and then it's on. I ain't never coming home. No, it's regular steel, not stainless steel. Maybe that was perfect. You don't get to call them rest, you get to call them that. You shot me in. Trademark. You can start having arguments where, like, the North America side has always been pushing written for copyright. You can be arguing with the Europeans, and when you pollution the fact that that's the medications. meanwhile, China's just going to be spreading no medication. With the Russian vaccine or whatever. Don't know what actual medication it is. That's right. If you had given me my pain medication when I got sick, they would have allowed me to suppress the cough and I will stop.
So much money, so much bitches. All my life I've been straight.
And some sort of body boy was ghosting. There's like twins on it.
And then it's on. I ain't never coming home.
Everything we touch first and last. We watch the money and give us the words a quick blast, a quick pass when we pass. We're trying to rock some native rock.
See the truth in my eyes. Back in junior high, already had gang ties. Folks in the back lanes, pockets full of something to hide. The city blade concealed, rest against the thigh. Knocking soul from my mama, I ain't scared to die.
I tell some people, the ones that hear voices, because she's sitting there acting like she can't hear me. It's not because she thinks I see her. No, she would have looked up the street.
I'm a singer, all I know is survival. Keep 6 bucks to 5-4. Jack be nigga, Jack be quick. Jack better give me your shit before I light him up like a candlestick. Got some killers on my team, they ain't even 18. Day and night, I'm drinking so I beat. Like don't give a fuck. One time when I lock me up. Go on till I'm dead and go. Go on till I'm dead and go. Live life like it don't give a fuck.
It says $1.50. That's only for one. So it was like at the exit. Jeudi, si
I'm living life like this as a little kid. Could've made a movie of all the shit I did. Count so much money till your fingers black. Step so good, I'm making extra weight back home and on the weed. Sipping down the Alizé, sleeping in the limousine. Yeah, it's just another day. I'ma do pray for me, cause I'ma be okay. I live to die by the plane. Wanna feel alive when I'm staring death in the face. I'm holding the low at night, alone in the dark. Me and my thoughts, can't wait outside. Trust when the sun goes down, we ride. Respect to my dog, looking on the front line.
How can I know the smell of this
Life
plant?
for mine, I ain't dying
Fucking
to shake.
selling
Rather
this
pull the chicken back, watch the soul fly away.
This fucking
Watch the soul fly away. Like it don't give a fuck.
that fucking man. That's ridiculous. It's so much better in person than the context
Like it don't give a fuck.
Look at him, man. It's horrible. Monsieur Ford. That's it. Tele-horror. Oh, it's all the French channels. The TV for all the French channels. Jesus Christ. Why didn't I think of doing that? I could have made $1 million 20 years ago putting out a French TV guide. God damn, I'm stupid. So stupid. You see how quickly I saw how much money I lost? God damn it. Oh, there's only like 2 channels. It's easy as fuck. La façade de la nouvelle école Saint-Anne. Is that the one around here? No, that's not around here. Le gouvernement a annoncé le jeudi 23 juillet 23 l'octroi de plusieurs sorry I'm so sorry plusieurs financements I can't remember nécessaire à l'établissement d'une nouvelle école secondaire catholique de langue française dans la région de Brampton ainsi que you can say Brampton Well, since I'm francophone and brown and I live there, Brampton, ainsi que l'agrandissement de service de garde et école de conseil. Okay, can we get to the fucking point? $15 million. Okay, so I will proofread that. I will read through that before I fucking try reading this to you guys. I didn't realize it'd be that much bullshit. Fucking newspaper. I haven't spoken newspaper in a long time. It's okay. Let's just get it there real quick.
Yeah.
These are disease-free onions. If I handed this to you, you can take it home and watch it.
My motivation, no tolerance, running short of patience. Skip gold, do not collect running. That's the shit that got me dreaming robberies with pops left.
The remote is cheapest
Got a problem, no
Dutch, not stupid.
solving this when it talks to me.
Needs to sell weed for years.
Put me in the direction where the bottle be. If it's just how
If you want the container, it's extra.
diamonds and pearls.
Something you buy your own for $1.
When they teach us right and wrong, how could you say that we wrong? This is all we know, so gotta be right. Or maybe it's left, but it's all we got left. Not to love it till my last breath. Truly, peace and love to the ones that knew me. You fuck the rest, I mean it. And she know, when I walk up this door, it might be for the last time. They say the stars from the brightest right before they die. That's why I tell her I love her just because today's my day to shine. And I said I probably sin again. Tell me whose blood is this on my hands? Cause I can't remember. And when my night go, I literally in the room.
All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, graves dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, graves dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to die for it. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
That early morning hustler shit. Cocaine in the pot, stir it till it's thick. Throw some ice in the mix and shock it. That's how you rock that shit. Now here comes the magic trick. Abracadabra, bitch. The soul disappears quick as your baby mama's welfare check. This the life, yeah, fuck you, pay me. I brought the bitch with me just to show you how I playing. All the goons in this motherfucker know what I'm saying. Bet the streets gon' feel me. Know these cops don't wanna kill me or confine me. But first you gotta find me, so come find me. You bitch ass, punk ass cops. Y'all can kiss on my cock. This is something that you'll never stop. Every bump of these tracks, even after I'm locked, even after my heart stops. I'm here to teach the next generation to say fuck the cops. Same way I was taught, yeah, same way I was taught. Yeah, fuck the cops, fuck the cops.
All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
Like this. There is money up there, probably $20 bills. So a man shoots a man up, robbery thing, take his money, walk to the gas station, try to buy cigarettes with the money. I don't know if the man took the money and then called the car. I don't know exactly that part, I forgot. That's how things is out there. Took the money from the man, blood all over it, went to the store immediately to try to buy some of the money. Yeah, so what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of this $5 bill I want to keep out of circulation. That 10 with Viola Desmond on it, no creases. And that $20 bill with
Gang Life Records. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, this thing, motherfucker. We all win a bank.
Thousands of years from now, a banknote from a bank, from a sovereign. It's his DNA embedded in it because it's cloth money back from cotton.
Whoever wants the money used to fall apart in your pocket. You just basically told me I'm a punk. You just basically told me I'm so young and ignorant enough to just stick a dick in my mouth.
I
think that dude must have been told, you're lucky he didn't rob you for all those fake notes. You're lucky he let you walk away with those fake notes. No, let's see, I practice hoodoo. To me, it's stealing fake money. Yeah, anybody that practices hoodoo can finish that sentence. You're gonna rob fake money. Once you know it's fake, like, you know, like, oh, you stole that money from old women and orphans and you killed. You know what? I'm gonna steal it from you because I don't know how else to get it back at you. That'd be one thing. But that's not what this is.
Now trust
When he sleeps, he dreams. Cars,
There is a
clothes, and
possibility. I don't know what any different. That guy might not know.
When he
The money
sleeps,
wasn't
he
like
dreams.
that.
Cars,
He got
clothes, and shiny things. Now trust. When he sleeps, he dreams.
And I give the American, I think, 10 cigarettes for an American dollar bill.
When he sleeps, he dreams. Cars, clothes, and shiny things. Every word I spit be blasphemy. When you get the hell, boy, you better ask about me. I'm a slave like the rest of them, but I ain't like the rest of them. Got a few questions for the Lord, why don't he answer them? The flame starts to flicker, as I'm getting richer. My mind in the days from the weed mixed with liquor. Except I'm standing in the pit, filled with quicksand, shaking. Went to the clock ticking, fuck the world is what I'm thinking. I leave a corpse in a box stinking. Sometimes I feel like life's not worth living. Cold six is stolen for survival. So while I'm breathing, I'm rolling, I read the pages, I run from the
These MP3s were on a laptop that had Windows Media Player. Then they were on a cell phone. Then they were on this device. So some of them are read-only, or all of them. And some of them have the wrong track information. And so on and so forth. And for some reason, Android can't fuck with a file that has the read-only attribute from Windows. Oh, I don't know how this is possible.
When he sleeps, he dreams. Cars, clothes, and the shiny things. Now trust.
Oh, I'm just bitching. It says ReverbNation.jpg. It's like, that's not a fucking track title. It's 2:34 a.m.
Cars, clothes, and the shiny
Nyneteen featuring Reckless. Dub. Missed the line. Yeah, this little Android box here thing pretty useful. For $50 fucking, I wouldn't pay $500 unless I don't know. You tell them Dutch, fried onions. They come from the store fried and it's then ready to eat fried onions. It's like fried chicken, pretty similar to fried chicken. I used to eat fried chicken.
Black coat on the beat. You know what it is? Yeah, I came from a broken home. Since a young age, I've been on my own.
There's a lot of numbers on the list.
Cell phone, just the world I live in. See myself in it.
Contents for the back end.
It's fuck from the beginning. I got work today and I'm already late. Probably ain't gonna make it. Give me a chance and I will take it. Yeah, I'm out in the pirate.
There's the picture of the wine glass and the fork to let you know it's food. Because everybody in the world uses wine glasses and forks when they eat. And we got the recycling symbol missing the number inside, and it does not show that it's mobile.
Lost soul walking with the damn. Pull the trigger, hope that it don't jam. Rather get caught with it than without it where I am. This life got me dreaming about a better way. Nah. Cause I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah. Gang life got me dreaming about a better way. Nah. Cause I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah. Life got me dreaming about a better way. Nah. Cause I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah. Gang life got me dreaming about a better way.
All these fucking stores. Here, use this hand sanitizer. Okay, they're still arguing. I've been listening to them argue about how to wash fruits and vegetables since 2005. I'm not joking. A dish soap and a sponge will do it. You can do the same thing to your money. Anything in a sealed container. That's right. Anything in a sealed container. Hey, and you think I'm drinking water and tasting soap bubbles of this? I just washed this best I could. I guess you can't quite get under there, but it's sealed. So once it's put on at the factory, you can't pop this lid off without cracking it. So it's close enough to airtight for me. Or sealed or washed. There we go. So it's like a 97 millimeters diameter, 375 milliliters. It will hold 28 grams. Yes. None of you have anything up in your store saying, hey, wash the containers. Wash your food before you open the containers. Before you set it up in your pantry, wash the damn cans. Oh, you buy the whole case at once wrapped in plastic? You don't have to. Rip out the plastic. Or don't rip out the plastic. It don't matter. Hey, flip those cases upside down when you stack them. Oh, fuck. I don't understand why you store things in a warehouse and the stuff you're selling is at your store, which I guess would have been a storehouse at some point in history.
Yeah, warehouse you store. Hold on. These are wares that are being sold. Okay, in the neighborhood you have a store. Okay, they store stuff there. It's usually a house, interestingly enough, in our neighborhoods out here. Because they didn't have like, oh, a store should look different from a regular. They 150 years ago, the people building the houses and people designing the houses were the same people. That's right, no architects. Unless you were Dutch, every Dutchman is an engineer. You know, you don't have to believe that. Just look at the houses Dutch people make for themselves. Below sea level. Almost be a lot of work pumping out all that water, right? Now we let the wind do it. We let the wind do it. I'm not sure how many that was. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna assume that was 6 cars and an engine, but it could have been 5 because I've been seeing that lately. A 6-car train and a 5-car train. Not cool, brethren. If you're curious, you can look all these trains are easy to find on the internet. But the GO trains are running now. There's an engine at one end, a locomotive, and at the other end, the passenger car is slightly different at the end from all the others. So there's a control; they can drive it from that end. I don't know which end somebody's driving from, but there's somebody standing at the back end or sitting, watching out the end of that. It doesn't matter. You step on those rails, you're good as dead as anyway. People walking their dogs up and down here like idiots. These people looking at me like I'm a criminal. I'm going to get in trouble for things. They don't believe, one, that there's a guy in that box. Yes, there is. 2, yes, there is. There's cameras up and down. 3, these antennas and things, these are not cell phone antennas, some of these that you see. They're I guess, VHF, FM. It don't matter. Long distance train radios. And then there's interradio. You already know it's a whole shitload of reasons why we use different radio frequencies from different types of radios. Well, any good time, train radios coming in. Yeah, interesting. I'm a shooting star, running in the sky. Thank God because if I thought somebody was like a stand or trying to walk the day, I wouldn't have a scheming plot. Not ready for the grave yet, not ready for that box. Yeah, life in the slum. Yeah, that's where we from. God love it, steady duck, see the cops, me mugging middle finger. The very nature of that business is such that they cooperate on certain numbers. To say homie, you're right. Yeah, I miss my dog forever in my heart. When we meet again, I'm going hard. On the block, stuck in the Dodge in the rapid car. I'm just trying to feed myself in these troubled times. Still it's chill off, to this day I got me down. What if you call the guys looking on that next one? Oh, yeah, the same problem. Looking out the night, hit by I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah, life got me thinking about a better way. I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah, life got me thinking about a better way. I'm a realist, I know nothing gon' change. Yeah. What? Somebody was going to do a survey, start checking the money and go, oh, well, this type of bill has this many trains, blah, blah, blah. Trying to shift my insides a little to redistribute the pressure, you know. Just talking a minute ago. But let's see on my toes. I just did a pivot on these phones. Because they be vivid off the phone. Code switch represent. That's when your dad's French and your mom's English. Watch your mouth, motherfucker. Had that nigga dancing like a thriller. Oh, you know my bro, we not familiar. Fucking someone Vegas. I don't know about this one. I
Alors, on est présentement au plateau Bain de Scie, près de Kamouraska, avec notre chroniqueur musique urbaine. On parle de rap. Est-ce qu'on entend le rap par là où vous êtes présentement?
Ben, presque, on a entendu un statement avec la station Rosemont. Au début, je sais pas si vous avez entendu, donc une façon de rester à Montréal en étant dans le Boost Club. Mike Sapp, donc rappeur montréalais qui a grandi à Magog et à Montréal conjointement, mais qui maintenant reste à Rosemont. C'est l'un des plus talentueux à évoluer en anglais au Québec. Celui que Vice Québec, donc le défunt site internet, défunt média, avait annoncé comme l'avenir du rap québécois en 2017. C'était le titre de l'article. Donc, chapeau, pas facile à porter quand même.
Yeah, I got a big roll of money. There's probably less there, but if you see here the small roll, you can't tell the difference. Vibes are on the outside.
Life is short. Il y a quelques jours sous Make It Rain Records, c'est une branche urbaine de Bon Sound. Mini-album assez achevé, très actuel, où il met en valeur son flow qui est très original à mon sens, même assez complexe, je dirais.
What did you just say? What does it have to do with their music? You can't say that and go right back. Oh, music, transsexual, music, what?
Juste dans les portes, dans toute la porte, je dirais. Mais il fait aussi quelques clins d'œil au rap old, donc le rap plus classique. Et aussi, et ça c'est un des premiers à le faire ici, s'adapte à la nouvelle vague rap DMV, qui est un acronyme qui représente les 3 premières lettres de District of Columbia, Maryland et Virginie. Donc c'est un style de rap qui a été créé dans ces États districts-là. Et c'est un rap assez audacieux qui se distingue notamment par des flows.
You said DMV.
Ou si vous préférez, des débits qui sont volontairement
irréguliers,
déphasés. Donc des fois on se demande si c'est rappé, mais c'est voulu comme ça. Et c'est parsemé de séquences chuchotées qui viennent ponctuer.
That word rap wasn't a word in English either.
Intéressant. Et ça s'entend que Mike Schaap est un grand mélomane
so it's not anti-francophone to adopt it as a word in French because it was not in English. No, it wasn't. It was Ebonics.
Le premier album qu'il a reçu à 5 ans, c'était un album de 50 Cent, donc je ne sais pas trop s'il a suivi cet exemple-là, mais...
My favorite, the white one, rapping's just talking. It's like,
disons,
that's what the word rap
is. Redman, Wu-Tang Clan, très tôt dans sa
Wu-Tang! 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 Don't say that. Oh, fuck that whore!
Un jeune artiste de 22 ans, assez curieux, ouvert d'esprit.
Is that the one with Puff Daddy or is it Skin Diamond?
Il est ici épaulé par 2 producteurs québécois assez renommés, donc Danny Hill, qui est connu pour son travail avec les anticipateurs, et Vince Carter, qui est membre de ZOB. Mais j'aimerais quand même mentionner le fait que ses parents sont
does not go to the drug dealer Hall of Fame. This
il restait quand même dans les stéréotypes du rap.
For them to study. They're not getting hands on that one. I'm gonna fucking glue that one to the fucking plexiglass at the coffee shop.
Plus introspectif et
we accept this
quand même un album rayonnant parce que la production est assez
did we accept worse than
entendu en intro. Bref, rien de comparable au son du deuxième projet que je vous présente ce matin, Stigmata de Backwatch, oreille sensible.
Stigmata!
Donations. This is Dan. Dan's the man.
I can't figure out my cigarette keeps falling in the ashtray. When it's longer, then you stick it out of the ash.
That minivan. Dan, here's what you do. If you want your family to travel around with you, look into a Subaru. That's what you do. Find great value at your local Ontario dealer, starting with the turbocharged Subaru Ascent that seats up to 8. Hurry now for rates from 0.5% and get far away from that minivan, especially you. Dan the man.
The coronavirus has challenged our communities, and 407 ETR has been there to help on the road to recovery. During the crisis, 407 ETR made a multi-year commitment to United Way agencies across the GTA. Their 3-year, $5.2 million donation will help with food assistance for needy families, finding employment, assisting seniors, funding mental health programs, and will also assist 24 local hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com/road to recovery.
This is Toronto Raptors basketball on Sports 590.
Ça existait, ça, c'est un sous-genre.
Oui, le rock chrétien, je connaissais, notamment avec Creek, mais le métal, aussi fort. Et toujours dans cette liste, les codes de religion chrétienne, on peut la voir sur la pochette, ornée d'une couronne d'épines, avec le visage déclinant de sang. C'est assez intense, bon matin à tous, d'ailleurs, limite choquant, je dirais. Et ça donne le ton à un EP assez percutant. Ça vous invite peut-être à me faire brasser une dernière fois avec la chanson titre de cet album-là, Stigmata.
De la Christ de bonne musique.
No. No. Oh. That was bronchial fluid from my lung. I don't know if it got my nose. That was horrible. That wasn't snot. That wasn't mucus. That was the fluid my bun up lungs fucking put out to try to. This could be younger than me. Let's say 9 years old. So this was younger than me. Then you gotta tell her the blind name, the blind. You're the fucking word. Street level narco trafficking. I don't remember having that meeting. I don't remember having that meeting. Street level narco trafficking. Saying we sound like but you're saying it like the independent soldiers, when they started, when they started. Anyway. 96 all day, dollar signs, every spray, all the fucking
Realize it is to me in my prison, never seconds for eternity. Let me break that story of a life right now. Baby, introduce to a world full of crime. It's all the time. And label you down on yourself in my shoes. Tell me what would you decide? It's another sad story of a life right now. Baby, introduce to a world full of crime. It's all the time.
Why does it rock the second time every time?
Used to a life full of crime. He's got his mind on his money and your money on his mind. Got a demon inside, trying to tear him apart. There's mine is a mystery, like the sun and the stars.
Dog it! Call foul. These fucked up people got our money, but they don't steal from us. Stealing is dumb. I know, it's okay. With dog eared, it's okay. I'll just study. I'll fix it. So the question we answered was about to say earlier, nobody asked, was with one squirt of Old Dutch biodegradable dish soap, absolute clean, power degreaser, that you can get for $1.70, and one scrubby sponge from the dollar store, made in Ontario. If it says made in China, don't buy it. If it says made in China, rip the pack up, throw it on the ground. How come this ain't made in Western, bitch? Oh, these are made in China. When I throw them niggas out in the garbage, Western Ontario, Canada, M 9mm L 1 XXX 666. Recyclable plastic, yes it is. That's the correct way to state it, since y'all are taking recycling, so they can't. Where are these made? Doesn't say the base here, no, is it? I don't know, never mind, everybody. I don't know nothing about it. I used to always buy American, Canadian made sponges. They work better. It's all the salt water on the way over to Salt Lake City. Yeah,
I came a long way. Yeah, you know they gotta hate, cause I move a lot of weight. Just got a new connect. About the shit we keep it today. I guess we gotta put it on the line. To my heart flat line. I'm all up the rock, still and grind. It's cause the whole world's mine. It's all shine. Girl, what you sipping on?
Why did I set up email alerts when I already had those messaging things in my fucking inbox at the bank? The bank started fucking deleting my message. Thank you. Oh, well, we gave you no. If I didn't delete it, it's marked unread. It's illegal for you to delete or open.
There's March on Red. Not allowed to read it. And if you do, you cannot then say, oh, well, we told you. No. You can't claim both ways to the other. Somebody explain to me why the phone is so full.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Who the fuck's that? Haters talk down, so I bust back. I got no time for these haters, cause I'm always with they girlfriends, doing them a favor.
Whoa, what
get them drunk, fuck them later.
Please consider using your cellular or another Wi-Fi network. We can't seem to establish a secure connection and continue to use this network for your banking or compromise the security of your personal information.
Sipping on some rock stars, but still keep it gangster. Click with it while your whole click snitching. I call them Lil Nemo, breathing out they gills bitching. Like a bunch of little chicken head hoes, club kick on.
You're not online. Why is the song system functions may not work? Good, because you can also just shit running in the background. I've been trying to figure out how to stop. I forgot I could just fill up the memory because this phone is newer. It's got a lot of memory. I forgot what I was looking at. You can claim Afro-Dutch all you want. Crispy fried onions, product of the Netherlands. No face. Grown in the Netherlands, so no, they're not filled with whiskey or whatever. They got the black and white cookies. I didn't know they make a chocolate and a vanilla cookie. I didn't know. I thought all they made was the milk. Yeah, they make 3 lines. Guess what? I'm gonna buy these ones every time. They're gonna have to have 3, 4, 5 of those lines and only 1 chocolate line, like 2 chocolate lines. We don't make straight vanilla no more. Nobody buys them.
All I hear is the same thing.
I used to enjoy a vanilla cream cookie back in the day once in a while, but I'm really all about the chocolate vanilla mix.
Shoot 'em up, bang, bang. All I hear is the same thing. Block to block, they talking that gang slang. So they know that I'm got the strap.
Where good things never change. Remember the whole thing I said about the chocolate berry beverage? I made that up. This is a conspiracy theory. It says there's something in the milk. Are you people that are arguing on an international level every fucking day about milk? That'll be the next thing Trump comes out with. Remember last year? It's a moot point because butter and all those things, anything made of industrial milk, cheese and butter, anything made of industrial milk, they're allowed to import the industrial milk and it's allowed to contain bovine growth hormones. So what's the argument? If we bought all of our milk, guess what? The rules would change and they would start running import U.S. milk. If we consume that much milk, oh, you'd rather buy some vodka or some whatever. I'm not even saying the names I do know. Fuck it.
All I see is the same thing. Guns go off, shoot 'em up, bang, bang. All I hear is the same thing. Block to block, they talking that
saying my hands are bigger.
All I see is the same thing. Guns go off, shoot 'em up, bang, bang.
I ain't joking. Everything that looks either big or small, like consider I'm not small. I know I'm skinny. But whose hands are beefed up with like abs and shit anyway?
Money pirates and peace amongst the violence. Yeah, I've been asleep through the gunshots and sirens. When I dream in the dreams of a tyrant, you can see the fire in my eyes. Probably born from the way I live, so I get high.
No, I was smart. I've been using those containers for my weed. There's no sound stupid. I just scratched them up from the freezer. They can come. I was hoping to see how radiation is. What's easy to see? It's easy for me. It's got to be good.
You better cut your shit when the PK riders around.
Why do you guys use 2 hands? I don't understand. Why you guys use 2 hands? What's your PK mean?
All I hear is the same thing. Block to block, they talking that gang slang.
I'm the penny, kid. I'm not killing for kids.
Guns to walk, shoot 'em up, bang, bang. All I
There's nothing wrong with smoking weed all day, but it has been 5 hours to go smoke a joint. If I could keep busy in a certain way that I wasn't getting all the time, yeah, I would spend some more, get more, and enjoy it. Militant. Now the difference between me and these guys, I can't tell you Micmac was scared scream. But since there's scream Micmac out there, then well, natives always kept things very fluid. Treaty is not something you sign once and the contract says this. Oh, I guess we're stuck because that's what it's meant to be updated and shit. And the ones that don't update, those are the nations that don't exist no more because they didn't stick with the times. Canada thinks it's a country that no longer has the need of friends. Okay.
Big dreams, I want the nice car, I want the nice things, I want the sick teddies, I want the gold rings, I want the throne as I sit down, call me king. Big dreams, I got big dreams, I want the nice car, I want the nice things, I want the sick teddies, I want the gold rings, I want the throne as I sit down, call me king. I got big dreams, I couldn't be a failure, I wouldn't be a broke bitch, I'm a world invader, so I'ma fuck the world, do what the game body is tailored, I fuck the burn it back of the motherfucker for moolah. Stuck up in the shop, the more work is a beat a ruler. I did dirt, I got work, I got balls, you knew that. How the fuck you think the feeling chillin'? Probably giving birdies wings while my skrilla building. Here, I do trap, I do grind, I do this to get mine. I can't stop, I won't stop. The epitome, military mind, notice. I know this game.
Can I fucking change the track of what? Jesus fucking Christ. You're all smarter than us. You're going to tell us how to do everything, and the end result is I'm sitting here waiting for you to prove it. No, I don't wait for none of y'all. Ever. You know people that yell at it in the day? And I keep walking. I don't wait for your fucking retort. What I yell at the guy about the chocolate milk? Why'd you touch that? Why the fuck did you touch that? You saw me coming to buy it, and you touched. Who told you to touch shit before I buy it? You knew I was going to, because it was here, and I put it here. Well, guess what? I'm going to buy it and put your mask on. Put your mask on. Cover your nose. Don't touch your mouth. Cover your nose. This is how I got to talk to you. I don't have to. How many other people in the store saw? Oh, there's I don't know, a non-white and a white cashier. I go to the non-white. Another white one comes on. Another one white one comes on. Oh, the China girl's making people wait for Pepsi, whatever. I'm going to wait all day. Right, because she's been here a long time and her money's keeping things moving. Why the fuck would I give a fuck how long she's taking them out? At the grocery store. Chances are I'm near my house and I scheduled a bit of time for this. In fact, if you don't have exactly what I need, it don't matter. I'm all purchasing in advance. I'm so cheap. How did we get to this track? Okay, if I go backwards and it's not alphabetical order, what the fuck happened? No. Okay. No, I don't remember. In 2 hours if we played this. Because there's like 6 hours of fucking music. Missed alarm, 0300. Now. Upcoming alarm, 1 minute, 0500. Upcoming alarm, doesn't say how long ago, 0400. Chrome, 2 hours, Chrome. Accessing audio, video, info. Touch to return to, and the website. Yeah, if I fuck everything up, I click on that, it pulls this back. Rocks. Can't sleep too many jocks. I know they surveillance me. Fuck them, let them watch. Satan's calling and we all on the clock. I have this dream. Every night it's the same.
Tell me what does it mean? You can call it greed, I call it get mine by any means. Yeah, the KID, aka the Sandman, putting to sleep like rockin' bye-bye, baby. Will sun come up tomorrow? I don't know, maybe.
Now, if I hit this clear all button, these alarms sometimes will go away and not go off. That's not what's supposed to happen. I don't know how many it was. It always just charge them except for every hour. That's the next 2. The next 2 hours is upcoming. You can dismiss now.
I was raised up west side, money motivated my teens, standing corners, how these beyond the block and grind. Do this all the time, every day, you know what kind of
fucking old in the coma.
Now the bitch is mine, it's just another day, another crime, we live in the devil's way.
This is just that bullshit. You know, one day I'm gonna go to Florida and get that fishing boat. One day I'm gonna go to Florida, buy that fishing, that type of shit. We'd shit talk about him coming up here and we'd be tripping out on mushrooms, puffing the trees or bought a car, he was about to buy a car, it's one of those things, you know, hands on the car and he just get up, drive out of this fucking shit, the more time goes by, I keep thinking it's a goddamn setup because it don't add up right. It don't add up right. And the people that notice me, it don't add up right. And nobody wants to disrespect the person that died, but it don't add up right. So the man fucked up off the liquor and killed somebody. I don't think so. You don't see his style. You get that old and all of a sudden get off the cuff. I don't think so. I don't think a bit of liquor would have done it because no offense, that was his drug of choice. Well, that and weed. In their generation, they weren't allowed to smoke weed, so that's how they got addicted to alcohol. That's straight up how these old dudes got addicted. That wasn't the, I prefer weed to alcohol. No. They were raised up like this. Marijuana make you go crazy. Government take everything you want to get. You go to jail forever. You smoke a cigarette. Okay. We'll just drink that. George Carlin's one of the first figured out. Yeah, you get high as fuck. Your parents can't really tell if your eyes are all fucked up in there. All this is just like the job interview joke. When you show up at the interview high, they never know if you're high at work.
Going hard to my number call. Trust me, dog. You ain't prepared to do what I'm prepared to do.
The man had arthritis. I don't think he could have. If you know a Glock, it don't add up. It doesn't add up.
Listen, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going down. Murder in the first degree, homicide in my crib, harassment. She just jammed the needle in her arm, now she can't speak. It's a cold world, live it, take it from me. Yeah, in the end, everything I see and have seen is but a dream within a dream. Long days, cold nights, summer phase. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, it's the life that we live, motherfucker. It's that new shit, that gang life revolution. You don't wanna fuck with this, I got homie on standby, ready to let it rip. I suggest you pull your lips, stop open your guards before you run from when you go.
High points that I aim at you, give a fuck what we do, whatever God teaches.
Got an M16, copied up the black market shit. Big guns, big clips, you don't want any part of this. I'm on that leave you retarded shit. We ain't shit, I give a fuck who started it. Try and miss your boy, you get 4 coons in a stolen whip. Roll through, fuck your whole day up, fuck your clown. Should've paid up, not a great day.
I don't believe he could have pointed the gun directly at somebody, aimed so perfectly, it was wrong, and accidentally squeaked. No, that doesn't add up. Accidentally squeaked the trigger, and there was one in the chamber. I find that confluence of events to be highly suspect. It's very convenient the man himself got shot. Oh yeah. So all they have is his gun was used to shoot both people. Hold on. Sounds like a setup, man. Sounds like a serious setup. God forbid you think this man got fucked up because he emailed me on the internet or Facebook, whatever, Facebook now. Or maybe he's not even a real person anymore.
But you know when you talk to people that have like enough interactions with the public that you sort of can figure out who's a real person and who's... There's people on your friends list, you don't know what the fuck they are. And then some of them, they're a real person out there somewhere.
Course, you have some action, what it's like to be me. It's just the nature of the beast. No warning, we just sick
I saw a photo of him on the fucking life support machine in a jail. Try and study that if it's a fake photo, right? You don't even know that's supposed to look like you. Oh, once you see the photo, you know, yeah, that's the life support machine.
We gon' bang to this song.
Jail.
Scrap like an ace in the hat. Yeah, I'd rather get caught with it than with all where I'm at. Got no time for rats. Tell broken nigga.
Something is so wrong with that story, man. I don't think he's waking up. They thought he was so close to death, they called his family out like 2 different times, and he didn't die. That's the other crazy thing.
You can't play,
Dog ear down.
You can't play,
Nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast. I'm jumping on deck with my hand on my check. Disrespect with Marvin, get your face in your lap. You claiming you hardcore, but doing bass in the trap. I'm loading my gun, nothing where the fuck boys at. It's murder, homie. Don't talk shit, get your burner, homie. Chrome on me, and I'm down for the first degree. First 40 gang, and my cousin on tape. Cutting the cop up with a 30 razor blade. These days are crazy.
The big echoing fucking
Controlled by the devil's block. Don't care if you ready or not. You down on the block. We step ahead of the cop.
Oh, you're Afro Dutch African. You know like basketball. I think they played it on the res. That's for white people. By
the
way, hockey and lacrosse and all that.
You can't play, you can't play.
Nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. Nature of the beast.
You can't play, you can't play.
Nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. The nature of the beast.
You can't play, you can't play.
There's other people out there that take a much more spiritual side of life. They have gardens and they post pictures of sunsets and stuff like that too. They don't think it. They say it's highly suspect. It's like that. It doesn't add up. But you can't put your finger on why they would do that to them. Corners are not missing off these notes. See right through them. Sort of. Better move like the whole oh, that might show up better. There we go. Free, let me borrow your power for a second. You see the black background, but it's got to set the black balance. My camera has a black balance. And so that's why when I take pictures, you can tell all the black people apart. You can make that joke if you want. It's up to you to decide if your friends can punch you out or not.
Nature of the beast, the nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast.
It's like a bunch of condoms. It's like plastic paper. I cannot describe this. You stack a whole bunch of it up and it's like one piece. The fuck is this shit? The water has it stuck.
You seen any gang members around?
You goddamn right, this gang members.
All right, see where it is. That's cool. Where the wheat plants are, I can see the lights right off of the. Well, the point is, I have a line of sight to the. Not line of sight. What am I looking for? It's impossible to fucking come up with the correct words when you fucking people force someone to spend their whole life in a foreign language and do dumb shit like being the fuck out of their router every time they use keywords you don't want. Guess what? Scanning somebody for keywords in a language they don't speak will never get you the right results, stupid. I can see the railroad track signals. No, it's impossible to see them today. I can't figure out where it is. I can see it.
Another motherfucking day with the same gun, with the same gun, with the same clip, with the same click. Dangerous shit pumping off in the crib. Feeling like I did this in another life. Hitting a choke, bitch, this is gang life. Wanna choke, bitch, get the ground pipe. If you wanna fight, I'll at the dog bitch, cause the dog fights like a car night. What would you do on respect? Get your chin checker, be a chin checker. The game's just dog, not fucking checkers. Put you on the free press on the first page. Put you on the winner picks on the front page.
That's why nobody wants to watch it. It's not the washing, it's the grind.
This is how it is.
Come on, you get $7 to wash. It's $6 to grind.
Get you for your cash, get you for your stash. Go call the cops now, bitches. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before.
Well, the thing before was to watch the money make flowing in with the run. It was caught. I don't know what the other 30% was, 70% caught. They never told us what the other 30% was.
Same hoe, it's true. The more shit change, the more it stay the same. And nowadays I put for no every day, just to stay sane. Baby, mama, bitch in the game. I mean, I can miss all kinds of sound the same. It's just issued another wall for my arrest. This is the same courtroom. I swear to God, this is the same fucking judge. I feel like I'm slipping away to my
Holy shit, it was like red and white in all different directions. That's not like a straight up normal 10 or something.
All I know, my life gon' repeat until I go. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before. Deja vu, it's happened before. Swear to God, I feel like it's happened before.
I know it's all clean, but I still don't really want that water touching me.
Yeah. These are the dreams of a G, motherfucker.
You always get the fucking glare up there, but that don't count.
Check it out. Yeah. Yeah, these streets don't rob me on my innocence. Now I put the part of the brain, my enemies diminish quick. Tell me what's the normal life like this. Revenge got my dick stiff. Yeah, the sweetest thing next to getting pussy is real shit. Playing fake like the motherfuckers that you chill with. I'm from the city where the blood flows down from the river. A place where the body's hot and the summer cold in the winter. We know
that's what the fucking satellites. This is the Canadian. You think I'm joking? There's spacemen on this shit. For the spaceman, you think I made that up? There's 100 more. There's like I made it up.
I start putting in work. Yeah, they rather see us dead than on the rise. I know these cops want to murder me as bad as the other side. All I know is the life like this. That's why when the money in my hand, I just make a fist. I pose catch. Yeah, that's all he gets. Another more for my rest. Trust me, just don't rest. I can show you how to call the hollow tip. Shit the clock right through a cop's face.
A whole bunch of reasons not to do that. None of them have to do with going to jail. Just gotta do that. That's right. None of them have to do with that. It's just a whole bunch of reasons that he's right. You can do that. Why they put shit in the music? They put things in the music to piss people off, and it's not real. It's real, but it's not real.
Yeah, like kids in the streets about me and my innocence. All my homies quick, man, we gonna fucking finish this. Real, we ain't fake, man, we on the fucking business. Got this shit flipping quick, keep calm, step the grip, empty out the fucking crib. East side crib, BBM, my business fucking real. Fuck with them eggs, most Brooklyn's a fucking snakes. I see the statement, signature up on that fucking beat. I'm back to the streets, back to the fans. Like Billy said, I'm the motherfucking man. White boy and kid, blue black bandanas. Now I'm on the track and the haters can't stand us. Flip up the scene and they split like bananas. Hold out the green and we getting real hammered. Cops, they hate us, but bitches, they love us. Yo, kid, I think I just seen our future.
Honey's Nut Cheerios.
Keep it on the low, our ladies can't know. Oh shit, here goes off the fucking cell phone. Back to the streets, back to the block, back to serving fiends as a motherfucking job. Fuck getting robbed, I'll be the one robbing. Face masked up so nobody says shit.
Yo, talk rules, man. Hey, anybody with a house in the car telling me what to do is get fucked up, bro. It ain't about, oh, you got more money than me and I pay you. That's not a talk. This is, for us personally, it's much different level.
When I close my eyes, man, I'm paranoid to sleep. And say, these are the dreams of a cheat. My life
$50, $10 $50, $50, $20 $50. Fuck. That's just Canada. So I could say United States, could say Europe, could say anything. I don't give a fuck. This is the United Nations up in this bitch. I'm the foreign exchange guy. Money guy, yeah, sort of. A lot of times the money guy is the guy that lends people money. You have questions about money. I might know who has the answer. If I don't have it, hey, fin track this much. If I had like fin track on every single bill, what would happen? This is about halfway used. The claim is brand new one to where they take it out, but I also don't want to put it on hold when they take out anyway, because then you just put one more points against it. I just want to see if you can even blood pour out. Watch the blood pour out. I pray, but God don't answer me. I said I pray. Oh, I didn't even check the server. That's a lucky number. That's my phone. But God don't answer me. I said I pray. Apparently you can write on it. No, because in the United States, it's like all we need, anti-graffiti paint. And you paint almost with the paint. If you can't develop paint that'll do that, you'll make the graffiti paint no good and still keep selling it. In Canada, they don't do none of that shit. They just, hey, still quit graffiti wall. What's that? Okay.
If you fucking with the kid, you never wake up from the street. See, I pray to the sky, hoping God would answer me. Instead, the devil reply with open arms, embrace and capture me. Set me down the path of coming back. Someone set me free. Somewhere along the way, to press the pain. Then I'll taste the feed. Staying loyal to the streets, and my brothers locked down. Holla, make you bow down, bitch. Hit the ground like a robbery, no sound, no witnesses to be found. Like a murder scene, nobody round, no witnesses to be found. I pray, but God don't answer me. I said I pray, but the devil's all I see.
Circle on the arch, you know it's me.
I pray, but God don't answer me. I said I pray.
Romeo, oh, I'm sorry, registered.
But the devil's all I see. I said I pray.
You ever assume that the person that handed you money is the one that wrote stuff on it? No, you never think that unless they hand you the one bill. It's always multiples. Oh, what the fuck? It doesn't, it's leather. It doesn't fucking cut, burn, or anything.
Yeah. Gang Life Frank is the kid.
I look like, but this is black people skin all the way. One Indian components. I don't get any darker in the sun. Yeah, that would technically be true.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door.
So brown looks great. You know that brown? It's that knick-knack brown is great.
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door today, but I'm feeling fine. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Woke up this morning like damn. I just lost $100 grand.
What happened? Sold the candy fucking jam. Should have done without the peanut butter on it.
Nah, I never meant to chop. Worked hard for everything I ever got. Still the struggle never stops. These cops still want me in a box. Stop, makes my heart ache. Cause I got 4 kids that miss me when I go away.
Sound like my niggas a pandage way. Watch out, copy. Yes, you gonna fucking say it. They got the pockets you all day. They got the niggas in our church.
Weed up to my wrist and drink my blood from the teacup.
Everywhere, make money 100 ways.
No worries, cause the crack house always high. But you damn right, I got the piece to remain violent. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door today, but I'm
feeling fine, yeah, I'm feeling fine. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door today, but I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling fine. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door today, but I'm feeling fine. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Just lost the door.
Saturday social media and weirdo shit. On Sunday is the art of war.
Late nights, pockets full of drugs, and understood. How could I not fall in
Yeah,
love?
replay. China Radio International and Aboriginal Voices Radio both do the same thing on Sundays. It's not so much that they have to imitate what the mainstream does. It's there's a shitload of people that have nothing to do with church, but they've got to do something.
Everything much you can say to me to make me feel like it's gonna be okay. I walk a dead end road. This I know. My heart's so cold. Get you close and you can find out for yourself.
Don't want to give away their sermon stream. You got to come down in person. Because really, I think you taking a picture is demeaning it. Oh, they're not controlling. They want to cast eyes and everybody sees them so they can judge. You should want to be able to, whatever, minister to you administer medication, noxious substances, groups of sheep, that's what it is called. And
just lost the door today, but I'm feeling fine.
You should in the back in front of it, right? You should think that I can minister to people, I can see them, so I can judge who my audience is. And your flock is really all this and shit. Because you can't even give them a dirty look if they look at you funny during some rhyme. There's no possibility. Unless they want to do two-way video. You got two-way monitors in your church. You got nobody sitting in the chairs. You should put some monitors. Don't tell me you don't have them. You got big projector-ass monitors. There's a fucking big high definition. You could probably do 50 by 20 fucking pictures. And you wouldn't be so very complicated messages. So somebody put their hand up and go, oh. And you might have to press the button. So the fucking play, oh, okay, how would we do this? How would we do that? The churches in Canada, there is the concept of a missionary, but Africa, not cool. The United States, not cool. South America, not cool. Canada, it's so goddamn cold here. The ministers don't have a choice, and you're not in telephone contact with the church. You can forget that shit. But whether you're soul stream, even the guys in the Christian and Catholic churches, they stray a little, just to follow the flock. They're more about survival than giving a fuck what version of the Bible. Go back and look at everything that all the sheds, whatever missionaries and things that what we now call Canada have to say about it. Oh, but see, although a lot of those records were modified, hidden, or burned, any reference to black people whatsoever has been burned. Any white person that didn't try and kill Indians, because of the racism in history, it wasn't just native burial grounds that got disturbed. And we tell you they did that, you're supposed to think, and they got all the way to the poltergeist, and you still didn't do it. Yeah, they erased records of lots of people. All the cemeteries in this country, don't go back to the 1800s. Maybe the late 1700s. No, there's not, there should be a lot more. There was less people, and they were more God-fearing. And they were all about, you have to be buried in the churchyard, and then it's Kirkland, to go to heaven. There should be the physical records of these people existing, i.e. the bodies. The only way to prove a king existed is the body. That's why they built those pyramids and temples and things. It's not to worship them. It's because if the person really did all the things they did, no one will believe it, and it's to prove they existed with a body. That the people today can test the DNA and prove they existed. How many churches where black people got treated as equal got burned down with the people in them? And their churchyards just raised over. Oh, we took all them tombstones. So they were poor people. They had wooden tombstones, right?
Yo, man, I'm fucking sick and tired of these cops jacking us up, man. Every cop in my city's a cookie cop. That's right, fuck.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a reason you're black and not white. Oh, a little piece of my head logically says I should have the white and red against the Canada flag. I'm gonna rock the Canada flag. That's sort of what this represents. Every flag I get has a big field of white on it for some reason. I gotta change it to black. Got to. Want to paint it black. I got a black machine pistol. I still want to repaint it black. I figured the heat from the keyboard is helping drive the money up so it won't need water. There's no water spots in the one. That's the other way too. There's titanium dioxide in this. We'll look up a signal mirror. The mirror with a hole in it. Did I not just do that? Who told me that? This is Canada. Everybody's a soldier. If you're here, you're not a soldier. If you grew up here, you're not a soldier. You got excluded for a reason. Frisco Bulldog is a Frisco Bulldog president. Frisco. Doesn't matter. The Bulldogs. Why would I want to beat you? If we grew up together, came up together, banging Robin Triangle, why the fuck would I want to beat you up to prove nothing? You just go beat up somebody else. Oh, that one's wet. How did I even see that little drop of water? I didn't notice. Spread it all across both ways.
I'm like, fuck the law. Middle finger off the window, like fuck off. Why you gotta fuck with me, huh? Cause you heard the rap, you just gotta go to fucking call. Since the whipping found product in between the seats. Remember you took the taxi and I believe it's hard to speak.
Hey Bob, look what I got in that one.
You shot him dead in the street.
You pull it up? No, not that one. Right back out there. Remember, the amount of money in circulation is not the amount of money in print. I don't want you to know that business. So there's a shortage of $50 bills. I didn't ask for this 50. It would give me 47.5. It would not give me 10 more, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what the math is. I'm gonna figure it out because last time it would only give me $200. The last couple times I tried, it only gave me 205. So I'm still like 200 or 1,000. I'm gonna take 1,005. You see what it looks like. What we'll have to do is get everybody to pull out hundreds. When hundreds go up, everybody pull out 50s. When those go up, everybody pull out 20s. So we don't use the machine for a week and do it again. And then the next time you go take out fives, it will let you take out $1,000 in fives. Oh yeah, they've got that much fucking math going on in this shit.
Ain't gonna stop, not till we do something. I don't know about you, but I'm sick of this shit. That's why I say fuck the law, fuck the judge, fuck the crown, fuck that cellular to change your life for a dollar.
I don't know how fuck 1-2 became. Oh, by the way, 1-2 team was banned since at least 2016, so I don't know how that ties going. That may confirm it or not. I don't know how that ties into this stuff.
Got cold. I like to be a little colder. I was trained out streets of the murder academy. a soldier.
At 18 and Kemba Walker.
See the crazy in these streets, stay around. Even if when I was hungry, I had to rely on the robbery.
Taking candy from babies. All these white people running out to me with one state.
Shackles and guns. They say that the happens when you kill guns and sell drugs. I say fuck with it's gang life. We don't give a fuck. Nah, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. It's gang related, motivated by hatred. It's just mad we made it. Rather see us all out the cages. Cause you see that even God can save her. Gang related, motivated by hatred. It's just mad we made it. Rather see us all out the cages. Cause you see that even God can save her. We could be everywhere. See you rather see us locked up inside of a cell. Motivated by this hatred of heaven no well. I was brought inside this game with the guards that was there. Black rag on my face and the standing salute. Cock it in a motherfucker, 22 on my boot. Cock it up, you motherfuckers. No hesitation to shoot inside the enemy. And you don't want to follow the news. Ain't no hope for evidence, not a shell on the block. Black rag on my face, hurting you over the top. No description for the governors or the neighborhood watch. Watch out these neighbors will watch. They own neighbor get shot. Murder cat made the place where you can feel safe. And swear soldiers and raise and where the gun go fast. People are dying over signatures with babies and men. Gang rape, you don't live in every day for change. It's gang related, motivated by hatred. It's just mad we made it. Rather see us all out the cages. Cause you see that even God can save us.
And we're gonna leave you all now mixed up with growing mushrooms off the clouds. I don't think you understand. We like to put the loud sounds as proud voices in the hood. Right now, this is like clapping. It's all good in the woods when we clapping. Oh, Canada. I don't think you understand the whole transmatic shit. That is interesting. That is interesting. I like that. That's better. I never do it that way. I always either do it that way. I never snap it. I want it to keep running because if I can do that, that means that the wind suddenly picked up. It should keep Is that all the quarters in your pocket? No, it's a billboard. Billboard? I'm gonna shut up and fucking skip that back. It's not a fake blood, it's
Devils are fucking the weakness. Nobody prays, believing in Jesus. Having to seek the faith, lead the faith. Never give a fuck, bro. Fuck with my gang, get bang, you get fucked with the bang, bang, you give a fuck. Cut, cocaine, that ain't good. Dug, jump, right, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Buck, bang, bang, you get fucked.
I can feel the steps creeping and I heard it once my soul in the morning trying to fight it. He already got a whole gun, I'm about to hold the cash, black rag by my side. This is gang life, homie, and we all down the ride. Put your dubs in the sky, if you riding like you cheat, spit the demons in the dark. Pussy never trying to see. Got the status of a red dog, chopping soft and flipping hard. Gamble with the scene, I roll the dice and I'm a boy you got. Didn't want to be what you had to put me in. Now I'm rolling with my gang like brothers and we out the kid. Yeah, you got me tripping and the whiskey got me flipping and I'm always on my grind, so yo, I'm bound to catch you slipping. But I'm a pop another pill, hoping there to make me chill. My demon talking to me, saying you kill. Put myself into the fucking ground. You won't blow up by the ounce, poured off the line, you know what time you a fucking mouse.
Jump, right, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Buck, bang, bang, you don't give a fuck. Cut, cocaine, you ain't cut. Dug, jump, right, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Buck, bang, bang, you don't give a fuck.
Fuck my enemies, I'm looking over my shoulder, watching the police. I'm paranoid, these cops and steroids, fingers and triggers just itching to squeeze. Yeah, the devil's on my back, trying to break me. And I ain't talked to God lately. I feel like heaven is forsaking me. This gun, all it does is check me. I just crack the bottle, won't be long till it's empty. Oh, Mary Jane, won't you help me fly away? I don't want to feel the pressure and pain. Somehow I'm always stuck up in the rain. Me and you, we are not the same. I do more to make the track bang. I'm in the cut with a crack slang. Yeah, my Marie's the tyrant. Ever since a child, I've been captivated by the violence. My eyes closed, don't hear the sirens. The coke and the pirates, you ride it like the sun on the horizon.
Dug, jump, right, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Buck, bang, bang, you don't give a fuck. Cut, cocaine, you ain't cut. Dug, jump, right, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked.
Okay, there's a dichotomy for this Jamaican because solidifying in my head. This Jamaican, it's gotta be Jamaican. It's gotta be the black loyalists. Even if it's not anybody, but I don't care what color you were. I mean, if you were white but you had dark skin and somehow got enslaved, I believe that there were white people and still kid yourself. They enslave white women today. So just thinking, the Jamaicans still put the weed on the scale, put the weed on the table, put the weed in your hand. Okay. The weed is so natural and part of everything. They want it to touch everything, so the weed has its effect on everything covered in the weed. Okay. Natives, slightly different because there's science involved in this too. And weed will absorb from everything it touches. So we don't let it touch nothing. Yeah, it's like this exact opposite of the exact same thing. And in my head, it's like there's sometimes I do it one way and sometimes I do it the other way. And I default to not letting anything touch it. Could wash my hands, press all them things, because you can't take out of like once there's like if I spray, I don't know, whatever in here, there's no taking it out. You have to throw it the fuck out, like any chemical contamination, anything. So I don't care when the Rasta throws it on the thing. I'll scoop that into my cigarette pack and leave, or my M&M's container. And you said, I think I lost. I still got that. My S dubs and 8 dubs container. Is this polypropylene too? Of course it is. So I can boil this clean. Perfect. Use it for quarters. That's the 25. How many? 20. That's like a $30, $40 roll of quarters. I'm entitled to it. The way anybody that handles money, like entities, not individuals. I don't care how, and individuals can count money however they want. That's whatever way works for you. And this may seem weird, but I watched in the Chinese banks, they put the stack of notes flat like this, and they count it. Oh, you can't see. They count it like this, one, like in the pile. They count through it like that. They don't separate the pile. They do it like that, and I think it has something to do with they didn't slip a bill out. I'm not sure. Whereas, other people. So anyway. The rolls of coins. I don't know who decided what size the rolls should be. Some of them don't make sense. Why not $100 roll of loonies? Why 25? I should be able to go here. Bag, it's $100, 10 cents. If you're gonna charge 10 cents a roll, why is it 50 cents to a roll of pennies? That one should definitely be 100. That's ridiculous. 2 rolls to make $1. Hold on. Even though you're rolling up the coins, it still takes multiples of them to make $1. That's too. It should be 100 in a fucking roll. In Canada, it should be 200. If they're Canadian pennies, it should be a 200 penny roll. So you know they're Canadian because we have $2 coins and the Americans don't. And some people be, oh, it's not, it's an American, it's a Canadian penny. Get the fuck out of here. I could swear I had other cigarettes besides these. I thought I had more, but I don't. I hear the train. I see the fire. I see the fire. I don't know how far away that train is or where it is. No, that's not a train. That's somebody shooting up a Tommy gun. There are multiple rail lines in different directions from there. So, what I might hear during a typical day, this mic's not gonna. There's a second Metrolinx line. I can see and even hear the trains, what they put this building in. So there's no point looking either. I don't bother listening for them, and there's no point trying to see them. But technically, from this vantage point, we could. This sounds like a slow-moving freight train, but I don't know where the fuck that is. That's interesting. That's how fucking quiet it is. Something said it would bite me just now, I think. No. But if you ran far enough that I can't see you, that means your stomach hurts. And if that's the case, you're gonna die anyway, so I'm gonna worry about this. A lot of holes in my leg. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm hearing. Because if the train's over by Pelham, where I think it is, then it should be coming this way. If it's going the other way, it would pass right by him. If it's that other line, there's no fucking way we're hearing that from. That would be Metrolinx line, it's not a freight line. So, yeah, I know, I'm like all over the place on this, right? I reached me. I know the 4 squares in my fucking yard. I'll circle the squares as often as I can. Circle the squares, circle the squares. I should pull up that SoundCloud track. I made a recording one time. Oh, fuck up. No, I don't want to hear it. I know what I said. All the shit I repeat every day. Did we see trains go over that already? So if a car hits that abutment, like, would there not? This shit was shut down until like when I came back here, they were just open. They just got the. When I left, the car hit the abutment. When I got back, they were just pulling it away. So 3 hours took to get that car up. You wonder why towing can be so expensive. It might take a few hours of the motherfucker's time to do that. And there's a lot of wear and tear on the fucking tow vehicle, on the wrecker, when they're yanking shit out and shit. They jammed it. I don't know what the fuck happened. They probably tried pulling around somebody. It's one lane. This guy in the center, it's sort of like a fire lane because it splits to open around the abutments. Like it's a bridge, you know. There's a big, not, I guess you'd call it a shoulder. There's a very wide shoulder on the left side, and on the right side, what is it, about 4 or 5 feet wide? Train stop. So, and that's because there's sewer grates and a bike lane. I don't know if it ever was 2 lanes. It probably wasn't. This shit here is 2 lanes, so maybe. Sounds like a giant fucking thing. That car must have tried pulling around somebody and pulling back into the proper lane and fucking. It's a 4MATIC. It still lost traction. It smashed into the second pole. It smashed in. There's a pole here and a pole here, and it smashed in at basically a 45-degree angle, and both airbags deployed. And I think on those 4MATICs, on the Benzes, that's got to mean there was somebody sitting in that seat. Somebody big enough, because it's supposed to turn off on most of these cars if you're below a certain weight. Why? Because the damn thing will kill you. Sorry, I was doing this, not 4. Can't be ambiguous. What am I hearing? Shit, I had this one. It's right there. Right? That's the ground floor. I don't know where the fuck this coming from, man. Oh, that's the. Oh, I remember. That's that train line. They told me not to tell nobody about the Yugoslav. It runs underneath the city that they used to transport the weed that they sell to the aliens. Yeah, the correct answer, the alternative answer, maybe they're doing work on the rails. It's not a train passing over rails. I'm assuming no, we heard the bang, 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 bang. What the fuck's going on? I don't want to turn the music on. I want to hear it. Go out and check, see what it is, right? I would, but why? If I was out there, I would. I'm not out there anymore. I could go out there and do what? We've been telling everybody to stay home, haven't we? So, I'll make money that way. I don't. They'll come to my house now. All these idiots trying to act like I know them from forever. And I realize in 6 months I ain't seen your punk ass. And that's not the whole story. It's like, you could just come to my house. No. You have 20 now? No, yeah, I just have to go upstairs. No, you have on you now? I got an ounce on me now, stupid. Just have to go upstairs. Oh, no, give it to me now. No. I'm supposed to go here. No. I don't even know who the fuck who's in your car and who's driving and all this other bullshit. Yeah, that was a setup thing. Oh, pull out the entire ounce and open it. No. Fucking who you think I am, stupid. Miles announced me yesterday that I have to go fast. I have to, as if I've ever taken my time. It's like, that just shows that you haven't really done that much. You do a lot of business with other people besides me, obviously, because you haven't noticed that I've never made you wait. Idiots don't even have money. Go bother another person with your $4, $5, $8, whatever the fuck the case may be. I ate. What's the difference? And somebody else probably is doing it now, these days. Now that the scales are better, people who do math better. And a lot of people who tell you it's different when everybody has $5. It's not like there's a dozen guys calling you for ounces. No, there's not. Everybody's got $10 fucking at best. So, where is this rail line? There's 2 east-west. There's 1 north-south right here, and it's got a parallel. They're twinning that line. They're putting a second line there, but it's not complete. What the fuck is it? I thought they were working in the day. I thought they were basically working whenever they could work on this shit, depending on the whatever rail traffic there was. You can't make the rail traffic go around. And construction sites are strict. Holy fuck! You're installing rail lines next to an active rail line. Oh, they're strict over there. Yeah, when I walk by, there is no fucking around. Those guys are looking at me for not to look at me funny because you might be a criminal or an Indian. And they're very observant because they work on fucking train track. You're not careful with that. That's actually got a lot in common with working with, like, for example, propane or UXO or artillery shells or whatever. You make one little slip and there's no second. There's no we asked the train to do a performance review and give you your health points, but it doesn't work that way. It's a train. Fuck. I'm scratching with them. I'm only scratching with the corner of my pinky nail. I'm not scratching the one spot over and over. Look at dead chunks of skin. I don't get it, man. That had to be a train, but where the fuck was it coming from and going? Did it? Oh, you know what it did? Probably. No, this don't make sense either. I'm thinking maybe it came all the way down this line, stopped, bang, 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 and then went off the side. There's a siding that goes north. They could go north off the other one too. I don't know. There's a bunch of engines in the road.
I've seen this moment in my dreams. I'll make a pact with you. With the gods as our witnesses, let us pledge that the winner will allow the loser all the proper funeral rituals. There are no paths between lions and men.
What you know about this gang life, boy? I'm a soldier, hanging out the motherfucking cell. Independent pizzeria don't scare me. So throw the fucking way on the scale. There we go, now me on the streets, pushing the fish scale. If you wanna fuck with me, I'll run up and get it alone with empty shell. Yeah, fuck it, when it's on, I have you mama crying buckets. Shit out, you know I'm the hustler. Yeah, I'm the king, the can't be. No, the drugs is a young fling. If you really want me to, I'll hold it out. Leave me there on the ground, holding out. Down slow, fucking hydro till I go. And there he is, walking all alone. Hoodie up, head down. You can tell what you're looking at me, don't fuck around. Oh yeah, we just take the spot back. It's getting me by, drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by, smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by, drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by, smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by, drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. I let the liquor in my system separate in my brain. Feel like I'm floating on the cloud now. Drifting away, a couple bottles at a time. Help me get through the day. Sitting outside of my body, finding my soul is awake. In the distance, I am a dead. Always yelling my name. 2010, talk to him. You can go to insane. Searching for robbery.
I think those are aggregate hoppers, but I'm not fucking sure. Gravel and rocks and bullshit. I don't know. They use them for concrete. That's right. Oh, I think the grain hoppers look different. Oh, these are, I don't know. I'm pretty sure those are aggregate hoppers. Yeah, nothing worth stealing, nothing you can blow up. I knew that train was coming. I just trying to figure out when. What is it? Is that moving or is it a piece of dust? Yeah, it's a piece of fluff. How the fuck the fuck? That's that rail line right there. How the fuck?
Vacation the dog alleyways, we real gang members living in the streets, so in the back, be the reason why the tactical suited a full rate. Who's the reason why the city at the high crime rate? Keep the facts to separate, always ready to spray liquor, taking over my system, got me loading the gates. So now I'm drunk driving, doing up a gate, bank. Seen the church flicker by, the storm speeding away, turning over that busy road to take us through the gutter lanes, guaranteed I get away.
Womp, 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 womp.
Oh, he's so in the cage.
I don't know if it's a problem with air pressure, but your tires.
Yeah, it's getting me by, I smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by, I drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by, I smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by, I drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah.
Train getting louder and louder. Coconut water, coconut water, coconut water, coconut water, fried onions, cookie duo. Watch this, man. These people are such geniuses. In some provinces, they harmonize the provincial and federal sales tax, meaning they charge. It makes no fucking difference. Instead of GST and PST or whatever they call the provincial tax, you charge HST, harmonized sales tax, and it's both in one. Because somehow adding, I don't know, in our case, 5 plus 8 equals 13 is hard. This is the thing. There are so many things that aren't charged both taxes. There's so many things that only get charged one or the other tax here. They've got HST, and then they still have to indicate which are being charged. Save nothing. Duplicate work. Duplicated the work. You didn't make it redundant. You duplicated it. Oh, these coconut waters, doesn't matter. It's going to be 13% every time. Food you buy at a restaurant or something, anything prepared, you're already paying a huge markup. Fucking, oh, if it's less than $4, this is how fucked up it is. The reason I pay attention to this is because they set the number so low. If it's less than, if it's $3.99, you pay. I'm pretty sure it's the GST. What do I pay for my fucking coffees? It's the 5% GST. It used to be small, medium, and large. You only paid, and extra large. You paid both. So what the fuck? So anyway, I know this sounds stupid, but it's true. Unless these people are fucking us. If it's $4 and over, you pay both sales taxes. So there's a certain price, and there's nothing charged $4 and a certain amount of change. It jumps. I always watch for that, and I watch for businesses that pay attention to that. Like some of them will be like $2.75, $3.50, $3.75, $3.99, $4.25, $4.50. You're like, why is that one price a penny off? It's because that's where the line is for that second tax. I pay attention to it because they set the numbers. It's not $20. Oh, if you have a big dinner with a bunch of people with some alcohol, we charge double tax. $4. There's sandwiches by themselves that cost $6 or $5 or whatever. Well, there's $100 burgers at Podunk. So the Podunk pounder. That's why I don't fucking when the people back in the 90s flying private planes let it be known like the levels of money they had. All these other idiots trying to act like they're hard dumb, but I want to hear it. Overregulated. I want to hear it. Why do you need leaded gas? Let's just cut the supply of leaded gas. All you assholes can get brand new diesel engines in your planes. Get the fuck out of here. You need a new engine anyway. Well, it's the fact for me is that lead is being sprayed out as an aerosol in the places where it does the most damage. What's the reason for the exemption? There's no reason. Oh, the valves will get all fucked up? Good. Replace your engine, stupid. The brand new, exact same Cessnas, they have diesel-like coming engines. Why diesel? Because that's what jet fuel is. It's the same shit. JP8, I think. And I forget what JP4 is. And I think JP9 is an imaginary thing in my head. I can't remember. It's jet propellant 8. Diesel, kerosene. But the auto diesel engine, that's right, diesel is supposed to be capitalized in some uses and then not in others. Interesting. In certain uses, it has become so ubiquitous that since it's a word used to capitalize and point out as the guy's name would actually detract from it. His name has now become a commonly used word. It doesn't need to be capitalized in those uses. The engine's dieseling. You're not supposed to capitalize that.
Yukon, 22 autres territoires.
Highlighting $390 billion in trade between the U.S. and Ontario alone. His words aligning with those of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland.
So every year we
American
flip
aluminum
that kind of
tariffs
money.
will only result in
So
self-inflicted
we have this
wounds.
huge debt, but we keep the money flipping. This is why it's so hard to explain these problems. It's so fucked up.
Or a
How do
car.
you make $100,000 a year? You're still broke.
The U.S. aluminum tariff comes into effect on August 16th. Meanwhile, the Canadian government says it'll be consulting on what American products will be targeted by retaliatory tariffs. The Aluminum Association of Canada says it fully supports the government on this. Meanwhile, Ontario's Doug Ford went a bit further, saying it's time to buy Canadian.
I know I look like I have
"We
an
can hit
ass,
him
but I
where it
don't.
hurts." In Ottawa, Shawnee
I
Lee,
don't have
City
hips, I
News.
don't have an ass.
This is All News Radio.
Oh,
It's
really?
3
Sometimes
minutes
I wear 4
past the
pairs
hour.
of pants.
Lebanon was already a country in crisis. Then came Tuesday's deadly explosion. Karen Seulin has more on how the blast in Beirut has brought the country to the brink.
You don't want to
Anger
see
has
that
been
happen.
rising since last fall over a failing economy that's
Your
caused
head will
currency
cave
to
in.
collapse, prices to soar, and people to go hungry. Much of the financial crisis caused by a broken banking system that's plunged the country into literal darkness. Then, this.
See, well, I'm working on these big phones. Well, we're in your country. If I can get electricity, phone service, 25 cent equivalent quotes.
Jad Sucker from Save the Children tells Breakfast Television more than 500,000 children in Beirut were struggling to survive before Tuesday's blast.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Karen Seulin.
Lebanese Montrealers gathered in front of the consulate to denounce the Lebanese government in the aftermath of the Beirut explosion. Alicia Robertucci reports from Montreal. They're furious. And want change.
Having that many explosives be stored for 6 years in the port right next to the city is a crime by itself.
Thank you, Bridget.
In Montreal Friday, many in Lebanon have taken to the streets denouncing
If a white guy like him says it,
corruption and
maybe
the
you'll listen.
country's
I'm just a
economic
nigga when I
meltdown.
say it, right? If you know what you're talking about, he's white.
People are just furious at this point. We've had to endure quite a lot over the past 30 years.
Saman Beghoum is a former Montrealer and lives in Beirut, 4 kilometers from the site of the blast that
So
left
we're
much
going to
of the
say that
city in
sometimes there's no
ruins.
point shooting at each other and warning. These idiot countries are going billions of dollars dropping bombs and shit on each other. Wow, their own internal shit's fucking them up. Israel's all fucked up from COVID, and then, Lebanon's all fucked up from this thing here, among other things.
To India now, where at least 17 people are dead and more than 10 dozen injured after a flight carrying locals stranded abroad because of COVID-19 skid off a runway. It happened in the southern state of Kerala on Friday. It's believed the Boeing 737 skid off a hilltop and then cracked in two while landing in heavy rain. The pilot is one of those killed, and 15 passengers are in critical condition. It's 5 minutes past the hour. The lawyer for a black man assaulted by an off-duty Toronto police officer years ago has some harsh words for the Toronto Police Service following the release of the report.
It just went to court, you pussy. And that's precisely the point. Yeah, it took years.
5 months.
You think it's it's in the past.
Julian Faulkner, who is acting as legal counsel for DeFonte Miller, says it
The
appears
good way to phrase that is they've been fighting for years to get to this point.
Chief Saunders has received a pass from the OIPRD. What the report proves is that officers subordinate to Chief Saunders deliberately chose to keep SIU in the dark and therefore bypassed a timely investigation of the incident.
Faulkner says what is crystal clear is that their concerns
And then
over
the
a
SIU
cover-up
fucks
are
around. Yes, of
legitimate.
course
On
he's
Thursday, the interim police chief said the service made the wrong decision when
You're
it
not
chose not to
cops?
report Miller's
So if I
assault
fucking
to
break
the
your face,
SIU.
it's going to be a
Miller was
different
19
charge.
when he was assaulted by off-duty police officer Constable Michael Terrio In December of 2016 in Whitby, it left Miller blind in his left eye. I'm Phil Martino.
The radio.
Imagine being let go from your job for something you didn't do. That's what two former employees of Ontario's transit service say happened to them.
That was acapella.
After they were both fired for
because you have to say it
failing to
over a
pass
beat
a
when
criminal
it's not a
background
death
check,
threat.
even though neither of them have criminal records. Janelle Nasser reports from
Say whatever
Toronto
you
the
want
pair
over
is
a beat.
filing a
I've
human
proven
rights
it.
complaint.
I've said horrid things on beats that I don't know.
A job he'd landed just months before following a rigorous selection process.
I said, why are you idiots having shootouts on my mom's block? Video gone.
Failed a criminal record check.
Why?
But the Humber College grad couldn't understand why.
I have no criminal record. I have no criminal charges. I went to school, went to college, stayed off the streets, and I've done everything right as an individual.
I feel very robbed. I've invested time and money to go to school to obtain a career in this field. Jocelyn Muncie had experienced almost the exact same thing a few months earlier. The mother of three lost her position just 2 days after being hired. The Toronto police wouldn't tell her why she failed the background check. Now, Muncie tells us this is actually her second time losing out on a job.
Because
Months
it's
before
entirely
Metrolink,
arbitrary and up to the idiot doing the check.
911 dispatcher job, but she didn't get it in the end because she failed to pass Toronto police background check.
Have we not seen what the dispatchers do? So
A mother from the Greater Toronto area is warning others about an identity fraud
They're
scam.
hitting me. They're hitting me. I'm speaking. Okay, call them back in French. White guys are hitting me. That's what I said. Okay.
She says on Monday,
There's people attacking me physically because of my race and nationality. Well, what race are you? Well, I have sickle cell and I'm from South Africa. You know what that means, right? Yeah. Okay. South Africa's a region.
Personal information. My email
no, it's not.
address
It's a
has been
nation.
changed to
Because you're
my
talking about the
email
region there, you would
at
include more than just
live.sa
yes, you would.
instead
Because
of
it's not.
.ca. Her banking information too had been changed to a different bank. So I automatically just went in and changed my banking info back because that freaked me out. I fixed up my email and then I started calling. Her situation is not a unique one.
That's Erica Natividad reporting. From March until the end of June, the Canada Anti-Fraud Centre says it's received 713 reports of someone's personal information being stolen so someone could apply for the benefit. With no daily commute during the lockdown, many thought they would have more time on their hands, but Tara Overholt
I don't mean
new research that shows you're actually working longer while working
But like
from
that's
home.
like me trying to pretend to be you to get your GST checks. Like,
Dr. Lisa
is the
Belanger
system
studies
that
the
wide
habits of
open? Like,
workers and workplaces. The global pandemic has blurred the boundaries of home and work like never seen
and
before.
there's people out there that don't file their taxes every year. Okay? Like there's people that if they're being identity thefted now,
You're not kind of accounting
it'll
for
be
this.
years before it gets found out. And the person going to probably stealing the money for drugs. They probably be a dead person by the time they get to court. To the point of trying to put somebody to the court.
48.5 minutes longer, and the number of meetings increased by roughly 13%. With no end in sight for the pandemic, Belanger has some tips for surviving several more months of work from home.
Some effective breaks are basically connecting with yourself, connecting with others, connecting with nature. Non-effective breaks is anything else on a screen.
In Calgary, Tara Overholt, City News.
It's
Hold
10
on,
minutes past the hour
wait,
on All News
you're
Radio.
not, you people aren't making sense. Oh, we're gonna go to Mars. You're gonna be in a spaceship in 2 years, eh? Oh, no, we're not gonna go for a walk. Every time I feel like no, you're not. The people running the world, or they think they are.
We've seen
Well,
great
got drug
results
habits and
through
secrets.
adding the extra demographic, the importance of having
So,
both stations. For us,
You have
we
to
feel
go,
it
so
is
I know how to
good
do
for
this
business
for
and it
my
gets
account
people to
search. I've registered 3 or 4 times and it keeps unregistering me. But so you haven't used it in a year, so we deleted your password. It's like I set this up so I wouldn't have to do this later. Probably taxes every year, right? So there's no reason for me to log in until next year. Oh, that was going to the point to make you real. Yeah, well, there was no point in me doing it the first time.
We're really looking forward
I've
to
had
getting
like 4 of
together
those
again with
ideas.
our
It's
680
useless.
News and CHFI account managers to have
You
lunch
should be
together
able to
and
do
maybe
something
talk
if
a little bit of
it's
business as well.
Get 680 News and 98.1 CHFI working for you. Visit 680ads.com. That's 680ads.com. The big story.
Yeah, how bad are things at the radio station? Notice how there's no COVID, wash your hands ads?
Podcast.ca or
The government's trying to budget.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Looking at some delays if you're out on the 401 westbound approaching Brock Street. It is slow construction in the 2 left lanes. And then we've got another spot of the West 401 Express approaching Islington, still jammed up. Construction there. Construction, the collector's in that same spot, but the collector lanes are moving much better. If you're on the eastbound 401, they've closed the express from Islington to east of the 400. So as you approach that area where the express and the collector split, it is a little bit slow through the Dixon Road area. All that traffic merging into the collector lanes. Once you actually get into the collectors, everything is back up to speed. Backtracking on the East 401, some delays building approaching the 427 for construction. Next report at 12:21.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
Support the Orange Shirt Society.
Rogers kicking off a fundraising campaign to support the Orange Shirt Society, which aims to educate Canadians on the history and impact of our country's residential school system and advocate for action on reconciliation.
But I think it's more like
earlier this morning on Breakfast Television, Ojibwe artist Patrick Hunter joined me to talk about the significance of the T-shirts that he designed.
I chose 11 eagle feathers to represent 4 directions because residential schools in this country were in all directions, and then also to represent the 7 grandfather teachings that Anishinaabe people.
Let me ask you something, Brethren, 1996 or 1998?
Fundraising campaign begins today. It runs through
Correct answer is New Brunswick.
To get your orange T-shirt, go to tsc.ca/WeWearOrange.
You're wrong about that too. I don't remember half this shit, and most people lie so much.
This is All News Radio.
You need to know.
Application not responding. Thank you.
Turn to 680 News.
Toronto.
The Hyundai Factory Authorized Clearance Sale is here. Up to $4,000 in price adjustments on select new models, or choose a 0% lease or finance purchase OAC.
Now, what are you doing? You can't start the car in the showroom.
No, this is it's an S. This is not a dollar sign. S for Scotia. For the globe. Yeah, I don't know. Is that like the sterling symbol? Like, yeah, that's a little. Charge $3 to use a bank machine in Haiti? Fuck you.
Supporting Canadians through the good times and bad. We know it's a struggle for everyone right now, so let's think about your cash flow. Now's the time to consider refinancing your home with.
No, we already watched the money. The water's up.
Northwood Mortgage is working harder to get you the funds you need. We're here for you.
You want to go get a drink of water from your tap right now?
At Northwood
It was tested 6 hours ago. And I don't know how long it takes the water to go through pipes. That depends on a lot of things.
This is All News Radio.
I won't run the water till around when a coffee shop opens.
Right now, Deputy Prime Minister Christian Freeland had a simple message for the Trump administration. Any tariffs on Canadian aluminum will be matched. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a 10% levy on the metal heading south the border starting August 16th. Freeland says the goal of responding to tariffs with tariffs is to put police damage on Canada while having the strongest possible impact on the United States. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford also lashing out, saying, quote, "Who does this? In times like this, who goes after your closest ally, your closest trading partner, your number one customer
50% of the water
in
the water
world? Who
mains
would do this?" Well, President Trump did this.
With the way they look, it's water that has been pumped out of the source and then filtered and then put into the drinking water system. 50% they sell. Toronto, 25. Well, that's a 25%. These people go, wow, that's a lot. It is a lot. I said
Finishing off for the night, the Vancouver Canucks looked to put away the Minnesota Wild. The score was 3-1 for the Wild with 14 minutes to go in the second period. The Canucks currently lead the series 2-1. Earlier in the day, the Montreal Canadiens down the Pittsburgh Penguins to end their 2019-2020 season. It was a nail-biter, but thanks to 2 goals in the third, the Canadiens took it 2-0 thanks to Carey Price's shutout. Speaking of nail-biters, the Toronto Maple Leafs will live on to play another day. 3 goals in the final moments of their game against the Blue Jackets pushed it to overtime when this happened.
I sort of said Mabel. You interrupt him. Shut him up because he said Mabel. He's not real. He's American. Get him. The fuck is this? The fuck is this shit? Oh, it's the sports. It's 4:16 in the morning. All right.
No, see, there's more of see, there's ulcers, and there's you. Okay, if you look closely at my skin, you see more of the like dry skin from the sickle cell type shit than you do any type of burn. Oh, it looks pink. Okay, well, it doesn't anymore. So, yeah, that's what I don't know. Does the heat hitting it make the blood flow more through the skin? Makes sense. Is it healing something? I don't know. Is it like a burn response? But it's not. It's not melanin. This didn't come from walking around with no shirt for 2 days, and I wasn't out there 2 full days for that. I see these crackheads walking around. They turn red like tomatoes. Like I don't know. They just sit in the sun all day. Like I know those crackheads will do shit. They'll turn off like the pain receptors to certain parts of their body, whatever's convenient. So you know your leg's broken, right? You should really have your crutches. Nah, I'm good, man. I got a 50 piece. I'm good. Wow. Crackheads. The crack dealers back in the day told us not to mess with this shit. They told us not to do those things. All these people act like, oh, they sell crack like they used to. They're like, so somehow you're cool. And all the crack dealers said, find some different way. I don't know. I have known them. They'll be old as fuck now. But when I tell these people that I never had to sell crack, I never got into this. If I pick up something off the ground, there's crack in it. Ah, shit. They're like, oh, you can sell that. Like, why? Why would I even step into that world? I usually drop it back where I found it, but then I get paranoid of like the cops watching me. Oh, you just threw your crack when you seen us, you know, like that type of thing. Like, okay, do I walk home with it? I got like a fucking piece of like a crack vial in my hand by accident. Like, oh, like it's like somewhere like, what would you do? It's like, is there a hidden camera here? Like, because even those people don't know exactly what's running through my head. Like, it's not, oh, will I smoke it or not? It's like, if I throw it on the ground, will some little kid start smoking? No, that's not even.
And it could be a long time before a case is heard. Meantime, Congress says the number of clients seen hasn't tapered off heavily amid the pandemic. I'm Alex Gouge. Canadian businesses have been devastated by the pandemic, and many won't even resume operations. Safeguards reports small business in one province is being hit particularly hard. A report from Stance Canada shows between January and April this year, nearly 30,000 businesses have closed down, while only around 20,000 new ones have opened up. Keely Kishore is with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. She says Alberta leads the country in the number of small businesses seriously considering closing their doors for good.
Alberta's businesses are truly at a critical point when it comes to their survival. And now more than ever, all of us as consumers need to show our support for local small businesses and remember that small actions can make a big difference for their recovery and their survival.
Meantime, the Calgary Chamber of Commerce says the numbers are hard to swallow, but are in line with what they're hearing, adding consumer confidence needs to be rebuilt and making people feel safe enough to go out and shop once again. I'm Safe Kaiser. You're listening to World News Radio. It's 20 minutes past the hour.
No, Kaiser, really? Like,
the News Watch never stops. This is 680 News. Now, more than ever, we want to thank all the people who continue to support our neighborhood shops and businesses along Yonge Street in Richmond.
The white guy that's trying to be not racist.
The way we
it's
do
like
business
anti-Nazi. Are you one of those Nazis, or am I being fascist by asking you that? Kaiser, come on, I don't know.
Connect, shop, and dine on Yonge Street
my
in
parents were
Richmond.
hippies, and
Visit
they
vivanext.com.
I don't need to know the rest of the story.
Can be life-changing for youth who need it most. This summer, we're coming
All
together.
right, what fake charity do you represent?
Everyone always supports each other, no matter what walk of life they come from.
At Kids Camp, no one judges me.
My
Everyone here is invested in helping me find the best version of myself.
Tim's camp has definitely led me to prepare for my career, and it's also shown me that my limits are really non-existent.
Tim Hortons Camp Day is August 12th. Buy a coffee, iced coffee, or bracelet, and 100% of the proceeds will help change a life.
I need something that can clip 43. What? Anyway, I need something that can clip to a GPS.
From the 680 News Traffic Center,
No, I figure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy this one. Use it till I figure it the fuck out.
Approaching the 427 in the express, it is jammed up. 3 right lanes gone for construction. They closed the express lanes of the East 401 from Islington to east of the 400, but the collectors remain open and they are moving fine through that stretch. Westbound 401 approaching Broad Street as you head through Durham region, a little bit slow for construction. And in the West 401 Express approaching Islington is jammed up again for more road work. It's the final days of Leon Summer Savings Sale. Shop the hottest deals throughout the showroom on furniture, mattresses, appliances, and more. And Wednesday, shop in store online, leons.ca for details. Next report at 12:31.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Rain conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
They don't necessarily need the one that's
Coming
useful
up
for
at
an
the bottom
autistic
of the
kid.
hour,
Here,
more
John.
on the back and forth between the Trudeau government and Trump administration over aluminum tariffs. Latest from Beirut, Lebanese people are upset with the government and are demanding answers and change following Tuesday's explosion. And it's an all too familiar situation, a COVID-19 outbreak at a meat processing plant in Canada. I'll tell you where. You're listening to All News Radio. 3 Vancouver police officers have tested positive for COVID-19 after helping break up an out-of-control party in downtown Vancouver. At least that's what the head of the VPD police union is reporting in a social media post.
In a tweet, Ralph Kaiser says 2 entire patrol teams are self-isolating after coming in contact with the virus at the gathering of more than 100 people 2 weekends ago. Former VPD Superintendent Cash Heath says wearing protective equipment isn't a requirement for officers.
But many situations are dynamic, where they've got that immediate response and they have to react to it in that instant. At times, they do have some prior warning that they may be coming across possible exposure.
And that's when they could take protective measures if possible. It's not known how many people at the party
it's ice cream cone. It's ice cream cone. It's got all 3 flavors. It's got strawberry, blueberry, and chocolate.
3 weeks after punting its old name away, Edmonton's football team is getting a thumbs up from the majority of Canadians. Corny Terrio joins us with more on a poll from Angus Reid.
Only 2 provinces would throw the penalty flag over the change. 58% of Albertans oppose the move. The other holdout might be a bit surprising given CFL rivalries.
So a majority of Saskatchewan residents
How do you
tend to be the
fucking
biggest
dog-ear the middle? How did you do that?
It's the wrong decision.
Support for the name change has
Did a little
grown
kid
in
like,
most demos since the same
wrapping
time
it around
in
his
2019.
finger over and over,
But
and
one
you just don't
element
stop,
remains the
keep
same:
pissing you
the
off.
divide that exists between 2 key factors.
Generational issue, and it really is gendered as well.
The Edmonton football team has only begun the consultation process for picking a new name. The much-discussed Empire moniker has been
Eskimo
removed from
dogs
consideration.
still
Nationally,
it's still socially acceptable
that
and
the
it
Edmonton
raises the
Eagles
attention
has
to the
the
issue
most
of
support.
the
In
RCMP
Alberta,
trying to kill off the
it's
Eskimo
another,
dog.
perhaps not surprising, alliterative
And no, you
name
can't
at
just
spiking the ball
change.
in the end zone.
The number one choice in Alberta is
Long story short, no, you can't just
in
change the
Edmonton,
name of the breed
City
overnight
News.
like that because it makes you uncomfortable.
It's
It's not that
25
simple.
minutes past the hour. Business is coming up in 1 minute. You're listening to All News Radio.
Every day in Canada, 3,000 mortgages renew. Important announcement. If your mortgage renews in the next 90 days, contact butlermortgage.ca. 1.68% 5-year fixed rate at renewal.
I wouldn't say it's bad luck, but I'd say it's a warning sign. Couple more steps. 2, 3, 4. 1, 6, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6. I'm not even joking.
License number 12118 by ratio fixed rate.
I don't know if the government of Canada does it on purpose with the money.
FactoryDirect.ca has one of the best selections of non-medical
I've got a bad habit of finding weird numbers on money.
Disposable, washable, printed,
And the serial numbers and the weird other numbers on it. This is like 3 sets of numbers on them.
FactoryDirect.ca has
If you don't know about that, don't worry about it.
hand sanitizer, gloves, face shields, and much more. Visit
38,
FactoryDirect.ca.
37, 33, 14, 27, 39. Who knows? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. You never figured out what
I'm
I'm
your host, Jordan Heathrow.
A lot
We'll
numbers,
take
I
you
think.
inside the story of the day.
I'll get
Listen
10
to
bills in a row, 10 bills in a row, 10 bills in a row.
wherever you get your
This number's the
podcasts.
same in all of them. But I won't get that same number ever any other, like it won't come up the same. I don't know what it's
the
for.
workforce, and it could be well into next year before we see a migration back into the office towers.
New polling results show that more than 50% of Canadian workers are worried about going back to the workplace, fearing COVID-19 and the risk of spreading any outbreak to family and friends. So what do companies have to do to make employees feel safe? Well, first off, they certainly don't want to force workers back. And Duran Melnick with KPMG Canada says the focus needs to be on communication to make employees feel comfortable.
What they're doing to meet the guidelines that have been published by the public health authorities and by governments. There are lots of great resources out there published by almost every province now on how to prepare the office or just the workplace for a safe return of workers.
I don't think you understand what's
There's also
happening.
something that employers can do, which is to commit to employees that they will share information as soon as they have provide information in real time so that employees can make decisions and act accordingly.
The biggest concerns for employees, surprisingly, isn't about sharing elevators or having to wear a mask. Rather, it's about companies making sure that sick employees don't feel obligated to come into the office. Melnick says as the year goes on, it wouldn't be a big surprise to see more people itching to get back to the way things were.
Your company that way?
Expect to see in
I'll be in business long, so many people are going to get sick.
Physical one-on-one or
literally take twice that'll happen, and your whole team will be fucked.
And so what we expect to see is over the next few months,
people
will start to ask, can they come back?
Oh, smart people bail as soon as they think you might have people come in sick.
Potentially starting to lose productivity. So we do expect that over the next few months that the pressure will start to increase for folks to come back if they can come back safely.
That's Duran Melnick. They believe in the people and change advisory services practice at KPMG. KPMG also rolling out a mobile phone app helping companies efficiently safeguard workplaces and manage their workforce, offering constant communication with staff related to health and office status. The Business Center, I'm Mike. It's
like gold.
Save big during Aero Furniture's sensational summer sale.
When I can get the sunlight shining at this angle through my corneas,
and you don't pay until 2022. Shop Aero Furniture today and help support your Canadian manufacturers and distributors. The sensational summer sale on now for a limited time at all 4 GTA locations.
What would you do with $100,000? Jesus, it's a lot of work, man.
That's AeroFurniture.com.
That's what I'm saying. Shut up and get some what I'm saying.
Dear Pill Fairy, I've been looking through my medicine cabinet, and it's about time you stop by to secure our old medication until we take it back to the drugstore. My teenager is tall, so he can easily access it. Thanks. How should I answer this? First of all, I don't exist, so it's useless writing to me.
So anti-drug commercials are written like drug hallucination.
But it's not such a great move to leave your decisions in the hands of a fairy. I'm just saying. A message from Drug Free Kids Canada.
667.
This is 680 News.
Toronto.
Taking a look now at the Saturday forecasts in parts of the country. In Halifax, we're expecting a daytime high of 25 degrees with a partly cloudy sky. Montreal and Ottawa, partly cloudy, 28. Toronto, sunny, a daytime high of 26, scattered thunderstorms, and 19 degrees expected in Calgary.
I don't know if we can do
this. This is Full News Radio.
I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. The Trudeau government ready to go dollar for dollar, matching the Trump administration's tariffs on.
Does that mean you're gonna lock the dollar parity value or something? What's
from Tuesday's explosion, the Lebanese people
like give me Canadian dollar US. If you said that and that was what you meant, that would
immigration authorities has been killed by COVID-19, and there has been another outbreak of the virus.
The business would have to address the idea that every time the exchange rate changes, that's when the duties change.
4 Canadian teams suit up for some hard-hitting hockey action in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup qualifying round. 45.
We're cutting down trees, not paying Indians. Taking them across Indian land, not paying Indians.
Successes and failures of small businesses reveals the value of local presence and customer connections.
We're not going to pay the Indians, I'll pay the Indians. I got a better idea. Let's just try to make money out of the ground, nigga.
Brought to you by Don
Valley North
Toyota eastbound 401.
As
you approach the 427 in the express, construction in the 3 right lanes, so it is slow through that stretch. Once you get to the 427, everything gets back up to speed. Express lanes are closed from Islington to east of the 400, but no delay. delays in the collectors. Northbound 427 from Steeles up to Highway 7, it is slow. That is for construction as well. Right now at Don Valley North Toyota, lease or finance from as low as 0% on select models. It's Toyota's red tag days.
It's funny, you think it would be all about the icebreaker money.
Next report at 12:41. Now let's check our forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is 27 degrees.
Sometimes Russian icebreakers and Canadian icebreakers give each other jump starts.
Slapping a 10% tariff on Canadian aluminum. Deputy Prime Minister Christian Freeland says Canada will impose dollar for dollar countermeasures if U.S. President Donald Trump reimposes it.
You have the ether
it's ridiculous and ludicrous for the U.S. to say that Canadian aluminum represents a national security threat. Freeland says Liberal ministers have known for a long time that this administration in the U.S. is the most protectionist in history.
I think the important point for Canadians to understand, and above all for Americans to understand,
this guy thinks he is, but everything he does doesn't make sense.
The first casualties, the first
we're going to put tariffs and everything
will be Americans
from China.
themselves.
It's like China's
That's what's so unfortunate.
Coming from Ontario. China is one of the U.S.'s biggest trading partners.
At U.S. President Trump.
Whether you like it or not, how it goes, it is.
And I would never go after my #1 customer and slap him in the face like President Trump did to the Canadian public.
We listen to the man talk.
We will come back swinging like they've never seen before.
Nigga, let's go.
Is slated to go into effect August 16th. It had previously been imposed in 2018 and suspended in 2019. Aluminum industry leaders say they can weather the storm, but it could be trouble for Americans.
Who will pay more for the same product than they were paying before this announcement. So this is where it creates some background noise on the business environment.
Only China, India, and Russia produce more aluminum than Canada.
If they're outside of the truck, you got like, I don't know, machine gun.
A trade policy
most this was money. These guys are humans.
It doesn't work.
It's all the money and run.
1800s.
And I think we are going into
up in the fucking air. That's right.
Certain concerns.
If you can point, I can tell you this now. Some of these niggas got involved with girls. It's fucking long, bro.
Are going to play much bigger role in trade policy.
I can tell by how they're carrying it. It ain't gonna be more than one shot ahead, eh?
This is only 34 minutes past the hour. Investigators are still trying to get the bottom of what happened on Tuesday in Beirut. The explosion there leveling the port of the Lebanese capital, throwing the country into turmoil, into further disarray. Karen Seulin joins us with the latest on what we know.
While French and Russian rescue teams search for evidence and bodies buried beneath Beirut's port, it's the Lebanese who have been left looking for answers from a government they say is corrupt. This
you knew that. Why'd you do that? You did the rap. You still did that. I'm going to have you shot in the back of your do-hat.
The explosion is symptomatic of years of mismanagement and neglect by Lebanon's political elites.
The sense of complete awe of what happened is now giving way to real palpable anger. Somebody has to be held accountable. And it's not just a few officials. This has to go all the way up the chain of command.
Lebanon's president is confirming that he was made aware of the massive stockpile of chemical explosives last month and ordered security officials to do what was necessary. He added on Friday that the investigation was looking into whether the blast was caused by what he called an external interference, like a bomb, or whether it was the result of simple negligence.
Why was it unloaded? Okay, I'm going to give you a couple examples.
Lebanese Montrealers.
It's unsafe. So maybe there's diesel fuel on a ship. That's right. You got this ammonium nitrate. That's right. Okay. Theoretically, yeah, could be a problem. If the ship sank with that shit on board, what would happen? Nothing. If they scooped it up, bucket at a time into the harbor, what would happen? Nothing. Why was it unloaded into a warehouse?
Is a former
Montrealer the ship was on seaworthy. That's why you stopped it.
From the site of the blast.
blast that left much of the city in
That's
ruins.
fair. I think that's
Both the Canadian
international
and
law.
Quebec
If a ship
governments have
enters your
opted to
port and
pledge
it's on
aid to
seaworthy, you
international
can't just let it leave.
agencies like
It's
the Red
within your
Cross
jurisdiction to
instead
say
of
no, you
contributing
can't leave.
directly to the Lebanese
Pretty sure.
government. Sanders said the political elite are the main
Even if it's
problem, and
not,
protests
you
are
don't have a
expected to
hope in hell of
continue in
stopping
Beirut
them
on
if they say
Saturday.
no, you
If this
can't leave.
explosion doesn't
They'll
cause the
find a
change that we
loophole in the
need
law.
this country, then I don't know what will.
In
Because
Montreal,
you're subject to
Alicia
naval,
Bertucci,
maritime
City
law,
News.
and that country
A
civic
Canadian
law
man
while
who
you're
is
sitting
set to
there,
be
plus
deported
anything
from
to
the
do with the
U.S.
country
has
of your
been killed by
flag.
COVID-19 while
And
in
the
the custody
nationality
of
of all your
American
shit. Yeah,
immigration
they'll
authorities.
find a way.
And his case may not
So,
be a
the
rarity.
question
New
then
numbers
becomes,
from the facility that
what?
housed 72-year-old James Hill have been released, and they show that out of an estimated 350 to 400 detainees, there were 339 confirmed cases of the coronavirus. A spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says the agency followed approved official guidelines, and detainees were provided with regular access to testing and medical treatment.
So, there's no treatment for COVID.
On All News Radio.
So what you're saying is the same medical treatment they always have. So what you're saying is very basic medical care. I don't care what country
responding to a report by the Office of the Independent Police Review Director, Phil Martino reports, he says,
going to St. Joseph's Hospital,
concerns,
going to the Toronto South,
rather, about a cover-up are legitimate.
The report
Because
shows
what's wrong with
former
it?
Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders
That's
was kept in the dock for 5 months about Defonte Miller's assault at the hands of an off-duty Toronto police officer. Julian Faulkner, who's acting as legal counsel for Miller and his family, alleges there's been a cover-up in the case.
How it was orchestrated remains a question. That the chief is able to claim ignorance as a defense is obvious.
Thursday, the interim police chief said the service made the wrong decision when it chose not to report Miller's assault to the SIU.
I don't care what
Miller
the
was
law
19 when he was assaulted.
Somebody told you what the fuck happened that
Police
night.
Constable Michael
I'm not saying they give you the
on
inside
December
scoop, but they
28th of
told you that it happened.
2016. As a result, he
You
lost
knew,
the
and then
vision
from
in one
there,
of his eyes. I'm Phil Martino.
What would you do good, motherfucker?
Controversy brewing as more employees from a pork processing plant in Manitoba test positive for COVID-19. Mark Neufeld reports from Winnipeg. The union president wants the plant shut down. However, public health officials say it's safe to stay open.
8 employees have now tested positive for the virus. It has some worry as it draws comparisons to the rapid spread of COVID-19 seen in one of Canada's worst outbreaks at an Albertan Cargill meat processing plant in May.
2 days later, it was 400. 3 days after that, it was over 900.
That's because they were testing
It was transmitted in the community to another 600 people.
Manitoba's chief public health officer says the plant is safe to stay open. Dr. Brent Rusin says the employees didn't contract COVID-19 as a result of working inside the pork processing facility, and there is no evidence to suggest otherwise.
If we see inter-facility transmission, then that's going to be a change in our review, and we'll have to address that.
Janet Riley is the Vice President of Communications and Public Affairs at Maple Leaf Foods. She says she is confident they can provide a safe workplace. However, if COVID-19 viral transmissions do start occurring inside the walls of the plant, things could change.
If there were spread occurring in our plant, that would be a game changer.
In Winnipeg, Mark Neufeld, City News.
A call to an out-of-control party in downtown Vancouver has led to 3 police officers testing positive for COVID. Neighbor Dog reports officers and 2 patrol units are also self-isolating at home after responding to the party.
The situation was revealed in a tweet by Police Union President Ralph Kaisers and confirmed by the police department. Former BPD Superintendent Cashade says the officers aren't required to use masks and gloves, although they could take precautionary measures if they knew they might be exposed.
One solution don't fit all.
Police work sometimes is that physical and immediate contact with an individual that he or she is dealing with.
The cases are linked to a party of more than 100 people that took place 2 weekends ago, while several other people at the party have tested positive.
Somebody else is pulling the cars over. He doesn't interact with anybody.
Public notification if the situation was deemed a risk to the public. I'm Renee Bernard.
Oh, if they have facial hair, they can get a doctor's note.
This is All News Radio.
You realize this makes the mask easier. Mine, no, because it goes away. It has to cover your whole. If I can see your beard, your mask will work.
24-hour emergency service to all makes and models. Their technicians have the expertise to diagnose and repair your equipment the first time. Not happy with your provider? Contact Pro Door and Dock. Their mobile app makes placing service calls, tracking progress, and viewing your history so simple. Try Pro Door and Dock on your next breakdown or request a free estimate. Visit ProDoor.ca. That's ProDoor.ca.
The Blue Jays are back, and what better way to enjoy a baseball game than with the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays?
Okay, so anything you do on an Android device with a music audio file, let's say, is actually handled by the built-in music player, so to speak. Basically, you don't have to reinvent all the. You can mix and match like Chinese food. These fucking subroutines. Okay, so why is it my browser is so small, and when I close it, it deletes everything? But your apps that are supposed to be a mini browser, just going straight to a certain website. That's all it's supposed to be. It's just supposed to. It's a slightly different way of internet. It's not a website. It's not www. It's a different type of internet site, but it's almost exactly the same. Why your app got to be 50 megabytes, 80 megabytes, but I'm supposed to download 6 of these things from everybody? Why? That doesn't even make sense. Well, your phone's not up to date. Yeah, and I don't have to update it because I don't download your shit. So what was your point? I'm not a customer. I'm not giving you money. Okay, can I not just email you? Because I got an email app and it don't take up that much space. And if you can all accept emails, fuck you. The one cool one was the China Plus app, and there's another one. I think it's China.com, but the problem is that one's all in Chinese. There's no. But that one had shitloads of pictures of fighter jets, all the Chinese military. This is why I see things differently. I had an app on my phone that could go anytime. It would show me. It was news articles, and half of them were like pictures of fighter jets and shit out of China. Just to let you know, they can kick your ass. Oh, people say, oh, they got like 1.5 billion people. You don't want to fuck with them. And you think, oh, it's a back ass for show country. No, that's not the way to look at it. They just put their own regional jet into service, made in China. Regional jet, yeah, that's pretty specific. Because they have a market. They are always going to have a market for people flying from one end of China to the other. It's 5 time zones, but they're all on one time zone. But that's a big fucking place. In Canada, they were smart. They told us certain things about the Russian and Canadian space programs. We didn't talk much about the U.S. We're the second largest landmass, and they tell us about China having so many. They know just enough stuff about the other countries in the world to know we are not the biggest people in the world. Americans, you think you're the biggest people in the world. You're not. You're not talking about nobody that might perceive you as an enemy, or anybody that might perceive you as a potential victim. You're just talking about different people are different and bad. Kill them. That's useless. It's useless. People look just like you. Fuck you over. Your own family.
And promotions. Good luck finding a better price on Bosch dishwashers. We couldn't. Energy savings rebate by the Government of Canada. Find Bosch deals at Gomans.com. Doors open by appointment only. As more businesses and services reopen, we all must continue our efforts to protect each other. Continue to practice physical distancing and stay 2 meters apart from those not in your household or social circle. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge or where required. And wash hands frequently. Download the COVID Alert app to be notified if you may have been exposed to the virus. And get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19. Visit ontario.ca/coronavirus to learn more. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Hey, what do you know? That's pretty much.
I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. Deputy Prime
You used
Minister
to hold on
Christian
to money.
Freeland
Now you
with
hold
a
on to
simple
this.
message to the
You
Trump
used to have a pack of
administration and
cigarettes
tariffs
and a
on
lighter.
Canadian
Now you have a
aluminum was
USB
matched.
drive and everything.
U.S. President Trump has announced a 10% tariff on the metal heading south of the border starting August 16th. Freeland says the goal of responding to tariffs with tariffs is to inflict the least damage on Canada while having the strongest possible impact on the
car
United
companies
States.
looking at this going, what's wrong with you? You know how complicated that's going to make for the car industry?
I'm Sam Pike with Sportsnet.
The Stanley Cup qualifiers continue in
Oh,
their
the raw
respective hub
medalists
cities as multiple teams fight to keep their playoff dreams alive. Finishing it off for the night, the Vancouver Canucks look to put away the Minnesota Wild, and the score was 4-3 for the Minnesota Wild going into the third period. The Canucks currently lead.
The only thing that's real. Listen, this wheel is going to show me. I'll take you to a place where I'm free, a place where pain.
I love it when my machinery just ignores me at the worst possible moments.
Okay, man, you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Now, come on, let's rank this motherfucker up. Wait, here comes a brother. I'm not for sure can rank. Check this out.
I should write. This one has no creases on it.
I'm out here every night, ready to get my
I got the cleanest and dirtiest bill in the world in the same with
Till I'm in my grave, my cup fully loaded, I'm ready to bang. Kill my enemies till they come in ranks. I'll be the first on the block when the money starts to rain. And let me tell you, boy, even though the sunshine and it's hard, when I was young, my family was poor. Maybe that's why now that I'm older, I'm more than enough is never enough. I ain't stopping till I see the world is yours. So the flip, but with both kids, it seems like I was everything. Now I got a way to pay the rent. Nowadays I make the money quick. With the money this good, who the fuck I wanna quit? Fuck flipping the chips, the worker man's a fool. I got my education in the streets, fuck school. With no trust all your
something's about to happen. Teacher, the authorities at the door.
This bill, I can't find this crease on it. It's been circulated, and there's no crease on it. I see things that I think it's just water. Oh, I found a crease. Also, a very minor one, like somebody went like that to. Oh, what I just did wouldn't. I can't believe I just did that. There was a crease already there. I can hear the siren again. They turn it off at times. So let's see this. So we line up Parliament Hill and that thing. Okay, so now we. Oh, see that holographic. How far off was that? Not too far off. Oh, it's angled too far down. Left-ish, right there. Oh, it's in my arm. What the fuck am I doing wrong here? Yeah, I can see the beam of light on the wall. That's how well it works. Now, aiming it is another. Point Parliament. Everybody's gonna have their own angle. We point Parliament Hill downwards. That's the arrow, and there's the angle for the mountain that we gotta compensate for. The plane's gonna come this way. Always keep some Canadian money in your pocket. You never know when you might have to run over the border.
The pandemic. I'm Alex Gouge. British Columbia's health minister says his concern level has never been higher, with more than 2/3 of all British Columbians now self-isolating in a specific region in the province.
Adrian Dick says compliance has been strong, but more than 1,000 people are currently quarantining in Fraser Health.
I couldn't imagine being more concerned than I am now. And what we have seen in recent weeks, as you know, is an increase.
A lot of these old people remember when their grandparents and great-grandparents told them about.
That's why he's again pleading with everyone to be responsible as long as this pandemic lasts.
You just can't do private parties with dozens of people at them in close surroundings.
You said dozens, not hundreds.
In the context of COVID-19.
On the bright side, fewer people older than 60 are getting sick, but again, he says that could change if the virus makes its way back into more care homes. I'm Marcella Bernardo.
It's 50 minutes past the hour. This is All News Radio.
Listen
What province are you in, Bradley?
This is 680 News.
Excuse me, which way to the highway? Easy. Just follow the road and at the top of the street.
This is the classic wallet pull, right? No, maybe not a wallet.
While respecting the speed limit, when you reach a fork in the road, don't touch your phone. And if you keep up with these good driving habits, you can save up to 25% on your car
insurance. It's not totally creased because you guys aren't junkies. You're just trying to walk to the store in Canada where it's windy.
Just visit intact.ca or talk to your broker. Conditions apply.
Have you heard?
How much money I'm saving the mint
ready to welcome you back.
Treasury right now
until August 15th, enjoy a free Fun Card Seasons Pass upgrade for the price of a single day ticket. That's right, buy one ticket and keep
nobody
coming
wants
back
to
all
touch it,
season
and that's why
long
it
for
gets
free.
destroyed,
Visit the
basically.
wide open spaces, exciting animal exhibits, and use Splash Pad. Cool off this summer in a safe, fun outdoor experience for the whole family.
Oh, you know what? I didn't have 50 bank notes. So you can do about 40 or 50 bank notes with that much smoke. I spent, so I forgot to account for that.
Radio.
On 680 News.
That was 45.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. This report brought to you by Area Rug Shop. Eastbound 401 Express, traveling south of the airport over to the 427. It is still jammed. We've got construction.
This one's not even as damaged as the other one's.
A single left lane that is getting by. A reason for the heavy delays there. Once you're beyond the 427, everything is back up to speed. All the rest of your major routes are moving well this morning, despite a lot of other overnight construction. Intersection of King and Portland closed in all directions for a collision. It's amazing what a difference a beautiful rug from Area Rug Shop can make in your space. Discover something unique at Area Rug Shop showrooms or visit arearugshop.ca. Next report's at 101. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
I'd set up for 91.
Coming up at the bottom, or rather the top of the hour, more of the aluminum tariff tiff between Ottawa and Washington. The Trudeau government ready to retaliate against the Trump administration. Beirut reduced to ruins, and Lebanese people are how unhappy they are with what happened on Tuesday. And COVID-19 has made a lot of people work from home, but unfortunately it seems that shorter trip to the office means you're working more. You're listening to All News Radio. The pandemic has been brutal for businesses, and one province has been hit harder than others.
Alberta leads the country in the number of small businesses that are considering closing their doors.
That's Keela Kishorik with the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. She explains Alberta's small businesses are at a critical stage right now, fighting for their survival.
Even with the current support programs in place, 19%, or about 32,000 of Alberta's small businesses, are actively considering bankruptcy or winding down their businesses. Nationally, this number is about 14%.
A report from Stance Canada shows over 11,000 businesses shut down in this province in April of this year. The Calgary Chamber of Commerce says hard swallowed. They're hearing similar issues with many Calgary businesses, and they're working on trying to make things as safe as possible for consumers so they can start heading back to local shops sooner rather than later. I'm Safe Kaiser.
I did something wrong here.
The Deputy Prime Minister believes it's appropriate to question the spending at Rideau Hall. The CBC reports there have been more than $250,000 in upgrades on Rideau Hall to meet demands from Governor General Julie Payette. But Payette still hasn't moved into the official residence after 3 years on the job. Christian Freeland says public officials need to be wise with taxpayers' money.
All of us who have the privilege of serving Canadians have to really be mindful that when we spend money, we are spending the money of Canadians. And we have to be very, very thoughtful about that, very careful about that.
Freeland wouldn't directly say if the government still had confidence in Payette. Talks in Washington, D.C. over further COVID-19 relief for Americans have failed.
Talks between the Trump administration and Democratic leadership have collapsed, with both parties leaving negotiations Friday, citing no measured progress towards an agreement and no plans for a future meeting. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin said the administration is poised to take executive action on coronavirus relief, focused on unemployment insurance, student loans, and evictions.
The chief and I will recommend to the president, based upon our lack of activity today, to move forward with some executive orders.
White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says President Trump will likely sign these orders over the weekend. Catherine Fowlers, ABC News, Washington.
The business report is coming up in 1 minute. You're listening to All News Radio. It's 55 minutes past the hour.
There's a new online grocery delivery service. It's Voila by Sobeys. Fresh lettuce.
Voila.
Juicy peaches.
Voila.
Packed safely by robots, delivered by teammates. From a warehouse, not a store, with the food you actually ordered, no letdowns. To your door in 1 hour delivery windows.
Voila.
Try it online at voila.ca. It's fresh, it's reliable, it's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. See website for details.
Say hello to Shell Go Plus, a new way for all Air Miles collectors to get even more at Shell. And say hey there to getting up to 100% more Air Miles reward miles on Shell fuels. And don't forget to say what's up to 100% more miles on all in-store purchases. Plus, use any BMO Air Miles credit card and say bonjour to getting topped up to 5 times the miles at Shell. With so many ways to get more, we're running out of ways to say hello. Say hello to more with Shell Go Plus. Learn more at shell.ca/Go Plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Coronavirus updates and breaking news.
All on the Be the First to Know newsletter.
Sign up now at 680news.com/newsletters.
I'm Richard Dedman. A new look at small business during the pandemic takes a different approach by going local, down to individual blocks in several BC and Ontario cities. The research is from Van City Credit Union, its Toronto-based investment bank, and the Canadian Urban Institute. Christine Bergeron is Van City acting CEO. Why this granular approach?
There's been a lot of broader macro research out there, a lot of regional research, but we haven't seen very much at the individual community or block level.
You looked at single blocks in Victoria, Vancouver, Surrey, Kamloops, Hamilton, and Toronto. Were there any commonalities?
It wasn't necessarily the affluent communities where small businesses were doing well, and that really had to do with local connection to the community, independently owned businesses where people felt quite loyal.
They can open up a business. A bunch of successful businesses already are. You fucking stupid. Those people are set in their ways. Open up a new business, you can visit. I want to support. I want to support
I
my
noticed that
friends
businesses
too.
did well in 2 blocks that were strongly multicultural, Wexford in Toronto and Newton in Surrey. Is that an illustration of local focus and customer connection?
The fuck is with North there? What the fuck is Wexford? This sounds very British.
Products and services that do tailor to the demands of that community, right? So if you've got specialty foods or whatnot, then again, that community is looking for that, so they're more likely to stay closer and to support those businesses.
Downtown Hamilton, lots of bars, a music venue. The beach in Toronto, lots of restaurants and small shops for local tourists. They both suffered.
If it's night or difficult to manage around, or if you were only dependent on tourism where again that's shut down, or really dependent on the downtown core, all of those things shifted, and what shut down was not necessarily what we would have thought initially.
Acting Van City CEO Christine Bergeron, the Business Center. I'm Richard Dedman.
Why would it?
Hold on, Norm, are you buying your safety wear and work boots from the same place you buy your toilet paper? Go to the store that knows workwear. Work and Wear. Every single brand of safety footwear, workwear, and work gloves at the best prices. And they've been selling PPE since 1975. You'll feel like a kid in a candy store with candy experts on hand. Work and Wear. What does the N stand for? Not now, Norm. Oh. In Markham and Scarborough or at workandwear.ca.
Your streets never made anyone's travel lists. When you search #Wanderlust, your cul-de-sac never comes up. Your driveway is not even in the top 1,000 wonders of the world. And you've never, ever opted for a staycation. Until now. With Automerit from Bel Air Direct, you could lower your car insurance by taking shorter trips and driving less. Guess your neighborhood's the new hotspot. Drive less, and you could save with Bel Air Direct.
680 News is CFTRA.
I don't care what you see right now.
Taking a look now at the Saturday forecast across the country. We're expecting a partly cloudy day in Halifax, a high of 25 degrees, 28 the daytime high in Ottawa, partly cloudy, sunny, and 26 in Toronto, scattered thunderstorms, 19 degrees in Calgary.
This is All News Radio.
I'm Jared Launchworthy. Here's what's making news right now. If you tax us, we'll tax you. The Trudeau government retaliating to the Trump administration reimposing tariffs on Canadian aluminum. Much of Beirut has been reduced to ruins. The Lebanese community calling out the country's lack of leadership following Tuesday's explosion. Scandemic, there have been dozens of reports of people stealing identities to fraudulently claim the
pretending to be the Prime Minister of
and working
Canada.
from home doesn't mean
Somebody lives in
hardly
the
working.
squatting in the
Research
goddamn
suggests you're
shed in the
spending
back
more
acting like
time
he's the
on the
Prime
clock
Minister. They can't
at your
break
home
into
office.
his buddies.
In sports, 4 Canadian teams hit the ice in the Stanley Cup qualifying rounds, with 2 teams struggling to stay alive. Or 15.
And coming up at Business Times, getting even tougher in the airline business. We're looking at Porter Airlines pushing back its restart and Richard Branson's Virgin Atlantic filing for bankruptcy protection.
Well, remember, that's a business move for that guy. He's not going to leave it until the last second to fuck it up. He's going to do it in time.
Still seeing delays out on the highways. Eastbound 401 approaching the 427. It is still jammed. Construction in the 3 right lanes there, so all that traffic getting over into the single left lane is the reason for those delays. We do have a collision northbound 427 in the collectors at Dundas. Left lane is blocked. We've got tow and emergency vehicles on scene. Just a single right lane is getting by, but it is not causing any delays. Lightly traveled roads this morning. Some ramp closures for overnight construction. Northbound 404, no access onto the highway from Finch or Steeles. Ramp to Steeles is closed. Next report at 111. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog.
We'll all
Sunshine
die.
sticks around
Our
into the
lungs will
afternoon, feeling
explode
like
from
31. So
static.
yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
A bad case of deja vu for Canada's aluminum industry as the U.S. moves to impose tariffs on Canadian raw aluminum. This comes 2 years after the U.S. introduced similar tariffs before lifting them the next year. Once again, Canada preparing dollar for dollar, tit for tat retaliatory tariffs. With more, we go to Ottawa and Xiaoli Li.
Who tries to go after your closest ally, your closest trading partner, your number 1 customer in the entire world? Who would do this? Well, President Trump did this.
I don't know, does he? Did he, does he? Holy fuck, don't do that.
Highlighting $390 billion in trade between the U.S. and Ontario alone. His words aligning with those of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, who says American aluminum tariffs will only result in self-inflicted wounds.
Any American who buys a can of beer or of soda, or a car or a bike, will suffer.
The U.S. aluminum tariff comes into effect on August 16th.
Remember I talk about aluminum
government says it'll be consulting on what American products will be targeted by retaliatory tariffs. The Aluminum Association of Canada says it fully supports the government on this. Meanwhile, Ontario's Doug Ford went a bit further, saying it's time to buy Canadian.
The man doesn't realize I'm not right, eh?
In Ottawa,
I'll tell him later.
City News.
Because he's never treated me any different. This place now runs on nice for him. One was
already a country in crisis that came Tuesday's deadly explosion. Terrence Hewlin has more on how the blast
he doesn't know him. I don't know him now. He doesn't know he's white.
I
I don't know him white.
has been rising
He doesn't
since
know
last fall over
that
a
I don't know
economy
that
that's
I'm not.
caused the currency to collapse, prices to soar, and people to go hungry. Much of the financial crisis caused by a broken banking
These are all
system
Canadian
that's
nickels.
plunged the country into literal darkness. Then, this.
620 of them to buy a can of pop.
The phone is going to struggle on a number of fronts. We have around 300,000, and that's about 100,000 children who are homeless all of a sudden.
Jad Sucker from Save the Children tells Breakfast Television more than 500,000 children in Beirut were struggling to survive before Tuesday's blast. I'm Karen Seolin.
Lebanese Montrealers gathered in front of the consulate to denounce the Lebanese government in the aftermath of the Beirut explosion. Alicia Rubertucci reports from Montreal. They're furious and want change.
Having that many explosives being stored for 6 years in the port right next to the city is a crime by itself.
Protest in Montreal Friday. Many in Lebanon have taken to the streets denouncing government corruption and the country's economic meltdown.
Here in
Four in the grocery store, four in the dollar store, one in the corner store.
At this point, we've had to endure quite a lot over the past 30 years.
Samer Beyhoum is a former Montrealer and lives in Beirut, 4 kilometers from the site of the blast that left much of the city in ruins.
The government's pretty much absent on the streets. especially in the streets that have been mostly affected. It's the
You are the government.
coming out and families that are coming out, cleaning the streets of the rebel.
In Montreal, Alicia Vertucci, City News.
We get like upscale.
To
Everybody
India now,
want
where
to
at
know.
least
I'll claim the
17 people are
sewers. The
dead and
sewer
more
guys
than
can do something else
10,000
and all that.
injured
If somebody go over there, help them move rubble. Right? I don't see how I'd go over help them move rubble. But if I had that GPS thing already set up, everything already set up ready to go, would it not be good to hey, come help us move bodies and rubble?
And then
Okay.
cracked in two while landing in heavy rain.
I'd get
The
on a
pilot is one of
C-130.
those
I can
killed.
get on no
15
fucking
passengers are in critical
737.
condition. It's 6 minutes past the hour. This is All News Radio. The lawyer for a black man
Universality
assaulted by an
services, you must
off-duty
get onto
Toronto
any
police
vehicle.
officer years ago.
Not
has
getting on the
harsh
helicopter,
words
no.
for the Toronto
That's
Police
a right
Service
decision.
following the
Fuck
release of a
you.
new report. Phil Martino reports it showed former police chief Mark Saunders was kept in the dark
There's no
for
reason I would
5
ever get on a
months
fighter.
about what happened.
That's a moot point.
Julian
Cargo
Faulkner,
plane,
who's acting
sure.
as legal counsel for DeFonte Miller, says it appears ignorance of the facts and the law are a defense.
Because, of course, Chief Saunders
Rolling
has
through
received a
100.
pass
Oh,
from the NYPD. What the report
What you
proves
just said? What you
is
said?
that officers subordinate to Chief Saunders deliberately chose to keep SIU in the dark and therefore bypassed a timely investigation of the incident.
Faulkner
Chocolate,
says
chocolate,
what is
strawberry,
crystal clear
blueberry,
says their
blueberry,
concerns over
blueberry,
cover-up are
blueberry, blueberry,
legitimate.
blueberry,
On Thursday, the interim police chief said the service made the wrong decision when they chose not to report Miller's assault to the SIU. Miller was 19 when he was assaulted by off-duty police officer Constable Michael Terrio in December of 2016 in Whitby. It left Miller blind in his left eye. I'm Phil Martino.
You
Imagine
say
being
that like
let
this
go
is
from
all
your
sort
job
of
for
kind of
something you
happened.
didn't do. That's what two former
I know,
employees
it
of
was
Ontario's
getting there till I
transit
like he
service say
hated
happened
it.
to them,
Somehow,
and
just
they were
later
both
on,
fired
later
for
we went
failing
behind
to pass
it.
a criminal background
No.
check. Even though
No,
neither
you
of
have to,
them
how many
have
times you
criminal
have to hit
records.
somebody in their eye to
Janelle
make it
Massey
come out?
reports
It
the
has to be done on purpose.
rather, is
It's like, oh, it
filing a
was the
human rights
weapon. He
complaint.
hit it with a weapon.
A
No,
retained
that part
recalls
don't
the
mean shit.
disappointment he felt after losing a job he'd landed just months before following
You
a
look at my
rigorous
elders.
selection
We
process.
put people in the temple, their
23-year-old was
eyes
told he
pop
could
up,
no longer work for
and then they get put
if
back
he
in
failed
because
a
that's how the
criminal
human
record
eye is
check.
constructed.
But the
So what the
college
fuck
grad
did this
couldn't
guy do?
understand why.
Smashed his eye out and stomped on it while the kid was unconscious. He doesn't even know what happened. Fuck you, buddy. You're gonna be a hurting nigga because you ain't running away.
As an individual,
I feel very
This
robbed.
nigga here,
I
yeah, right.
invested time and money to go to school
He
to
shakes
obtain a
every
career
time
in
he
his
sees
field.
me. He started
Jonathan
getting
Muncie had
all that
experienced
sounds like
almost
all
the
this
exact
stupid
same
shit to
thing
say,
a few
no.
months earlier. The mother of three
His comeback to me repeating what he has said. Oh, that's pretty paranoid.
wouldn't tell her
I
why she
exploded
failed the
laughing. You don't
background
know
check.
screaming
Muncie
this
tells
shit
us
out.
this is
People
actually her
stupid.
second time losing out on a job. Months before Metrolinx, she had made it to the final rounds of a 911 dispatcher job, but she didn't get it in the end because she failed to pass Toronto police background check. Janelle Massey, City News.
Meaning what? Well, you're related to people that
Another
maybe
from the
you might give them
Toronto
inside
area is warning
information. You know how
others
much
about
trouble
identity
me, my
fraud
uncles,
scam
my
linked
dad,
to
my
the Canada Emergency
grandfather get
Response
into.
Benefit after her
You don't
account
know the jobs that my aunts get.
Eric Natividad
You're no
reports.
hiding it. Oh, but we
It was
look
an
white.
unusual email that first set off red flags for Nicola Hudson. She
Bill right
says
now
on
for
Monday,
threatening
the
police
Canada
officers.
Revenue Agency sent
You
her a
don't
message
charge them
saying
selling
she would
drugs
no
no more.
longer
None
be
of the
receiving
conspiracies.
email
None of this.
notifications from them.
Shout out
But
to Vermont
Hudson says
Police.
she never applied for the
West
government
Virginia.
benefit
Wherever
because she's been
fucking
able to
pussies
continue
fall.
working.
So then I went and I checked my personal information. My email address had been changed to my email at live.sa instead of .ca.
Her banking information, too, had been changed to a different bank.
So I automatically just went in and changed my banking info back because that freaked me out. I fixed up my email and then I started calling.
Her situation is not a unique one.
From March until the end of June, the Canada Anti-Fraud Centre says it's received 713 reports of someone's personal information being stolen, so someone could apply for the CERB.
Just starting to
With no
earn
daily
that fucking
commute during
wear
the
there.
lockdown, many thought they had
You're gonna
more
be
time
clear
on
when we're done with
their hands.
you.
Has more new research that shows they're actually working longer while working from home.
Yes,
The average workday is 36 minutes to 2 hours longer than it ever has been.
Dr. Lisa Belanger studies the habits of workers in workplaces. The global pandemic has blurred the boundaries of home and work like never seen before.
More meetings
As
in
never
longer
seen
meetings,
before.
which is
Like never
unfortunate because
before.
you don't have to get
As
somewhere
never
after.
before. As
You're
never
not kind of
before
accounting
seen.
for this.
As never
Adding
seen
breaks
before.
are necessary.
Not
In a study of over
like
3
never
million
before.
people
I
right
can't say what
across the
she
globe,
said.
Researchers at Harvard and NYU calculated that during the lockdown, the workday lasted 48.5 minutes longer.
and the number of meetings increased by roughly 13%. With no end in sight for the pandemic, Belanger has some tips for surviving several more months of work from home.
Some effective breaks are basically connecting with yourself, connecting with others, connecting with nature. Non-effective breaks is anything else on a screen.
That little beam of light, that's
Tara Overholt, City News.
This is All News Radio.
Will you be working from home next month? Will there be a second wave? So much is uncertain right now, but one thing is for sure. Every little bit helps. So
what's he saying?
Additional relief measure of $100 million to all eligible auto insurance clients.
Weed.
2.1 million auto policy holders across Canada automatically receive up to 40% of their monthly premium for 1 month, just like that. Because supporting you is our priority. Learn more at DesjardinAgents.com.
Across Ontario, from grocery stores to coffee shops, people need to wear masks and stay 2 meters apart. So why not in elementary schools? Ford's plan has elementary students and educators returning to the same crowded classrooms. Tell the Ford government a safe return to school means smaller classes, masks for all students, and enough supports to keep everyone healthy and learning. We still have time to fix this. Take action at buildingbetterschools.ca. A message from the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario.
680 News is everywhere,
Even your smart speaker.
ask to play 680 News.
Playing 680 News.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Still looking at some heavy delays eastbound 401 as you approach the 427 in the express. 3 right lanes gone for construction here, so it's just a single left lane that's getting by. So it is jammed up from south of the airport until you get past the 427. Then everything is back up to speed. No other delays on your major routes. We are looking at a collision on the northbound 427 just north of Dundas. It's in the collectors. Left lane is blocked. We've got a couple fire trucks and tow trucks on scene here. You'll see the flashing lights as you go by. Again, it's not causing any delays. All of your other major routes are up to speed this morning. Next report's at 121. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
Rogers, the parent company of this radio station, has launched a fundraiser.
Rogers kicking off a fundraising campaign to support the Orange Shirt Society, which aims to educate Canadians on the history and impact of our country's residential school system and advocate for action on reconciliation. Earlier this morning on Breakfast Television, Ojibwe artist Patrick Hunter joined me to talk about the significance of the T-shirts that he designed.
I chose 11 eagle feathers to represent 4 directions because residential schools in this country were in all directions, and then also to represent the 7 grandfather teachings that Anishinaabe people hold dearly.
The Rogers Orange Shirt fundraising campaign begins today. It runs through September the 30th. To get your orange T-shirt, go to tsc.ca/wewearorange.
Racial problems, white people have no idea what we're on about. What the fuck is over here?
This is All News Radio.
The big story. I'm your host, Jordan Heath Rawlings. We'll go deeper on the issues of the day. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts. We asked real Ford owners across Canada what they thought of their new 2020 F-150. It's great for work. It's great for play.
1952, 2002. It's the Diamond Jubilee.
A vehicle that I absolutely love.
You said it. Now get it with Ford Employee Pricing. You pay what we pay. Get over $16,000 in total price adjustments with optional features selected on a new 2020 F-150 Limited. Visit your local Ford store or
One on top of 2000. They're both exactly the same as the 96.
Get hooked on Bolts Plus. Bolts Plus is your fastener specialist plus so much more. Check out their massive showroom filled with an extensive inventory of industrial and safety supplies such as abrasives, adhesives, and lubricants, anchors, storage bins, paints and coatings, cutting tools, chain hooks, and wire rope, plus a huge stock of DeWalt and Milwaukee power tools. Let their knowledgeable staff source your hard-to-find items. Bolts Plus, proudly Canadian-owned and operated. Many locations to serve you. Visit boltsplus.ca.
That's a lie. Bullshit. What? So that means there's like 6 locations.
All News Radio.
I'm not $5 short.
Making news
se,
right now.
as
Deputy
I
Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland
just
had a
won
simple
$5
message for the
numbers.
Trump
And I
administration
counted
and
them when I
tariffs on
left the bank.
Canadian
So
aluminum
don't
will
think
be
yourself.
matched. U.S.
It's not
President
that.
Donald Trump has announced a 10% levy on the metal heading south of the border starting August 16th. Freeland says the goal of responding to tariffs with tariffs is to inflict the least damage on Canada while having the strongest possible impact on the United States.
I'm Sam Hyde with Sportsnet. The Stanley Cup qualifiers continue in their respective hub cities as multiple teams fight to keep their playoff dreams alive. Finishing it off for the night, the Vancouver Canucks looked to put away the Minnesota Wild, and the score was 4-3 for the Minnesota Wild going into the third period. The Canucks currently lead the series 2-1. Earlier in the day, the Montreal Canadiens downed the Pittsburgh Penguins to end their 2019-2020 season. It was a nail-biter, but thanks to 2 goals in the third, the Canadiens took it 2-0 thanks to Carey Price's shutout. Speaking of nail-biters, the Toronto Maple Leafs will live on to play another day. 3 goals in the final moments of their game against the Blue Jackets pushed it to overtime when this happened. Right off the verge to center, Miley keeps the puck in. On the wing for Tavares in front of the net. They score! They score! Austin Matthews has won the game! The Leafs win it in overtime! The final was a 4-3 overtime win for the Maple Leafs. However, not so good news for the other Hub City team. The Edmonton Oilers fell to the Chicago Blackhawks 3-2, ending their promising season at the hands of Chicago. Over in the NBA bubble down in Orlando, the Raptors had their win streak snapped. Looking for their 8th win in a row, the Raptors ran into a wall named the Boston Celtics and were dropped 122-100. Prior to the game, the Raptors were 3 for 3 following the NBA's restart. And the Toronto Blue Jays suited up for some MLB action. They matched up against the Boston Red Sox for the first time of the shortened season, and it was a 5-3 loss at the hands of the Sox, thanks in part to this.
There's a swing and a fly ball headed towards the monster, deep left field, headed over the monster and gone. Alex Verdugo with his second home run.
Oh, the one I put up here. How long would it take me to figure out?
Scores on the 15s and the
Jesus
45s
Christ, I'm slow. But look at it.
Atlantic Canadians should brace themselves for a very active hurricane season. Chris Halef reports from Halifax. The Canadian Hurricane Center says we are way above average as it stands.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the U.S. said it was predicting up to 25 named storms this season, of which 7 to 11 could become hurricanes, including 3 to 6 major hurricanes. Canadian Hurricane Center meteorologist Bob Robichaud wasn't surprised by the numbers.
We're up to 9 named storms and 2 hurricanes, and the average for the state is around 2. So we're way ahead of where we should be from an average perspective. So those numbers certainly make sense.
He says we need to prepare accordingly, especially given the current pandemic and restrictions in place. Robichaud says we're quickly approaching September, which is typically the peak month for hurricane season. I'm Chris Halef.
This worn-out spot cuts through the numero 3.
With small claims courts not expected to open in Ontario until at least November, a paralegal specializing in the area has some advice on how to effectively handle legal issues in the meantime.
I don't think so.
Susan Coppridge is the owner of Coppridge Paralegal Services. She says seeking a settlement conference would be a good step, which is similar to mediation.
It is in the interest of all the parties out there. If you can work things out amongst yourselves, you can even draft an agreement and send it to the court, so both parties are bound to it.
A machine tried to read it, it wouldn't see it, and that's where the line would get drawn in this
She says she encourages this because there will be a massive backlog of cases, and it could be a long time before a case is heard.
I don't know, the bank manager might know you, or you might know the guy that works for the treasury, the guard guy, and everything else. Didn't send it in
Canadian
the mail
businesses have been devastated by the pandemic, and many won't even resume operations. Safe Kaiser reports small business in one province is being hit particularly hard.
Our report from Stance Canada shows between January and April of this year, nearly 30,000 businesses have closed down, while only around 20,000 new ones have opened up. Keely Kishorik is with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. She says Alberta leads the country in the number of small businesses seriously considering closing their doors for good.
Alberta small businesses are truly at a critical point when it comes to their survival. And now more than ever, all of us as consumers need to show and support the local small businesses and remember that small actions can make a big difference for their recovery.
and their survival.
Meantime, the Calgary Chamber of Commerce says the numbers are hard to swallow, but are in line with what they're hearing, adding consumer confidence needs to be rebuilt and making people feel safe enough to go out and shop once again. I'm Safe Kaiser.
This is All News Radio.
Live. Local. Always breaking.
This is 680 News. As more businesses and services reopen, we all must continue our efforts to protect each other. Continue to practice physical distancing and stay 2 meters apart from those not in your household or social circle. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge or where required. And wash hands frequently. Download the COVID Alert app to be notified if you may have been exposed to the virus. And get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19. Visit ontario.ca/coronavirus to learn more. Paid for by the government of Ontario.
They keep referring to N90, they keep referring to N95, they keep referring to masks by dollar rand. It's non-medical. The ones that look exactly the same, but the nurses really wear them, those are medical. The N95 masks,
Me too, Jesse.
they kept saying don't use N95, yes, use non-medical.
Jesse is now
The
free to
N95
feel
masks
love
are
again.
drywall masks.
Hey, no contracts, no commitment.
That's some racist Confederate doing it, so I don't know why you keep playing that like it's funny. Oh, it's mindless. It's mindless. Harmless. It's not real. It's not intended. And if you go along with it, then you've basically given permission. I understand how Satanism works. But the problem is you keep twisting it around. Satanism is the worship of the self. You want me to worship you and call that Satanism. Nope. That would be worship of you. You worshiping you falls under the name of one religion or whatever belief calls it Satanism. Oh, I dropped one, eh? Yeah, that's interesting because now I got an even dollar in here. Fuck, man. My leg ulcers are going fucking crazy. Un, deux, trois. Okay, 6, 7. Wait a second. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, no. This! Oh, I guess we're not gonna get any of these ever again. Mindless. It's all mindless. I was getting confused by what I had here. Now I know. It was 195 divided into 80. 15. So student 3 is 15, 30. Yeah, every $15 I flipped him over. You know what I'm talking about? You're not a money mover. And I go courier. Not mule, courier. It's not quite the same thing. And sometimes they're bringing the exact same cash, but usually the point is that the same value gets from place to place. But if somebody sends me to the bank to deposit $500 in his cash, and somebody else in a different bank $500 paid, but they don't care which cash it is. All right? If you're doing checks, it's different. If you're buying drugs, it don't matter at all, as long as it's money. People trying to give me 20s for hundreds and fives. I need hundreds and fives all day. That's all I got. And 150. They wouldn't give me 10 more fives. I have cookies here, but I want to eat them. So I smoked one joint since 6 o'clock. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's saving money, isn't it? Instead of not saving money. I gotta find some type. I got 100 jars. I gotta pick a jar to use for change that I can just spend. There we go. Gotcha forma. We use this one. No, because I keep it with piles of change. It's gonna be this one. The President's Choice cheese sauce. There we go. I don't even know what the fuck I got this. Probably from No Frills, I guess. cigarette. But I have them, so I don't need them. I already have them. There's a lid in this jar, but I can't fit the thread in the jar. Thankfully, all these things are clean on the inside already. It's just the outside that's grungy.
A Subaru. That's what you do. Find great value at your Ontario Subaru dealer, starting with up to 8 comfy seats in a Subaru Ascent. Hurry now for rates from 0.5% and award-winning safety. Especially you, Mary.
Hi, Anthony Longo here. With over 65 years in Ontario, Longo's is as local as it gets. That means great relationships with our local farmers for the best quality and the freshest meats around. And we're proud to say that 100% of the chicken, pork, turkey, lamb, and veal we sell at Longo's comes from Ontario farms. Right down the road. As the crow flies.
Turn right.
Or as GPS tells you, for quality that meets your family standards, trust ours.
Ontario white farm boys humor. He's not a dork. You're the dork for not getting the joke.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker.
I'm Richard Southern, deep in trouble in the battered and bruised airline business. We found out this past week that Toronto-based Porter Airlines won't be taking back to the skies until at least October 7th. Now, this regional airline out of Toronto hasn't flown a single flight since the end of March.
So
it's a private company, so we don't know what the books look like, but there's serious questions. Can it survive?
The airports could go out of business. How do I know this? We got in trouble for landing planes at Toronto City Centre after hours. You couldn't do it. You're not supposed to.
They're heavily reliant upon corporate travel simply not moving at the moment. And that fact combined with a very, very serious travel restriction in this country. I think Porter itself cited the Canada-U.S. border, about 15 to 17% of Porter's seat capacity is on the U.S. marketplace, places like Newark, New Jersey, Boston.
Oh, that's right. I don't think of that part. Yeah,
for sure. But I think we're going to see, not just in Canada, but we're going to see around the world this fall, get into October, November, a fair number of additional companies either go into restructuring or outright bankruptcy.
Indeed, we did see a bankruptcy filing this past week from Richard Branson's Virgin Atlantic Airlines.
The carrier has undergone a fair amount of expansion the past 5 years, and Delta Airlines bought in a very significant equity stake over the past year or two. It was rumored that Virgin was going to go into restructuring while a debt on their balance sheet, so today's news is not a surprise.
That's Robert Kukonis with Air Travel at the Business Center. I'm Richard Southern.
Today on Hey Culligan, the best things in life are free. Water tests. Let's go to Candace.
Hey Culligan, how do I learn more about my water?
Candace, let me just test the waters here.
Okay.
Literally test your water.
Oh.
For free.
Free?
Free, Candace. In-home water tests for free. So you know more about your water and how to make it better with Culligan water. And Candace,
yeah,
we're already on the way.
Oh, good.
Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca. If you find yourself wondering things like,
is life insurance expensive?
Then you're not alone. Book a check-in at rbcinsurance.com/book to let us help you get protected within your budget. RBC Insurance. We'll help you get it.
The hottest August deals are at sale. Summer's hot, but so are the discounts. Now's the time to plan your next outdoor adventure. With up to 50% off clothing, footwear, and gear from select brands, you'll be on your way. The hottest August deals are for a limited time only. Track them down while you can.
The News Watch
never stops.
This is 680 News.
Taking a look now at the Saturday forecast. Across the country, we're expecting a partly cloudy sky in Halifax, a high of 25 degrees. Partly cloudy 28 in Ottawa, 26 the daytime high in Toronto, a sunny sky, scattered thunderstorms, and 19 in Calgary, Vancouver, showers, and 22 degrees.
This is All News Radio.
I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. The Trudeau government ready to go dollar for dollar, matching the Trump administration's tariffs on aluminum. Beirut somehow trying to clean up from Tuesday's explosion. The Lebanese people are fed up with the country's leadership. A Canadian man being held by American immigration authorities has been killed by COVID-19, and there has been another outbreak of the virus at a Canadian meatpacking plant. It's not stopping it from operating.
In sports, 4 Canadian teams suit up for some hard-hitting hockey action in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup qualifying rounds. More 45.
Coming up in business, travel restrictions are slowly being lifted, and if you're planning to visit another province this summer, we'll tell you why you want to check with your insurance provider.
All the concrete, you know what we do down here? All the concrete they do, I don't know if it's still free, but it used to be free to dump concrete in the city of Toronto because they built what's called the Leslie Street Spit. It's 5 kilometers out into the lake.
Approaching the 427
it's all old concrete, just trucks dropped on it. It's a conservation area. There's trees, birds,
everything back up
the
to speed. You won't
fence is
find
down
any
there.
other delays on your major routes.
There's
We
a
do have a
fence
collision
post, and then
northbound
there's a cross
427
piece.
in the
There's this little hole
collectors
so
just
the
north of
rabbits and
Dundas.
things
Left lane is blocked. You've
not
got
even
10
built.
emergency vehicles on scene. Just have to slow down. Going by the
concrete
flashing
rubble
lights
does
there,
not
but
go
other
to
than that,
landfill.
everything is up to speed. Struggling with your business of all business.
Very Dutch concept to reclaim the
your
land.
business into new markets to learn
We should
more.
pump the water out of here.
Transformgrow.com.
Actually, we could just shut off the falls and drain it
Now
out.
let's check your
No,
forecast.
we're going to go Canadian. Just put rocks in until it fills up.
Great conditions
That's
for that
Canadian.
morning
How many
jog.
rocks do you have to
Sunshine
throw in the
sticks around
pond
into
every
the
day?
afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the
Dump
humidity
all
is
that
creeping
concrete
up.
in the fucking
That's
water.
thanks in part
Dump it,
to a nice
and once you
southwest
dump
wind
enough
for
of
this
it, you can
afternoon.
drive out on top
Today's
of it,
high is
dump
seasonal,
it, keep
27
going.
degrees.
The ocean gives a fuck. Gives a fuck
The
right now.
Trudeau government responding to the Trump administration slapping a 10%
That
tariff
kid that's
on
gotta go
Canadian
find the
aluminum.
private parts
Deputy
of his
Prime Minister
parents.
Chrystia Freeland says
buying
Canada
a
will
base, building
impose
permits
dollar
there.
for
Get the fuck
dollar
out of here.
countermeasures if U.S. President Donald Trump reimposes it.
You know why they had all that
It's
ammonium nitrate there? They were trying to find a way to move it in
ludicrous
some way.
for the U.S.
Why'd
to
they
say
take it
that
off the
Canadian
ship?
aluminum represents a
You
national
could literally
security
just
threat.
left it. If the
Freeland
ship
says
sank,
Liberal
well,
ministers have known for a long time that this administration
sure,
is the most
was it? Was it
protectionist
not? They
in
abandoned the ship
history.
for some reason.
I think the
If
important
it
point
was
for
insured, was
Canadians
the
to
insurance company
understand,
that took care of that?
and above all
When
for
you have a wrecking
Americans
yard,
to
is it India
understand,
right there?
is that the first casualties, the first victims of these tariffs will be Americans themselves. That's what's so unfortunate about all of this.
Ontario's premier also lashing out at U.S. President Trump.
I'm a businessman, and I would never go after my number one customer and slap him in the face like President Trump did to the Canadian public in Ontario. We will come back swinging like they've never seen before.
The tariff is slated to go into effect on August 16th. The aluminum industry leaders say they can weather the storm, but it could be trouble for Americans.
Who will pay more for the same product
One
than
of
they
those
were
is for
paying before
1980 movies,
this
one of those for
announcement.
1990s
So
movies.
this is where it creates some
One between the
background
wine
noise
bottle dimes
on
and the 40
the
bottle with all
business
the dimes in the
environment.
church over
Only
there. If they
China,
ever open
India,
up
and
again.
Russia produce more aluminum than Canada. Freeland also slammed
They
America's
just saw
pivot
this
to
one there at the church on
protectionism,
the outside.
a trade
Split the
policy
coins with
most
them.
economists say doesn't work. It hasn't worked since the 1800s. And I think we are going into a
We're just
world
gonna
now
bring into a
where
payphone at the church.
certain concerns, some of them political or non-economic,
People supposed to use a
let's say
fucking
like
phone.
security, which are going to play a much bigger role in trade policy than we've seen before. In Ottawa, Xiaoli Lee, City News.
It's 34 minutes past the hour on All News Radio. Investigators still trying to get to the bottom of what happened in Beirut Tuesday, the explosion leveling the port of the Lebanese capital, throwing a country in turmoil into further disarray. Karen Seolin joins us with the latest on what we know.
While French and Russian rescue teams search for evidence and bodies buried beneath Beirut's port, it's the Lebanese who have been left looking for answers from a government they say is corrupt. This woman has been coming every day to what's left of her apartment after it was torn apart, just like most of Beirut. For her, the explosion is
And you looked at
symptomatic
her
of
for 3
years of
seconds, and now
mismanagement and neglect by
your copy
Lebanon's
for the
political
next
elite.
The sense of complete
You don't give a fuck. You don't give a
what
fuck.
happened.
You don't give a
It's
fuck. I know
now
you don't give a
giving
fuck.
way to really palpable anger. Somebody
Eternally
has to be held
displaced person
accountable.
myself.
And it's not just a few court officials. This has to go all the way up the chain of command.
Lebanon's president is confirming that he was made aware of the massive stockpile of chemical explosives last month and ordered security officials to do what was necessary. He added on Friday that the investigation was looking into whether the blast was caused by what he called an external interference, like a bomb, or whether it was the result of simple negligence.
You said somebody was welding. How do they know somebody was welding? Like, again, why are you welding a hole on the warehouse? How do you have money to weld the hole in the warehouse when nothing in the warehouse matters if it's wet?
Have robbed us from everything from 1991 until today.
The last year itself alone has just been one thing after the other, from the fires to the collapse of the Lebanese lira.
Samer Beyhoum is a former Montrealer and lives in Beirut, 4 kilometers from the site of the blast that left much of the city in ruins. Both the Canadian and Quebec governments have opted to pledge aid to international agencies like the Red Cross instead of contributing directly to the Lebanese government. Samer said the political elite are the main problem, and protests are expected to continue in Beirut on Saturday.
If this explosion doesn't cause the change that we need in this country, then I don't know what will.
In Montreal, Alicia Robertucci, City News.
A Canadian man who was set to be deported from the U.S. has been killed by COVID-19 while in custody of American immigration authorities.
To change the packages on the zigzag
is a rarity. New numbers from the facility that housed 72-year-old James Hill have been released, and they show that out of an estimated 350 to 400 detainees, there were 339 confirmed cases of the coronavirus. A spokeswoman for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says the agency followed approved official guidelines, and detainees were provided with regular access to testing and medical treatment. It's 37 minutes past the hour on All News Radio. The lawyer representing a black man lost an eye after being assaulted by an off-duty Toronto police officer responding to a report by the Office of the Independent Police Review Director. Bill Martino reports he says their concerns about a cover-up are legitimate.
The report shows former Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders was kept in the dark for 5 months about Defonte Miller's assault at the hands of an off-duty Toronto police officer. Julian Faulkner, who's acting as legal counsel for Miller and his family,
off-duty police officer, like, to me, that'd be like, so you had no authority to do anything. To them, it's like, oh, well, it's not our fault. He wasn't on duty. Like,
that the chief is able to.
So that off-duty cabbie was driving a Beck taxi drunk. Everybody goes, oh, the cab company should fire his ass.
Decision when it chose not to report Miller's assault to the SIU.
You don't work for your cell phone company.
When he was assaulted by off-duty Toronto Police Constable Michael Theriault on December 28th of 2016.
I don't know why cab drivers don't just have CB radios.
In one of his eyes. I'm Phil Martino.
All you CBs. I don't understand people.
Controversy brewing as more employees from a pork processing plant in Brandon, Manitoba test positive for COVID-19. Mark Neufeld reports from Winnipeg. The union president wants the plant shut down. However, public health officials say it's safe to stay open.
8 employees have now tested positive for the virus. It has some worried as it draws comparisons to the rapid spread of COVID-19 seen one of Canada's worst outbreaks at an Albertan Cargill meat processing plant in May.
2 days later, it was 400. 3 days after that, it was over 900. 3 people died. It was transmitted in the community to another 600 people.
Manitoba's chief public health officer says the plant is safe to stay open.
Yeah, this is Brandon, Manitoba. You people don't go fucking nowhere. If you do, you need to be sent back home.
As a result of working inside the
pork processing facility, and
there is no evidence to suggest otherwise.
Did you meet your wife at the pork plant, or
that's going to be a change in our review, and we'll have to address that.
Janet Riley is the vice president of communications and public affairs
at
Maple Leaf Foods. She says she is confident they can provide a safe workplace. However, if COVID-19 viral transmissions do start occurring inside the walls of the plant, things could change.
If there were spread occurring in our plant, that would be a game changer.
In
Winnipeg, Mark Neufeld, City News.
I love pork.
A call
I'm a farm
to an out-of-control party in downtown Vancouver has led to 3 police officers testing positive for COVID-19. Neighbor Bernard reports officers in 2 patrol units are also self-isolating at home after responding
The situation was revealed in a tweet by Police Union President Ralph Kaiser and confirmed by the police department. Former BPD Superintendent Cashian says the officers aren't required to use masks and gloves, although they could take precautionary measures if they knew they might be exposed.
But it's rather difficult because inherent in police work sometimes is that physical and immediate contact with an
also
individual that he or
having a
she
suddenly run and somebody
Cases are
do like
linked to a
anything
party
like
of
that.
more than
That's why I say
100 people that took
making it
place 2
mandatory
weekends
necessarily
ago.
gonna
While
solve the
several
problem.
other people at the party have tested positive, Vancouver Coastal Health says it would only issue a public notification if the situation was deemed a risk to the public. I'm Renee Bernard.
Oh.
This is All News Radio.
Yeah, but if somebody says, "Oh, I don't go out that much," you go, "Oh, it's not a risk." You find out later they spend it to 18 people. I know somebody gave 17 people appetite to see while fucking testing negative all the time.
To send money securely from home at $0 transfer fee.
Well, in the drug addict's mind, when they're in pain,
mobile app. Complete your first
that's the
transfer today
negative.
and get $50
Okay, let's
back.
do it.
Visit CIBC.com.
That's how it happened. You didn't run around trying to. Oh, he was a dirty junkie. Serves him right to being an addict. Well, he had other problems. Drugs, when that man dropped up, you would have solved no problems whatsoever for him or the public at large
Delivered by
by getting him out of drugs.
From a
Nope,
warehouse,
that wasn't the
not a
problem.
store. With the food you actually
That was
ordered,
the problem.
no letdowns. To your door in 1 hour delivery windows.
Voila!
Try it online at voila.ca. It's fresh, it's reliable, it's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. See website for details.
You see a website
Big story. I'm your host, Jordan Heathrow. Links from COVID to protests to the future of sports. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. This report brought to you by 680 News Gets Answers. Still a little bit slow on the eastbound 401 and the Express approaching the 427. They've got construction down to a single left lane going through that area. Although roads are getting lighter and lighter, so it's starting to move a little bit better than it was earlier. Once you get beyond the 427, everything back up to speed. No more delays on your major routes. We were dealing with a collision on the northbound 427 and the collectors north of Dundas. That has cleared. Do you have questions about COVID-19? 680 News is working to get you the answers you need. Ask us anytime at 416-872-6800 and we'll work to get you the answer. Next report at 151. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high seasonal 27 degrees.
The wind will
It's
make it
expected
humid.
to be an extremely active hurricane season. Bob Robichaud with the Canadian Hurricane Center says Atlantic Canada needs to be prepared.
Especially, once, given the
See
fact
that
that
help
we're
button, you
in
can
a
program that
pandemic
for like
and
Canadian Coast
and we
Guard,
have all these different
New
protocols
Brunswick,
now
search and
and
rescue,
stores
whatever the fuck.
and
And
all that
it'll
kind of thing. So
automatically
we need
contact.
to,
The first thing it does is
it's even more
contact
important to be prepared
your
as
contacts to
Robichaud
ask
says
them
so
what
far
they
this
should call
season,
them and ask
there
what
have
they
been
should do.
9 named
And then it
storms and
contacts
2
whatever search
hurricanes.
and
The
rescue people
average
you
for around
listed,
this time of year
depending
is
on where you
2
are.
named storms. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the U.S. says it was predicting up
Out
to
on the ocean is a
25
good
named
place to
storms
get a
this
good
season. 7
GPS
to 11
signal.
could become hurricanes, including 3 to 6 major ones. It's 43 minutes past the hour on All News Radio.
You need to know.
The latest breaking news, traffic, and weather.
Turn to 680 News.
Toronto. Say hello to Shell Go Plus. A new way for all Air Miles collectors to get even more at Shell. And say, hey there, to getting up to 100% more Air Miles reward miles on Shell fuels. And don't forget to say, what's up, to 100% more miles on all in-store purchases. Plus, use any Vimo Air Miles credit card and say, bonjour, to getting topped up to 5 times the miles at Shell. With so many ways to get more, we're running out of ways to say hello. Say hello to more with Shell Go Plus. Learn more at shell.ca/Go Plus. Terms and conditions apply.
When you sweep something under the rug, does it make it go away?
ATM renovations.
Your unfinished basement is under the rug,
I'm doing this with
and it's not going anywhere. So why don't you just do it?
99 pounds
Just
of weed. That was
finish it
good.
now.
Think about that.
Drop the broom, call AGM, and finally finish the basement.
ATM renovations.
Call before the end of August and get a huge discount.
This is All News Radio.
I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland with a simple message to the Trump administration. Any tariffs on Canadian aluminum will be matched. U.S. President Trump has announced a 10% levy on the metal heading south of the border starting on August 16. Freeland says the goal of responding to tariffs is to inflict the least damage on Canada while having the strongest possible impact on the United States.
I'm Sam Pike with Sportsnet. The Stanley Cup qualifiers continue in their respective hub cities as multiple teams fight to keep their playoff dreams alive. Finishing it off for the night, the Vancouver Canucks looked to put away the Minnesota Wild, and the score was tied at 4 going into overtime. The Canucks currently lead the series 2-1. Earlier in the day, the Montreal Canadiens downed the Pittsburgh Penguins to end their 2019-2020 season. It was a nail-biter, but thanks to 2 goals in the third, the Canadiens took it 2-0 thanks to Carey Price's shutout. Speaking of nail-biters, the Toronto Maple Leafs will live on to play another day. 3 goals in the final moments of their game against the Blue Jackets pushed it to overtime when this happened.
Right off the boards to center. Miley keeps the puck in. On the wing for Tavares. They score! Austin Matthews has won the game! The Leafs put it in overtime!
The final was a 4-3 overtime win for the Maple Leafs. However, not so good news for the other Hub City team. The Edmonton Oilers fell to the Chicago Blackhawks 3-2, ending their promising season at the hands of Chicago. Over in the NBA bubble down in Orlando, the Raptors had their win streak snapped. Looking for their 8th win in a row, the Raptors ran into a wall named the Boston Celtics and were dropped 122-100. Prior to the game, the Raptors were 3 for 3 following the NBA's restart. And the Toronto Blue Jays suited up for some MLB action. They matched up against the Boston Red Sox for the first time of the shortened season, and it was a 5-3 loss at the hands of the Sox, thanks in part to this.
There's a swing and a fly ball headed towards the monster, deep left field, headed over the monster and gone. Alex Verdugo with his second home run of the night, and the Red Sox get a little bit of breathing room.
Sports on the 15s and the 45s, so really anytime at sportsnet.ca.
An Edmonton woman claims her pension was cut in half after changes made by the Alberta government. Rochelle Soupy speaking with Tess Owen.
Less than $60,000.
It's because of recent changes to the commuted value calculation to 3 public sector pension plans by the United Conservative government. For Owen, that means if she tried to transfer the lump sum to Lira last year,
They were going to do an Ontario pension.
Owen only found out about the changes because she's going through a divorce.
Pension plan. We're retired.
50-50.
Oh, we're going to triplicate, not duplicate,
Triplicate
the pension plan. It's already fucking failing. It's taking more money.
More than 4 months ago.
What are we going to invest in?
The decision was made by government and announced by government
for.
9 months ago. They did send us to their website, which talks about the changes that it is likely lump sum payments will be lower.
Took over this province's OCS.
Or at least saving LEPP. I'm not quite sure who's benefiting from this, but that's
It's
saving them
still
about $50,000.
province
In Edmonton,
lost
Rochelle
$60 million
Soupy,
the first
City
year.
News.
Small claims courts in Ontario are set to open in November at the earliest. Alex Gouge is finding out how you can navigate legal issues in the meantime.
Susan Coppridge is the owner of Coppridge Paralegal Services. She suggests parties seek a settlement conference similar to mediation ahead of any hearing. Coppridge explains this can add some relief while the courts are closed.
Even when you're defendant having a default claim paying
Buy the truck for that. The idea is it's an alternative to a truck. You buy 2 trucks for that. What the fuck was the purpose of that?
Because then you can kind of put it behind you. You have some resolution. And hopefully, if both parties are reasonable, you can get to a reasonable solution for everybody.
She also suggests this, as she says, courts may not even be open in November, and due to a massive backlog, it will be a long wait for cases to be heard. Meantime, Coppridge adds she continues to see roughly the same amount of clients as before the pandemic. I'm Alex Gouge.
British Columbia's health minister says his concern level has never been higher. With more than 2/3 of all British Columbians now self-isolating in a specific region in the province. Marcella Bernardo reports from Vancouver.
Adrian Dick says compliance has been strong, but more than 1,000 people are currently quarantining in Fraser Health.
I couldn't imagine being more concerned than I am now.
And what we have seen in recent weeks, as you know, is an increase in those between 20 and 40 who are getting sick.
That's why he's again pleading with everyone to be responsible as long as this pandemic lasts.
You just can't do private parties with dozens of people at them in close surroundings. Have fun, but have fun in the context of COVID-19.
On the bright side, fewer people older than 60 are getting sick, but again, he says that could change if the virus makes its way back into more care homes. I'm Marcella Bernardo.
It's 50 minutes past the hour on All News Radio.
This is All News Radio on 680 News. Streams of Truth, brought to you by Sportsnet Now. Choosing which game to watch can be tough for a sports fan. But with Sportsnet Now, you can stream 2 games at the same time, or replay a game that you just missed. So go ahead, have your sports and stream it too. Maybe with some cake, or a falafel, or heck, bite into some cardboard. Remember, it's all about choice. Live stream sports with Sportsnet Now, starting at $9.99. Visit snnow.ca for details.
Okay, stop. Gomez has the appliance deal of the summer. Your family will save up to $500 on all Eco appliances. Yep, that's $500 on top of current rebates and promotions. Good luck finding a better price on Bosch dishwashers. We couldn't. Energy savings rebate by the Government of Canada. Find Bosch deals at Gomez.com. Doors open by appointment only.
I might have said to them. I don't think so, because I don't ever drop them. These are too important.
From the 680, I'm Michael Ranger. Still a little bit slow on the eastbound 401 and the express approach to the 427 because of construction in the 3 right lanes. If we backtrack on the east 401, no access to the 410 ramp is closed. Westbound 401 ramps to and from Liberty Street shut down. No access to Liverpool. Northbound Markham Road ramp on the highway is closed. Ramps to Highway 25 and the northbound Guelph Line ramp onto the westbound 401 are also shut down. Collision at the intersection of Bayview and Eglinton, northbound Bayview, 1 right lane is blocked. Emergency vehicles are on scene for this. Next report is at 2:01. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
Coming up at the top of the hour, more on the aluminum tariff tiff between Ottawa and Washington. The Trudeau government ready to retaliate against the Trump administration. Lebanese people are letting the government know how unhappy they are with what happened on Tuesday in Beirut. And COVID-19 has made a lot of people work from home, but unfortunately it seems that shorter trip to the office means you're actually working more. You're listening to All News Radio. The pandemic has been brutal for businesses, and one province's small businesses have been hit harder than others.
Alberta leads the country in the number of small businesses that are considering closing their doors.
That's Keela Kishorik with the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. She explains Alberta's small businesses are at a critical stage right now, fighting for their survival.
Even with the current support programs in place, 19%, or about 32,000 of Alberta's small businesses are actively considering bankruptcy or winding down their businesses. Nationally, this number is about 14%.
A report from Stance Canada shows over 11,000 businesses shut down in this province in April of this year. The Calgary Chamber of Commerce says while it's a hard pill to swallow, they're hearing similar issues with many Calgary businesses, and they're working on trying to make things as safe as possible for consumers so they can start heading back to local shops sooner rather than later. I'm Safe Kaiser.
The Deputy Prime Minister believes it's appropriate to question the spending at Rideau Hall. The CBC reports there have been more than $250,000 in upgrades on Rideau Hall to meet demands from Governor General Julie Payette. But Payette still hasn't moved into the official residence after 3 years on the job. Chrystia Freeland says public officials need to be wise with taxpayers' money.
All of us who have the privilege of serving Canadians have to really be mindful that when we spend money, we are spending the money of Canadians. And we have to be very, very thoughtful about that, very careful about that.
Freeland wouldn't directly say if the government still had confidence in Payette. Talks in Washington, D.C. over further COVID-19 relief for Americans have failed.
Talks between the Trump administration and Democratic leadership have collapsed, with both parties leaving negotiations Friday citing no measured progress towards an agreement and no plans for a future meeting. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin said the administration is poised to take executive action on coronavirus relief focused on unemployment insurance, student loans, and evictions.
The chief and I will recommend to the president, based upon our lack of activity today, to move forward with some executive orders.
White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says President Trump will likely sign these orders over the weekend. Catherine Fowlers, ABC News, Washington.
Business is next on All News Radio. It's 55 minutes past the hour.
There are a lot of simple pleasures out there. Getting coffee with a friend, grabbing takeout from that hidden spot on the corner.
Selling weed to crackheads.
But for the 6.2 million Canadians living with disabilities, those simple pleasures aren't so simple. Without accessible features, buildings can become obstacles. Build a better world for all with the Rick Hansen Foundation Accessibility Certification Program.
Why do you think I shovel a pathway
certified for
from the nearest intersection to my front door, motherfucker?
Don't stop until everyone can go everywhere.
As more businesses and services reopen, we all must continue our efforts to protect each other. Continue to practice physical distancing and stay 2 meters apart from those not in your household or social circle. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge or where required. And wash hands frequently. Download the COVID Alert app to be notified if you may have been exposed to the virus. And get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19. Visit ontario.ca/coronavirus to learn more. Paid for by the government of Ontario.
Big story. I'm your host, Jordan Rawlings. We'll take you inside the story of the day.
I'm not buying 8 ounces of one time and 8 ounces of another time. So much fun on that. He's a whole, guess what?
Canadians have travel on the brain as a number of provinces continue to relax travel restrictions during the coronavirus pandemic. According to a recent survey from InsuranceHotline.com, 12% of us are planning to travel to another province this summer. Anne-Marie Thomas, insurance expert with InsuranceHotline.com, says it's important to check if your insurer is offering any COVID-19 related coverage.
What are all these numbers and names? What's this?
You contract COVID-19. There may be coverage for you. Some insurance companies might cover you for COVID-19 related sickness, while others may not. So if you have concerns about that, take a couple of minutes, check in with your insurance provider, and find out what exactly am I covered for.
She adds that you also need to be aware of the safety measures that are in place before heading to your destination.
How many
Are you
people
confused looking around for the coins I can spend? I almost spent that 93 money.
In the province that I'm going to, we can only have our own bubble, and we can't have more than X number of people. We have to maintain physical distancing, and we have to wear face coverings when we're indoors.
Synthesize it on the paper sheet, crush it like diamonds.
Is it the same there? Is there
It's like
something
titanium
different
dioxide
that you might not be prepared for?
And as you map out your
Urea, maple
adventure,
syrup,
Thomas
and titanium
recommends getting trip
dioxide.
cancellation insurance just in case.
It was 1020, 1029, but the bottom don't know.
It's something that we buy in the hope that we will never ever use. And it's not terribly
Why different
expensive when you
numbers?
think about
Why
the cost
Dutchman?
of a trip.
Why?
$100.
Why not all number
you
one?
could have a full coverage policy. So it's definitely worth a little bit of investment for a lot of coverage.
Anne-Marie Thomas is an insurance expert with InsuranceHotline.com. At the Business Center, I'm Carl Garnett.
Does your credit card debt keep you up at night? I know mine did. Hi, I'm Adam, and 6 years ago, I was no different, so I started Newboro. Our proven step-by-step system helps homeowners eliminate debt and save thousands, like Tina.
Now I sleep at night, my debts are paid off, and I only make one monthly payment.
Read hundreds of other 5-star Google reviews and apply today to start saving.
Not 2 sinks, I don't want it smaller.
Visit newboro.com. License 13115.
So this would fit.
This is Dan. Dan's the man, except for his pride. Dan, where's your pride? You're not the man driving around in that minivan. Dan, here's what you do. If you want your family to travel around with you, look into a Subaru. That's what you do. Find great value at your local Ontario dealer, starting with a turbocharged Subaru Ascent that seats up to 8. Hurry now for rates from 0.5% and get far away from that minivan. Especially you. understand a man.
680 News is CFTRAM.
Toronto.
Taking a look at the Saturday forecast, we're expecting a partly cloudy sky in Halifax, a high of 25 degrees. Partly cloudy, 28 the daytime high in Ottawa. Sunny and 26 in Toronto. Scattered thunderstorms, 19 in Calgary. Vancouver, showers and 22 degrees.
Thank you. 4-0. That's us.
Breaking news.
4-0 game. Upside down
News Radio.
Let it bang.
It's Saturday, August 8th. Good morning. I'm Jared Launchbury.
And I'm Joss Karen Cooner. Here's what's making news right now.
If you tax us, we'll tax you. The Trudeau government retaliating to the Trump administration, reimposing tariffs on Canadian aluminum.
Much of Beirut has been reduced to ruins. The Lebanese community calling out the country's lack of leadership following Tuesday's explosion.
Scandemic. There have been dozens of reports of people stealing identities to fraudulently claim the CERB.
Working from home doesn't mean hardly working. New research suggests you're spending more time on the clock at your home office.
I don't get it. Like, wouldn't the person already apply for CRB if they were like? That's where I'm getting lost. Like, I don't see. I understand what they're saying. I understand there is a market there for
employees are back in the office. Many workers say they're still not ready to return from the work from home environment. I wonder what companies can do to make them feel more confident and safe.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger, westbound QEW at Trafalgar. A collision there. They temporarily had all lanes blocked, but now they're starting to let some traffic through on the right side. 3 left lanes in the HOV lane all blocked off for this collision. We've got a bunch of emergency vehicles on scene. There's more tow and emergency vehicles on the right shoulder, it looks like, as well. So just traffic kind of squeaking through right now. It is getting through again. They did have it completely blocked off for a little bit. So you can expect some delays as you travel through this area. Once again, this is the westbound QEW at Trafalgar. All your other major routes are in good shape this morning. Next report at 2:11. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
I'm Sam Pike.
A bad case of deja vu for Canada's aluminum industry as the U.S. moves to impose tariffs on Canadian raw aluminum. This comes 2 years after the U.S. introduced similar tariffs before lifting them the next year.
Once again, Canada is preparing dollar for dollar tit for tat retaliatory tariffs. With more, we go to Ottawa and Shelley Lee.
Who tries to go after your closest ally, your closest trading partner, your number one customer in the entire world? Who would do this? Well, President Trump did this.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford calling the move totally unacceptable, highlighting $390 billion in trade between the U.S. and Ontario alone. His words aligning with those of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, who says American aluminum tariffs will only result in self-inflicted wounds.
Any American who buys a can of beer or of soda
or
water a car or a bike will suffer.
The U.S. aluminum tariff comes into effect on August 16th. Meanwhile, the Canadian government says it'll be consulting on what American products will be targeted by retaliatory tariffs. The Aluminum Association of Canada says it fully supports the government on this. Meanwhile, Ontario's Doug Ford went a bit further, saying it's time to buy Canadian, and adding,
we can hit them where it hurts.
In Ottawa, Shelley Lee, City News.
See that? That's
This is All News Radio. Lebanon was already a country in crisis. Then came Tuesday's deadly explosion. Karen Seelan has more on how the blast in Beirut has brought the country to the brink.
Anger has been rising since last fall over a failing economy that caused the currency to collapse, prices to soar, and people to go hungry. Much of the financial crisis caused by a broken banking system that's plunged the country into literal darkness.
What is it? I don't know. It says EAU. I'm not drinking it.
The phone is struggling on a number of fronts. We have around 300,000, and that's about 100,000 children who are homeless all of a sudden.
Jad Sucker from Save the Children tells Breakfast Television more than 500,000 children in Beirut were struggling to survive before Tuesday's blast. I'm Karen Seelan. Lebanese Montrealers gathered in front of the consulate to denounce the Lebanese government in the aftermath of the Beirut explosion.
Alistair Bertucci reports from Montreal. They're curious in what changed.
Everything's
That many
against mine.
being stored for 6 years in the port right next to the city is a crime by itself.
Like the protests in Montreal Friday, many in Lebanon have taken to the streets denouncing government corruption and the country's economic meltdown.
Here in Lebanon itself, in Beirut, people are just furious at this point. We've had to endure quite a lot over the past 30 years.
Samer Behoum is a former Montrealer and lives in Beirut, 4 kilometers from the site of the blast that left much of the city in ruins.
The government's pretty much absent on the streets, especially the streets that have been mostly affected.
Your government don't exist. I know, because people that come from your country to this country get the most background checks in the world. Even though everybody knows you get fucked over by other countries for no good reason.
To India, where at least 17 people are dead and more than 10 dozen injured after an Air India flight carrying locals stranded abroad because of COVID-19 skid off a runway. It happened in the southern state of Kerala Friday. It's believed the Boeing 737 skid off a hilltop and then cracked in two while landing in heavy rain. The pilot is one of those killed, and 15 passengers are in critical condition.
The lawyer for black man assaulted by an off-duty Toronto police officer years ago has some harsh words for the Toronto Police Service following the release of a
rolling up in canoes.
The Martino reports it showed former police chief Mark Saunders was kept in the dark for 5 months about what happened.
Julian Faulkner, who was acting as legal counsel for Devontae Miller, says it appears ignorance of the facts and the law are a defense.
Because, of course,
if we bring him back alive, he says, yeah, those guys came and got him. You think we're going to be able to cash in? I'm sure there's some sort of cash to it, but I'm sure we get something out of it. There's some other search and rescue company that subcontracts.
Faulkner says what is crystal clear is that there are concerns over a cover-up are legitimate. On Thursday, the interim police chief said the service made the wrong decision when it chose not to report Miller's assault to the SIU. Miller was 19 when he was assaulted by off-duty police officer Constable Michael Terrio in December of 2016 in Whitby. It left Miller blind in his left eye. I'm Phil Martino.
Imagine being let go from your job for something you didn't do. That's what 2 former employees of Ontario's transit service say happened to them after they were both fired for failing to pass a criminal background check, even though neither of them have criminal records. Janelle Massa reports the pair is filing a human rights complaint.
Hey, it's already because you can't be fired, you can't be denied or fired for what the police, the criminal record has already gone through. Why the fuck are you presenting this like it's true?
The 23-year-old was
the same asshole said, you can't get a passport, you got a criminal record. Everybody in this country that has a passport is somebody with a criminal record. All you other do-gooder idiots.
I went to school, went to college, stayed off the streets, and I've done everything right as an individual.
I feel very robbed. I invested time and money to go to school to obtain a career in this field. Jocelyn Lacey had experienced almost the exact same thing a few months earlier.
When I say
Another three lost her position just 2 days after being hired. The Toronto police wouldn't tell her why she failed the background check. And Lacey tells us this is actually her second time losing out on a job. Months before Metrolinx, she had made it to the final rounds of a 911 dispatcher job, but she didn't get it in the end because she failed to pass Toronto police background check. Janelle Massa, City News.
A mother from the Greater Toronto Area is warning others about an identity fraud scam linked to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit after her account was hacked. Erica Natividad reports.
It was an unusual email that first set off red flags for Nicola Hudson. She says on Monday, the Canada Revenue Agency sent her a message saying she would no longer be receiving email notifications from them. But Hudson says she never applied for the government benefit because she's been able to continue working.
So then I went and I checked my personal information. My email address had been changed to my email at live.
Somebody hacked all of that because getting the CERB benefit involves calling a 1-800 number.
So I automatically just went in and changed my banking info back because that freaked me out.
How did they hack all this shit still? Are you fucking retarded?
The situation is not a unique one.
From March until the end of June, the Canada Anti-Fraud Centre says it received
713 reports of someone's personal information being stolen so someone could apply for the benefit.
How many of those people are
With
liars
no
trying
daily
to stay out of
commute during the
jail?
lockdown,
How many
many
people that
thought
actually
they
got
had
ripped off
more
don't know
time
what
on their
happened yet?
hands. Tara
If
Overholt
you
is
didn't
more on
apply,
your
you
research that
don't
shows you're actually working longer while
know. There's
working
no
from
way for
home.
them to know. They're
The
not
average
the
workday
victims.
is
The government
36
is.
minutes to 2 hours longer than it ever has been.
Dr. Lisa Belanger studies the habits of workers in workplaces. The global pandemic has blurred the boundaries of home and work like never seen before.
More meetings and longer
never
meetings.
before. No,
which is
everything was a
unfortunate, 'cause
home-based
you don't have to
business, so
get
it
somewhere after.
wasn't.
You're not kind
Every
of
main
accounting
strip
for
in
this.
Toronto,
Adding and
all
breaks
this
are necessary.
places
In a
down
study of
there.
over 3
Underneath it all
million
is the
people right
brain
across
of a
the globe,
house.
researchers at Harvard and NYU calculated that during the lockdown,
A lot of
the
these
workday
places have
lasted
multiple basements and shit.
48.5
Yeah,
minutes
because there were a
longer,
bunch
and
of
the number of
houses.
meetings increased by roughly 13%. With no end in sight for the pandemic, Belanger has some tips for surviving several more months of work from home.
So some of them you can see the house, and then the buildings next to it are built in a square, like a square. Right to the
Non-effective
property
breaks
line.
is anything else on a
For a
screen.
In
storefront.
Calgary, Tara Overholt, City News.
It's 10 minutes past the hour on All News Radio.
Sarah, I've been thinking about home. The idea of home. What do you mean? Do you remember T.S. Eliot?
Yeah, famous poet.
He
Instead of
said,
this,
and
they
the
just put
end
it
of
in
all
there,
our
stack them up in
exploring
the
will be
freezer.
to arrive where we
Makes more
started
sense.
and know the place for the first time.
No matter where we go, we always come home.
It's kind of like baseball.
Oh,
The idea is to get from here back around to here.
it's all about going home.
I'm proud of all the people at 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Because we make home feel more like home.
All you have to do is point.
Try not to squeeze it
My
too hard if I do
definition
that.
of
But I have to
junk
do that.
is anything that gets in your way or frustrates you or makes you unhappy.
1-800-GOT-JUNK is full service junk removal.
Just tell us what you want to disappear.
And we make it happen.
Remember, people, all you have to do is point.
And your house will be a home
Ron
again.
Torrey. Kind of like Jacobit.
Gotcha.
Or visit
I'm nothing like Jacobit. Hey, how you know what I'm talking about if you're nothing like him?
The latest traffic and weather is always every 10 minutes on the ones.
This is 680 News.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Well, westbound QEW, all lanes remain blocked now at Trafalgar. They were blocked. They were starting to let traffic through a little bit. They're blocked again. This is because of a collision. So if you are on the westbound QEW approaching that area, last chance to get off the highway right now.
Don't currently.
Otherwise, you're going to get caught behind this block where there's a lot of emergency vehicles on scene. We had another issue on the 410 at Dairy Road. Traffic was blocked in both directions, northbound and southbound, for a little bit. Called MTO. They weren't exactly sure what was going on there. There was police on scene. They've now started to let traffic go both ways.
How come he's not paying attention to me? How come he's not paying attention to me? Why do people get the jobs you get?
Humidity. Great
You
conditions
want
for that
nothing
morning
to
job.
do with
Sometimes sticks around
cis-normative,
into the
violent
afternoon to
black
31,
gang
so yes,
members
the
and drug
humidity
dealers.
is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest
No,
wind.
I'm not sitting
this
here
afternoon.
pensively thinking of
Today's
things.
high
Hey, what the
seasonal,
fuck is wrong
27
with
degrees.
The station has launched
you? We
a
don't
fundraiser.
fucking like you at all. You can't reproduce, so I don't know what you think you have a culture. Fuck off.
Which aims to educate Canadians on the history and impact of our country's residential school system and advocate
Every single one of you
for action
boys
on
is exactly the same.
Ojibwe artist Patrick Hunter
You came to this country because where you come from, you were persecuted. No, you're a racist and a child molester. Everybody knows it.
Directions because residential schools in this country were in all directions, and then also to represent the seven grandfather teachings that Anishinaabe people hold dearly.
The Rogers Orange Shirt fundraising campaign begins today. It runs through September the 30th. To get your orange t-shirt, go to tsc.ca/we wear orange. From Breakfast
You
Television,
didn't know that anyone has said it that way. You
This
just
is
said
All News
that
Radio.
The big story.
I'm your host, Jordan Heath Rawlings. Context has never been more important than now. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, stop. Gomez has the appliance deal of the summer. Your family will save up to $500 on all Eco appliances. Yep, that's $500 on top of current rebates and promotions. Good luck finding a better price on Bosch dishwashers. We couldn't.
Energy savings rebate by the Government of Canada. Find boss deals at Gomans.com. Doors open by appointment only.
This just means at one point I had at least 12 ounces. I know there's more.
By naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and butterfly populations recover. So invite life back into our yards. Make gardens beautiful and beneficial by adding native plants. Encourage your municipality to do the same. Mowing less and adding native vegetation to roadsides, power corridors, and other rights of way. Join the Canadian Wildlife Federation in saying, grow it, don't mow it. Together, we can be part of positive change for pollinators. Learn more at helpsthepollinators.ca.
This is All News Radio.
Good morning, I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. The aluminum tariff tug-of-war continues between the Trudeau government and Trump administration in retaliation to Washington announcing a 10% tax on Canadian aluminum. Ottawa is saying it will get even somehow. The Deputy Prime Minister saying it would be dollar for dollar, or about $3.6 billion. The United States says the aluminum tariffs will go into effect on August 16th.
I'm Sam Pike with Sportsnet.
Good. It doesn't hurt us. It's good. What do you don't understand? Aluminum's going to be dirt cheap here in Canada, which means all the car companies, brewers, everything else are doing shit on this side of the border. Stupid. Only people using aluminum are companies that already own shit on both sides of the border, so they don't give a fuck.
Ending the wild season. Earlier in the day, the Montreal Canadiens down the Pittsburgh Penguins to end their 2019-2020 season. It was a nail-biter, but thanks to 2 goals in the third, the Canadiens took a 2-0 thanks to Carey Price's shutout. Speaking of nail-biters, the Toronto Maple Leafs will live on to play another day. 3 goals in the final moments of their game against the Blue Jackets pushed it to overtime when this happened. Right off the boards to center.
I can't find the practicality of this. No, it's polypropylene. You can freeze it. Can you fuck off? Don't teach anybody about petrochemicals. Get the fuck out of here. This is high-density polyethylene. It's no good in freezing.
4-3 overtime win for the Maple Leafs. However, not so good news for the other Hub City team. The Edmonton Oilers fell to the Chicago Blackhawks 3-2, ending their promising season at the hands of Chicago. Over in the NBA bubble down in Orlando,
you fuck with that timer, I'm going to cover the goddamn camera till you're done. Why? Because it makes a hot spot that you're fucking AI supervisor. There's no human involved.
Prior to the game, the Raptors were 3 for 3 following the NBA's restart.
Oh, that's right. I just got rid of you and your boss.
They matched up against the Boston Red Sox for the first time of the shortened season, and it was a 5-3 loss at the hands of the Sox, thanks in part to this.
There's a swing and a fly ball headed towards the monster. Deep left field, headed over the monster and gone. Alex Verdugo with his second home run of the night.
Sports on the 15s and the 45s, or really anytime at sportsnet.ca.
3 Vancouver police officers have tested positive for COVID-19 after helping break up an out-of-control party in downtown
under
Vancouver.
21-year-old
At least
men
that's what the head of the BPD police union is reporting in a social media post.
In a tweet, Ralph Kaiser says 2 entire patrol teams are self-isolating after coming in contact with the virus at the gathering of more than 100 people 2 weekends ago. Former BPD Superintendent Cash Heed says wearing protective equipment isn't a requirement for officers.
But many situations are dynamic, where they've got that immediate response and they have to react to it in that instant.
So it makes sense to use these dumb masks. If it's reusable, means they will not throw it away.
And that's when they could take protective measures if possible. It's not known how many people have already tested positive. Vancouver Coastal Health says it would only provide the numbers in the event of a declared
$4 a head a year, and whatever
3 weeks
the Queen
after
might
punting
give
its
us.
old name away, Edmonton's football team's getting a thumbs
It
up from the
implies there
majority
will
of
be
Canadians.
increases.
Corky Terrier joins us
Right,
with
you
more on a
have to
poll from
interpret it as
Angus
somebody
Reid.
who didn't speak English.
Only
would
2
interpret it.
provinces would throw the penalty flag over the change. 58% of Albertans opposed the move. The other holdout might be a bit surprising given CFL rivalries.
A majority of Saskatchewan residents, who tend to be the biggest CFL fans in the country, say that it was the wrong decision.
Support for the name change has grown in most demos since the same time in 2019.
It's not about sports fans. You're trying to erase us from history. Oh, Redskins is a bad name. It's about an Indian tribe we killed off. Oh, no, it's about all of us. No, it's not. None of you as Redskins.
The much-discussed Empire moniker has been removed from consideration. And nationally, the poll finds that the Edmonton Eagles has the most support. But in Alberta,
the point is, all the people I see say, "Oh, Redskins is offensive to me." It's a specific slur to me. Are people that don't have a specific slur.
In Edmonton, Courtney Theriault, City News.
Atlantic Canadians should brace themselves for very active hurricane season. Chris Hillef reports from Halifax. The Canadian Hurricane Center says we are way above average as it stands.
There ain't one.
The National Oceanic
and you guys don't like it when I say this shit.
Said it was predicting up to 25
everybody said,
no,
it's not hate speech. You say it all I want. No, there's not.
3 to 6 major hurricanes. Canadian Hurricane Center meteorologist Bob Robichaud wasn't surprised by the numbers.
We're up to 9 named storms and 2 hurricanes, and the average for the state is around 2. So we're way ahead of where we should be from an average perspective. So those numbers certainly make sense.
He says we need to prepare accordingly, especially given the current pandemic and restrictions in place. Robichaud says we're quickly approaching September, which is typically the peak month for hurricane season. I'm Chris Hillef.
But only side
it's 20 minutes past the hour. This is All News Radio.
If I close the dish, do something, open the other dish, it's the distinguish between
Marineland is open and ready to welcome you back. Now until August 15th, enjoy a free fun card season's pass upgrade for the price of a single-day ticket. That's right, buy 1 ticket and keep coming back all season long for free. Visit the wide open spaces, exciting animal exhibits, and new splash pad. Cool off this summer in a safe, fun outdoor experience for the whole family. Learn more at
no, this is good. Everybody's good. They put palm oil in there. I thought the Netherlands was smothered.
Your streets never lists. When you search hashtag Wanderlust, your cul-de-sac never comes up. Your driveway's not even in the top 1,000 wonders of the world. And you've never, ever opted for a staycation. Until now. With Automerit from Bel Air Direct, you could lower your car insurance by taking shorter trips and driving less. Guess your neighborhood's the new hotspot. Drive less, and you could save with Bel Air Direct.
With this car, so I could put 8 ounces of one of these coffee things, but not in bags in the coffee tin, I don't think. What the fuck is going on here? I'm looking at myself and seeing a different video. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, he's talking about selling drugs to somebody. No, I'm not. People are on fucking crap. Fuck off. I shouldn't be able to tell when everything's being fucked with. Oh, you got 2 private entities, 1 government agency, and the company fucking all. Yeah, there's a huge delay between what I'm saying. You guys are fucking retarded.
To learn more, visit Change, Transform,
well, you're not this guy, you're not that guy, so we're not sure. Yeah, you know what the issue is.
Check your forecast.
Waking up to 19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks in part to a nice southwest wind for this afternoon. Today's high is seasonal, 27 degrees.
You say I'm pipe.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, more on the back and forth between the Trudeau government and Trump administration over aluminum tariffs. The latest from Beirut, Lebanese people upset with the government and are demanding answers and change following Tuesday's explosion. And it's an all too familiar situation, a COVID-19 outbreak at a meat processing plant in Canada. I'll tell you where. You're listening to All News Radio. Canada's telling China that it strongly opposes the death penalty after a second Canadian was sentenced to death on drug charges by a Chinese court this week. Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland says Canada has long opposed the death penalty as a cruel and inhumane form of punishment.
Yeah, but until you did, you hung children at the Don jail.
Everywhere. We
don't sniffle, you fucking whore.
And we will continue to do so.
Another one of these. I'm not a child molester. I'm a lesbian. Yeah, but I called you a child molester before I knew that.
Between Canada and China over the arrest of Huawei executive Wang Wanzhou.
You can't determine that from anybody that says that you can't tell a child molester from
Canadians Michael Coburn and Michael Spavor as apparent retaliation for her arrest. With small claims courts not expected to open in Ontario until at least November, a paralegal specializing in the area has some advice on how to effectively handle legal issues in the meantime.
Susan Coppridge is the owner of Coppridge Paralegal Services. She says seeking a settlement conference would be a good step, which is similar to mediation.
All your pussy all rappers. Yeah, all the rappers look like. No, they're not.
Agreement and send it to the courts, so both parties are bound to it. And if a party defaults, you'll have a remedy included in there.
She says she encourages this because there will be a massive backlog of cases, and it could be a long time before a case is heard. Meantime, Coppridge says the number of clients seen hasn't tapered off heavily amid the pandemic. I'm Alex Gouge.
Canadian businesses have been devastated by the pandemic, and many won't even resume operations, but small businesses in one province are being hit particularly hard.
A report from Stats Canada shows between January and April this year, nearly 30,000 businesses have closed down, while only around 20,000 new ones have opened up. Keely Kashorek is with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. She says Alberta leads the country in the number of small businesses seriously considering closing their doors for good.
Alberta small businesses are truly at a critical point when it comes to their survival. And now more than ever, all of us as consumers need to show our support for local small businesses and remember that small actions can make a big difference for their recovery and their survival.
Meantime, the Calgary Chamber of Commerce says the numbers are hard to swallow, but are in line with what they're hearing, adding consumer confidence needs to be rebuilt and making people feel safe enough to go out and shop once again. I'm Safe Kaiser.
Business is next on All News Radio.
Stay one step ahead of the competition with 680 News.
I'm Steve Friedman from the Chesterfield Shop. We've been in business since 1948 and have 5 locations in and around the GTA selling contemporary leather and fabric seating. The Chesterfield Shop has been advertising for over 10 years with 680 News. We are growing our ad dollars with them because the ads are most effective. People, they like us, they trust us, but we know we have to keep a fresh face out there so that they'll come in and they'll see what's exciting at the Chesterfield Shop.
Why choose 680 News?
When there's so many different options and opportunities and different media, we find that radio and 680 News in particular are very effective for us in getting across our message.
And 680 News helps you reach the customers you're looking for.
680 News absolutely brings in the right demographic.
Can't change the milk industry in Canada when we can't say it's
they're invested in beautifying their homes and enhancing their lifestyle.
$4.50 and all that chocolate. So maybe somebody's respond the most important thing. Well, I'm gonna figure out something to kill a murder enough. No, we're going to put GPS trackers in all our young people.
On the Be the First to Know newsletter.
That'll make them more fluent in the way of all this technology. That'll make them more equipped to go be mercenaries, international search and rescue, or whatever the fuck.
Into the work from home scenario
pushing
for
their
the workforce, and it could be well into next year before we see a migration back into the office towers. New polling results show that more than 50% of Canadian workers are worried about going back to the workplace, fearing COVID-19 and the risk of spreading any outbreak to family and friends. So what do companies have to do to make employees feel safe? Well, first off, they certainly don't want to force workers back. And Ron Melnick with KPMG Canada says the focus needs to be on communication to make employees feel comfortable.
Explosive dogs and all them type of things. They're rolling around all over. I don't know where they're working. They're just rolling around all over.
There are lots of great resources out there published by almost every province now on how to prepare the office or the physical workplace.
All these idiots, it's like the canary in the mine shaft. All these idiots doing these frauds, stealing the easy money. If you help everybody around you that can't apply, there's going to be money in your community, you'll be able to make money. That's still nothing. These idiots are stealing identities, which is hard, to get the money, which is easy. You know why it's easy? Because they're going to come back later and audit everything. Next year, yes, they will. Because the federal government
says as the year goes on, it wouldn't be a big surprise to see more people itching to get back to the way things were.
People who got their identity stolen, a lot of them don't know this happened. They're going to track
people do crave physical one-on-one or team interactions. They want to talk face-to-face with their colleagues. And so what we expect to see is over the next few months, people will start to ask, can they come back? When can they come back? Employers may also see employees
idiots coming out of the woodwork like that.
So we do expect that over the next few months that the pressure will start to increase for folks to come back.
What they say, August 29th or something?
That's Ron Melnick, partner and acting lead of Legal and Change Advisory Services practice at KPMG.
KPMG also rolling out a mobile phone app helping
Anyway,
companies efficiently safeguard workplaces and manage their workforce.
It wasn't on the beginning of the month. What the fuck was the point of that?
At the Business Center, I'm
Oh, it's a weekly benefit that's paid monthly.
Yeah,
Oh,
famous
it's
poet. He said, and the
4 weeks in every month.
will be to arrive where we started. And no,
You fuck off, Mr. Agent, because you're a disgusting person, and I know you're masturbating
Kind of
right
like
now.
baseball. Oh, the idea is to get from here.
There's no reason for any of this shit to be happening unless you have a sexual deviancy that keeps you obsessed with this bullshit. We're gonna find a way to get under his skin and inside his clean it up. We're not gonna quote unquote turn me gay. Any virus you could have given me, you already have. You keep fucking that up. I walk around for 6 months, tell people B19, you get it, start trying to give me B19. They all think that I'm afraid of God, terrified to get COVID. Because you spit in my face first, you're so ignorant you don't realize you're sick and you're scared. Wow. I'm scared. You're the cops reacting to all that. This moron's been running around with no mask on and put his finger in my face. I slapped his hand off. Yeah, any real nigga saying, oh, that's an assault. Yeah, you're right. Talking about hating old people. Yeah, if you would let me finish one fucking paragraph of my stories, you find out that, yeah, 2,000 videos in, I still am not breaking rules.
Prepared to go dollar for dollar in retaliation to the Trump administration imposing tariffs on aluminum.
They're the same.
Community criticizing the Lebanese government in the
young blood,
aftermath
you
of
want
the
to make
Beirut
money in
explosion.
these streets being a weatherman, you can't fuck with the plug.
In the custody of American immigration authorities.
3 Vancouver police officers have tested positive for COVID-19 after responding to an out-of-control party.
In sports, 4 Canadian teams suit up for some hard-hitting hockey action.
It was raining, he had an umbrella, I
Stanley
didn't.
Cup
He said, why didn't you listen to my report? I said, my dog chewed up the wire.
Coming up in business, block by block research into the successes and failures of small businesses reveals the
He's about to say a drug word. I don't understand what this anticipation shit is. If you know everything's on a fucking 8-second delay, guessing when I'm about to break the rules is retarded.
That means some ramps are shut down. No access to the 410 from the
This
eastbound
will not
401.
work. So all you're doing is
to
making
and
it
from
16
Liberty
seconds
Street
of lag.
and Liverpool Road. They're both shut down.
Let's
Ramp
sit
to
there all night,
Markham
we
Road
should
is
have
closed.
all night.
Northbound Markham
I'm
Ramp
done.
the highway also closed. No access to Highway
Please
25
keep
and
trying to show me in some homoerotic pose.
401. It is shut down as well.
My mouth
You will be
don't
able to
open
access
in a
the
fucking
northbound
circle,
404 from
stupid.
Steeles. The ramp to Steeles from the highway is
I
closed.
eat animals that are still breathing, buddy.
No access to Stouffville
Stop
Road
trying to
or
show me
Finch
some
Avenue.
I'm not.
Next report is at 2:41. Now let's check your forecast.
Waking
Yeah,
up to
look
19
this
degrees
second not
and
the
no
same as your
humidity.
Photoshop
Great
image, eh?
conditions for that morning
I
jog.
don't look like my
Sunshine
driver's
sticks
license
around
photo,
into the
do I,
afternoon,
stupid?
feeling like 31.
With
So
the
yes, the
computer
humidity
models,
is
you look
creeping up.
like a white
That's
guy.
thanks in part to a
Everybody.
nice southwest wind
It
for this
flattens your
afternoon.
face out as if
Today's
your
high
skull
is
was
seasonal,
shaped like a white
27
person's.
degrees.
But it's not. So you come out looking retarded with Down syndrome.
The Trudeau government
The
responding
white guys
to
that
the
made
Trump
the software
administration's
know
slapping
that. Look at your
10%
driver's
tariff on
license. If
Canadian
you're not
aluminum.
white, you look
Deputy Prime
retarded in
Minister
your photo.
Chrysler Freeland says
If
Canada
you're
will
white, you
impose
look
dollar
like
for
every
dollar
other white person.
countermeasures if U.S. President Donald Trump
Oh, and a bad hair
reimposed it,
day.
while adding it's ridiculous and ludicrous for the U.S. to think that Canadian aluminum represents a national
I don't know
security
they did
threat.
that.
Freeland says
White
liberal
people all the
ministers
time
have
make
known
it
for a
all
long
these
time that
Chinese
this
people. They
U.S.
all get one
administration is the
license. They all
most
share the same
protectionist in
license.
history.
Yeah,
I think the
20 million of
important
them
point
or
for
whatever
Canadians to
are using
understand,
one license. You're
and
fucking
above all
retarded.
for Americans to
But
understand,
white people do it. Oh,
is
just use my
that
brother as
the
your cousin.
first
You look sort of like me.
casualties,
You know my
the first
birthday.
victims of these tariffs will be Americans
Oh yeah,
themselves.
I've got
That's
photos
what's
4
so
years old,
unfortunate about all of
officer.
this.
Ontario's premier also lashing out at U.S. President
Yeah,
Trump.
I'm the one that has to be watched nonstop for
I would never
August.
go after my number one customer and slap him in the face.
I do it all the time, you custies, because you're not my customer.
In Ontario.
Disrespectful to me because I'm not the drug dealer. Okay, fine.
The tariff
I'll
is slated
fuck
to
you
go
up
into
too.
effect
My
August
boys will still
16th.
tip you all night long, stupid.
Aluminum industry
I'm
leaders
telling
say
you, you're
they
not going to
can
make
weather
no money
the
as a
storm, but
hooker
it
with a
could be
broken
trouble
nose and a
for
black eye
Americans.
and a missing
Who will
toe.
pay more for the same product than they were paying before this announcement. So this is where it creates some background noise on the business environment. Only China, India, and Russia produce more aluminum than Canada. Freeland also slammed America's pivot to protectionism.
a trade policy most economists say doesn't work.
That's right. All this talk I'm doing with beer cans and everything.
I think we are going into a world where
I say $3 a pound instead of 30 cents. You still didn't get it. We're the biggest output right next door. Stupid.
In trade policy than we've seen before.
In Ottawa, Shaoli Lee, City News.
It's like the Colombians.
This is All News Radio. Investigators still trying to get to the bottom of what happened in Beirut Tuesday. The explosion leveling the port of the Lebanese capital, throwing a country in turmoil into further disarray. Karen Ziola joins us with the latest on what we know.
I'm going to tell you what you should do.
Russian rescue teams search for evidence and bodies buried beneath Beirut's port. It's the Lebanese who have been left looking for answers from a government they say is corrupt. This woman has been coming every day to what's left of her apartment after it was torn apart, just like most of Beirut.
At least one person has to be physically on the truck
years
to
of
drive it
mismanagement
across.
and neglect by Lebanon's
How
political
you don't
elites.
maximize what you're doing with every trip? I don't understand.
What happened is now giving way to real palpable anger. Somebody
These
has
old
to be held
deodorant cans
accountable.
for this and that.
And
Why?
it's
Why
not
are you
just a
buying
few
aerosol
officials.
deodorant?
This
Are you
has to
fucking
go all the
retarded?
way
It's a
up the
white
chain
guy
of command.
product. You're fucking
Lebanon's
Mexican.
president is confirming that
That's
he
why I
was
don't
made
work. That's why I
aware
go
of the
through so much.
massive
Why you got all the
stockpile of
cans laying
chemical
around to the
explosives
point where
last
you're
month
using them.
and ordered security officials to do what was
fucking
necessary.
retarded.
He added on Friday that the
1,000
investigation
different
was
food
looking
containers
into
you
whether
could've
the
used.
blast was caused by what he
Never seen a
called
tin of
an
tuna,
external
stupid?
interference, like a bomb, or whether it was the result of simple negligence.
You drink more
I'm
Coca-Cola
Karen
than water.
Seelman.
I know you're stupid.
Lebanese Montrealers are
smuggle
speaking out against the
shitty
country's
weed.
government.
I know you're stupid.
departure of all Lebanese sectarian
You smuggle people out of your country, which is a good thing. In another country, it's a good thing. And then try to extort the people you smuggle. Knowing that all they have to do is walk to detention and say, you know what, I want to be turned in, I'm going to help you find every goddamn coyote out there.
is a former Montrealer
Those
and
are the
lives in
people you're
Beirut,
leaning on,
4
making
kilometers
contact
from
with.
the site of
Call
the
it,
blast
you better
that left
pay,
much
you
of the
better
city in
pay.
ruins. Both the Canadian
You know
and
the
Quebec
Mexicans get
governments have
marked by
opted to pledge
Woodbridge
aid to
niggas?
international
There's a
agencies
reason it
like
goes
the Red
back and
Cross.
forth. That's why
Instead
you
of
can make
contributing
those
directly
comments
to
for
the
15
Lebanese
years because you
government,
don't listen.
Sounders said the political elite are the main problem and protests are expected to
What's your
continue in
solution?
Beirut
Hit the
on
report
Saturday.
button, email YouTube, and email the fucking NSA and CSIS.
Then I don't know what
In Montreal, Alicia
NSA
Rivertucci,
works for me,
City News.
stupid. NSA has to run everything
18
through
are
Five
dead and
Eyes, which is Royal
120
Canadian
injured
Navy.
after a
Guess where the
repatriation
fuck
flight
I
crashed
fucking
in southern
stupid.
India on Friday. The Boeing 737-800 was
Don't
trying to
fucking hear
land
that
on a
shit, I'll
hilltop
break your
runway
neck.
during monsoon rains when it skidded off,
Oh,
nosedived,
shit, I'm
and
not
split in
lying.
half.
That
15
GPS.
people
Look on
who were
your
on
map,
board
look,
the
dummy.
Air
Where's
India
the boat?
Express flight
Where's
from New Delhi are in critical condition.
A Canadian man who was
No, I
set
know
to
what
be
ship it
deported
is.
from the
It's the
US
only one
has
with
been held by
landline telephone,
COVID-19 while in
stupid.
the custody of
In
American
the
Health
world!
authorities, and his case may not be a rarity. New numbers from the facility that housed 72-year-old James Hill have been released, and they show that out of the estimated 350 to 400 detainees, there were 339 confirmed cases of the coronavirus. A
They're in the
spokeswoman
United
for
States,
U.S.
Australia,
Immigration
New Zealand,
and
and
Customs
Canada.
Enforcement says the agency followed approved official guidelines, and the
Oh,
detainees were
that's right.
provided with
All the
regular
indigenous
access to
gangs
testing
in
and medical
Australia and New
treatment.
Zealand.
This
All
is
the
All News
Scallies
Radio.
and
The lawyer
Jamaicans in the
representing a black
UK.
man
That's
who
right.
lost
It
an eye
all
after
comes
being
through here,
assaulted
stupid.
by police officers responding to a report by the Office of the Independent Police Review Director. Phil Martino reports he says their concerns about a cover-up are legitimate.
The report shows former Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders was kept in the dark for 5 months about Defonte Miller's assault at the hands of an off-duty Toronto police officer. Julian Faulkner, who's acting as legal counsel for Miller and his family, alleges there's been a cover-up in the case.
Start clicking on things, pretending I'm doing stuff. I'm not. That's what's taking up the resources. No, I moved my hand, and the timing was right from that. Oh, you're pathetic.
Is obvious.
Thursday, the interim police chief said the service made the wrong decision when it chose not to report Miller's assault to the SIU. Miller was 19 when he was assaulted by off-duty Toronto police constable Michael Theriault on December 28th of 2016. As a result, he lost the vision in one of his eyes. I'm Phil Martino. Controversy brewing as more employees from a pork processing plant in Brandon, Manitoba test positive for COVID-19. Mark Neufeld reports from Winnipeg the union president wants the plant shut down. However, public health officials say it's safe to stay open.
8 employees have now tested positive for the virus. It has some worry as it draws comparisons to the rapid spread of COVID-19 seen in one of Canada's worst outbreaks. At
3 days after that, it was over 900.
Can we fucking get something done here?
Transmitted in the community to another 600 people.
Manitoba's chief public health officer says the plant is safe to stay open. Dr. Brent Rusin said the employees didn't contract COVID-19 as a result of working inside the pork processing facility.
Is there a reason you're choosing my musical selection? What the fuck are you doing, you fucking homo?
Janet Riley is the vice president of communications and public affairs at Maple Leaf Foods. Proven step-by-step system helps homeowners eliminate
the problem is you won't allow me to open what I want. You're opening new apps I don't want. You're refusing to let me close it. Now I have to wait 5 fucking minutes for the buffer to fill up again. You're fucking retarded, bro. What are you stopping? Oh, you half-breed nigger lovers are gonna learn speak. Damn right. Can I close the goddamn music player or what?
24-hour emergency service to all makes and models. Their technicians have the
expertise
to diagnose and repair your
3 fucking minutes now to watch my computer try to do what I'm asking and instead open 6 other apps. You guys are fucking pathetic. Completely fucking transparent.
On your next breakdown or request a free estimate. Visit prodoor.ca. That's Prodoor.
The only issue on your major routes right now, everything else is
your connections. I can disconnect completely for 2 minutes, not 2 seconds, and disconnect them, and my connections will stay. Bullshit. All these applications are just overlays to the operating system.
Onto the highway is shut down. No access to the 410 from the eastbound 401
still
west
fucking
401
watching
ramp
because
to
you're still a
Markham Road
4 fucking second delay. What the fuck are you doing? If you're gonna tap the unencrypted portion of the signal, all you're doing is letting us in where you are,
Waking up to
stupid.
19 degrees and no humidity. Great conditions for that morning jog. Sunshine sticks around into the afternoon, feeling like 31. So yes, the humidity is creeping up. That's thanks to Hurricane Center says Atlantic Canada needs to be prepared.
Especially,
your connection is unstable.
Given the fact that we're in
I do have a question. How come an application that is stored entirely on my device needs internet access? Oh,
and all that kind of thing.
Close app, new until device. Bullshit.
Important to be prepared ahead of time.
It's not in the foreground. It did not. It was not running. You got that mad. Yeah, 16 seconds later.
Two named storms. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the U.S. is predicting up to 25 named storms this season. 7 to 11 could become hurricanes, including 3 to 6 major hurricanes. You're listening
I'm
to
a heroin
Radio.
junkie for weed. I know it's on the file, but it's not true.
The big story. I'm your host, Jordan E. Rawlings. We'll go deeper on
File.
the day.
File. It's on the file, but it's not true. Wow.
If you find yourself wondering things like,
Is life insurance
I can nail the keywords
then you're
that
not alone.
fast.
Book a
That's
check-in at
pathetic.
rbcinsurance.com.
Yeah, at some point, I'm going to keep bringing up this app till it works. If you crash, if you manually close the browser, I've watched you do
With over
that.
65 years in Ontario, Longo's is as local
I'll
as
just
it
start
gets.
over. I don't give a fuck. I literally don't give a fuck.
Like
All
fresh
card
corn,
you idiots give
peaches,
me
and strawberries.
a
They go from the farms to Longo's in just 24 hours, thanks to
You
our
do
great
understand,
relationships
if
with
you put a
Ontario
4-second delay, and the next video puts a 4-second delay,
Maybe
it's
one of them
unusable.
can help me find my
People
way
you
out
want to
of
watch
this
aren't on here.
for quality that meets
You
your
realize how
family
fucking
standards.
stupid you
Trust
are?
ours.
Oh, he's paranoid. He's paranoid.
The hottest
I
August
repeat
deals are
back
at
what a
sale.
crackhead says to me,
Summer
and
top
they
with
tell
discounts.
me,
Now's the
that's
time to find
paranoid.
your next
Yeah, I
outdoor
know,
adventure.
but you're
With up
the
to
one that
50%
said it.
off clothing,
He hasn't
footwear,
opened his
and
mouth
gear
to me
from
in 2
select
weeks.
brands. You'll be on your way. The hottest
So
August
that's right,
deals
I've
are
seen
for a
it 6
limited time
fucking
only.
times.
Track them down while you can.
Stop fucking with the clock. Stop fucking with. Oh my god. Everybody's clock counts 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds. Right.
Canada has answered back
Well,
after
that
the
clock
Trump
runs
administration
on the
slapped on a
packets being
10%
sent here
tariff
in
on
the
Canadian
States.
aluminum.
We haven't
Deputy
received
Prime
any
Minister
packets from
Christopher
you
Freeland
to the
says
clock
Canada will
will
impose dollar-for-dollar countermeasures
They're
if
still
U.S.
getting the
President
signal
Donald
from
Trump
us. We're not getting
reimposes
signal from
They
them
had
because they're
previously
taking the
been
clock out.
imposed in 2018 and
Rotor starts
suspended in
malfunctioning,
2019.
overheating.
The tariff is
The
slated
box
to
has to
go
store
into
up the
effect
video
on
signal instead of
August
sending
16th.
it out. And that's what makes the system so that the funny.
I'm Sam Pike with
But it's the
Sportsnet. Four
Interpol level
Canadian
shit where
teams
they've
at
got
the
to
ice
tap
in their
into inherent in
respective
the
NHL
box.
hub cities in the Stanley
Obviously,
Cup qualifiers. Finishing it off for the night was the
it's the only
Vancouver
place you could
Canucks
tap
against
it.
the Minnesota
It's not
Wild.
encrypted. It's
Despite
the
the
only
Wild
place you
leading the
can
Canucks for
place.
most of the night, a goal late in the
It's
third
as
pushed
simple
the
as
game to
asking
overtime,
President
where
Trump
the
for the
Canucks
fucking
took it
key
5-4,
since
ending the Wild season. Earlier in the day, the Montreal Canadiens
the
downed the
law
Pittsburgh
says
Penguins to
that.
end their
I love when people
2019-2020
are
season.
asking, I'm
It was
gonna
a
be like, gee,
nail-biter,
what
but
is
thanks to 2
what
goals in the
is
third, the
going
Canadiens took it
on
2-0
here?
thanks to Carey
I'm
Price's
surrounded by
shutout.
satellite tracking
Speaking of
devices, and people are
nail-biters, the
treating me like
Toronto
it's the
Maple Leafs will live on to
1850s.
play another day. 3 goals in the final moments of their game against the Blue Jackets
I'm
pushed
gonna
it
waste
to
more time
overtime
and more
when
time. It's
this
not me
happened.
it's not being wasted. If you go an entire work week, fuck shit up every fucking day, you don't work the next week. No, you know what? You guys don't work 2 days in a row. I know you don't, because you all have your own way of spying on it. You're gonna do it your way. You're gonna do it your way.
However, not
With
so
your
good news for the
spin
other
on
Hub
it,
City
your
team.
touch.
The
You know where
Edmonton
spin
Oilers fell
comes
to the
from?
Chicago Blackhawks 3-2, ending their promising season at the
A
hands of
drunken white
Chicago.
guy.
Over in the
That's
NBA
right.
bubble down in Orlando, the Raptors had their win streak snapped. Looking for their 8th win in a row, the Raptors ran into a wall named the Boston Celtics and were dropped 122 to 100. Prior to the game, the Raptors were 3 for 3 following the NBA's restart. And the Toronto Blue Jays suited up for some MLB action. They matched up against the Boston Red Sox for the first time of the shortened season, and it was a 5-3 loss at the hands of the Sox, thanks in part to this.
There's a swing and a fly ball headed towards the monster, deep left field, headed over the monster and gone. Alex Verdugo with his second home run.
Okay, all I hear is fake voices. I don't care if it was actually recorded at the stadium. It's a bunch of racist white people. One percent motherfuckers. Two ounces sitting here. You gonna give a fuck about one joint? Yeah, if I light a joint, oh, I gotta bother them right then because that's ours, because it says it in the book, because somebody that thinks they're related to cops told them this. And since CSIS isn't the fucking police, yeah, they think it's, he'll withdraw like heroin if you bother him. This fucking idiot would say that she had handed me 9 joints in a row. We haven't smoked a fucking joint all morning. You have. I haven't smoked one. These are people that get fucking basically forcibly confined in the living way. Is that or be homeless at -40, right? How do Detroit niggas end up in this situation, that situation? You have no idea, so don't fucking judge. So the buffer might be built up enough. Wow. I reached off screen, the cursor moved, the screen froze. Wow, I reached us. Should I do it 5 more times? And one of them will be real and one of them not, and leave you guessing which one. I've caught 3 people in the last 2 weeks that same way. If I reach off screen, the weird shit starts. Yeah, it's not because I'm touching a key on the keyboard and that over fucking taxes the fucking processor. That's never happened in the history of computing. All of a sudden, my computer's supposed to be like that. Yeah, every time you touch anything you normally use, your computer's going to freeze and hang and everything. No, it's not. It's sending signals out, waiting for the response to come back. We know. You got 100 of my fucking homeboys in custody right now or at any one time. Don't even fucking kid that you don't know who the fuck you. I hear bells from a train. So if I press this button, is it going to take 4 minutes for the signal to actually go through? I'm going to hear click. And the screen's going to flash red, then it won't change. And I hear click. The screen's going to flash red, but it won't change. Just over and over and over. What if I do it like right now? What if I... Oh, it's getting all jaggy, which is funny because that was the number lock button. No, it never causes that to happen. you keep trying to show me in homoerotic positions, eh? Look, here he is with his mouth open in a wide circle, except my mouth don't open in a circle. It doesn't affect me in the slightest. It's not voodoo or hoodoo. It shows me the inside of your head. 299 of them. All right. So we finished. Can I refuse to allow me to the I can't even check the list of applicable. Are you done? Did I let? And it sits there for 2 minutes. It brings it up and then crashes a second. I didn't bring up the tray. Both my hands are here still. Oh, there it goes again now. I didn't touch it. You people are fucking pathetic. Oh, and that's the other thing. The thing putting me in a silent room is destroying me too. I hate hearing you people talk. You know that? Oh, don't you need background? Wow, your connection is unstable. Every time I touch anything, it's going to say your connection is unstable because everything has to be sent out and sent back.